and the Seneca. After 1722, the Iroquois accepted Tuscarora people from the southeast into their confederacy, as they were also Iroquoian speaking. The confederacy became known as the Six Nations. So this is just a small little intro into who they are, right? So we've gone over this so far. So the Iroquois have absorbed many other individuals from various peoples into individual families into their tribes as a result of warfare and adoption of captives and offering shelter to displaced peoples culturally. When such adoptees became fully assimilated, they are considered full members of the family, clans, and tribes into which they are adopted. Historically, such adoptees have married into tribes, and some have become chiefs and respected elders, which is something that, it's wild to think about. Usually, when people are taken through, or taken during wars, things like that, they're not given full access to community. They respected everybody. So they were actually a very culturally diverse nation. And as we see here, there's a map. There's the Mohawks, which covered the east wing, and then the Senecas, which covered the west, the Onondaga and the Cayugas in the center. And on either side was the Algonquins. The Algonquins were to the south, to the far west, and a little bit south of like the Seneca, the Cayuga, and the Onondaga. So one of the things that I decided to go through was to get into a little bit of the sub tribes, give you a little bit of information, because it's 5 nations, 6 nations that makes up what the Iroquois were, the Iroquois Confederacy. A lot of people hear Iroquois and they think it's just that's the whole tribe. That's it. But there's a lot of subsections, and it's important once we get into the creation myth and a lot of other things, because there's discrepancies even between some of the tribes within the Iroquois nation. Such as the main characters of the story and their relationship to each other, or, if they're either mother, brother, daughter, sister, things like that. So it's pretty, when you look at it, you might get confused at first, but we're gonna take care of it. So don't worry about it. So what we got here first is the Mohawk tribe. The Mohawk people are the most easterly tribe of the Haudenosaunee, right? Or Iroquois Confederacy, whichever you want to call it. They are an Iroquoian-speaking indigenous people of North America with communities in the southeastern Canada and northern New York State, primarily around Lake Ontario and St. Lawrence River. As one of the 5 original members of the Iroquois League, the Mohawk are known as the Keepers of the Eastern Door, which is what I just showed you on the map. The traditional guardians of the Iroquois Confederation against invasions from the east. Also, the Mohawks were known as the warrior tribe of the Iroquois Confederacy. They were essentially the army. While each individual tribe had warriors, the Mohawks were usually leading the charge. So on to the next set, which is the Onondaga. These are the Hill Place people. The Hill Place people are one of the original 5 constituent nations of the Iroquois Confederacy in the Northeast North America. Their traditional homeland is in and around present-day Onondaga County, New York, south of Lake Ontario. Being centrally located, they are considered the keepers of the fire in the figurative longhouse that shelters the 5 nations. The Cayuga and the Seneca have territories to their west, and the Oneida and the Mohawk to their east. They are the centermost point. And anytime you have a house, you will set and you have a fire in old times, like the teepees that they used to have at the longhouses, you would set a fire in the middle in hopes that it would warm the entire house. Also, usually there's a hole in the roof, which the smoke will exit from. So the center is where it's at. So for this reason, the League of Iroquois historically met at the Iroquois government's capital at Onondaga. And as the traditional chiefs do, the Onondaga people also live near Brantford, Ontario, on 6 Nations territory. This reserve used to be the Haudenosaunee hunting grounds, but much of the Confederacy relocated as a result of the American Revolution. Although the British promised the security to the Iroquois homelands, the 1783 Treaty of Paris ceded the territory over to the United States, which is one of the things that we're not really going to go through the history of how they were absolutely devastated by the United States and the United States government, but we'll keep going. So On to the next tribe. So, the Oneida, the people of the upright stone or standing stone, right, are a Native American tribe of the First Nation, and they are one of the 5 founding nations of the Iroquois Confederacy in the upstate New York area, particularly near the Great Lakes. Originally, the Oneida inhabited the area that later became central New York, particularly around Oneida Lake and Oneida County. Today, the Oneida have 4 nationally recognized nations: the Oneida Indian Nation in New York, the Oneida Nation, and in the around Green Bay, Wisconsin, United States, and 2 in Ontario, Canada. Oneida at the Six Nations and of the Grand River, and the Oneida Nations of the Thames in the South World. So on to the next tribe here. And we get to the Cayuga. People of the Great Swamp was one of the 5 original constituents of the Iroquois, a confederacy of Native Americans in New York State. The Cayuga homeland lies in the Finger Lakes region along the Cayuga Lake between their league neighbors, the Onondaga to the east and the Seneca to the west. Today, the Cayuga belong to the Six Nations of the Grand River First Nation in Ontario and the federally recognized Cayuga Nation of New York and the Seneca tribe of Oklahoma. Seneca Cayuga tribe of Oklahoma. I apologize. So on to the next one. This is the Seneca. So the Seneca were called Great Hill people, right? And are a group of indigenous Iroquois-speaking people who historically lived south of the Lake Ontario, one of the 5 Great Lakes in North America. Their nation was the farthest to the west within the Six Nations of the Iroquois League, and in New York before the American Revolution. In the 21st century, more than 10,000 Seneca live in the United States, which has 3 federally recognized Seneca tribes. 2 of them centered in New York, the Seneca Nation of Indians, with 2 reservations in western New York near Buffalo, and Tonawanda Seneca Nation. The Seneca Cayuga Nation is in Oklahoma, where their ancestors were relocated from Ohio during the Indian removal. Approximately 1,000 Seneca live in Canada near Brantford, Ontario, at the Six Nations of the Grand River First Nation. They are descendants of the Seneca who resettled there after the American Revolution, as they had been allies with the British and were forced to cede much of their lands. This tribe's name has no logical connection with the ancient Roman statement Seneca the Elder and the Seneca the Younger. However, 2 Roman names might have influenced the linguistic anglicization of the tribe's name. What that means is that now a lot of what happened to the writings or the told stories of the Native American tribes was that once the English got a hold of them, or the French, they changed a lot of what was the meaning, and a lot of the root words were actually lost. So some of the stories that we go through, or I actually looked at, we actually had to go further, because if you look at it in the English language, it's not the same. And that's where a lot of this, different relationships between people in these stories, things get a little bit different because it's given a more modern, westernized type of situational. Basically, the story becomes situational to those values that are held true to the Westerners. But these are not the Westerners. These are Native American peoples. So, on to the last tribe of the Six Nations. And now we will start calling them the Six Nations from the 5 nations. So later was the Tuscarora, right? Hemp gatherers or shirt-wearing people. They are a Native American tribe of the First Nation band government of the Iroquois language family, with members today in New York and Ontario, Canada. They coalesced as the people around the Great Lakes, and likely about the same time as the rise of the 5 nations of the historic Iroquois Confederacy. Also, the Iroquoian speaking based them in present-day New York, well before the arrival of the Europeans in North America. So essentially, they were there, and it was the Six Nations before the Europeans got there. They just didn't know about it until later. So they migrated south and settled in a region known as Eastern Carolina the most numerous indigenous people in that area. They lived along the Roanoke, Neuse, Tar, or Torhunta, or Nortos, and the Palmarico River. European explorers first encountered them later and on the land later incorporated into the colonies of North Carolina and Virginia. So now that we've gone through all the tribes, there's more to this the Tuscarora about the 18th century, but between 1711 and 1713, the Tuscarora War against the English colonists and their Indian allies. Most of the surviving Tuscarora left South Carolina and migrated to North Pennsylvania and New York. Over a period of 90 years, they aligned with the Iroquois in New York. Because of their ancestral linguistic and cultural connections, sponsored by the Oneida, they were accepted in 1722 as the sixth nation of the Iroquois Confederacy. After the American Revolution, in which they and the Oneida allied with the colonists, the Tuscarora shared reservation land with the Oneida before gaining their own. And of course, they federally recognized in New York. And their close resembling nation in language and culture were the Cherokee Nation, right? So, one of the mysteries that I came across while doing this was that even though there is no written or spoken data or history that the Cherokees and the peoples of the Iroquois of those nations ever lived near each other, but they shared a lot of the same functions within the linguistic side of it and the ceremonies. Now, that is a statement, and it's a bold statement. And what that does is that leads us to believe that somewhere down the line, the Cherokee and the Iroquois were either of one people and migrated, or they both came from a place where the value, basically, the stories were exactly the same, which shows a commonality and ancestral roots, right? So we're going to explore this because this is the beginning of where my journey goes down the rabbit hole of the similarities and almost the same stories of the African Bushmen, the Aboriginals, and the Native American peoples, and many, many more. There's also the Japanese side, and there's an incorporation into Greek, and you know, it's a it's a wild, wild thing, and when we look at it, there's also epitomes in the Bible of the stories of the Native Americans or the basically the original Aboriginal people. Also, there's Disney stories that they've taken out, and I'm not talking about Pocahontas. I'm talking about things like what's her name with the two sisters and Cinderella. That's the one. We're going to get into some of those stories too, but there's actually a story within the Native American culture that is resemblant of Cinderella. So the Native Americans of America, right, the ones that lived here now, and then have an influence in Western society, in Western, uh, basically Western literature, and in common culture. So it's crazy to think about it too. So, like I said, even though they never lived near each other, the Cherokee were very, very similar, very, very similar to them. So, with reasoning, we would have to believe that there is a common ancestor down the line somewhere. Now we're going to get into dun 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 the creation story, right? Creation stories are always fun. And what I'm going to do is this is where we stop with the slides that are essentially all words. They're going to be visual depictions of what I'm reading to you. So we're going to do a little bit of an overview first, right? So while the Iroquois tribes share close to the same story with minor differences of character and relations to each other, they were pretty much the same story. Much of the mythology of the Iroquois, the five nations, later the six nations, Native Americans, had been preserved, including creation stories and some folk tales, recorded on wampum, right, as recitations written down later, and the spellings of names differed as Translations varies in spelling, even in Europe languages, were not entirely regularized, right? So different versions of some stories exist. And we're going to go over that too, reflecting different localities and different times. It is possible that the written versions were influenced by Christianity, which we know for a fact. Each village had its own storyteller who was responsible for learning all of the stories by heart. No stories were ever told during the summer months because they worked. So when they gathered around the fires of the winter months is when they would tell the stories. But here's where it gets a little bit wild, right? So if you're a storyteller, and if any violations were made in the story where you didn't remember it properly, or you made it into your own version, you would be punished by the Jogaho, right? And we'll get into the Jogaho is later. And if the violator ignored the warning, he would suffer greater evils. Okay? That's how amazing that you had to be to remember all these stories. So we're going to start with the creation story. I'm going to read it to you. It's a short version, so you know what we're talking about, so everybody is on the same page. The earth was a thought in the mind of the ruler of a great island floating above the clouds. This ruler was called by various names. Among them was Haweniyu, which is the Great Spirit, meaning he who governs or the ruler. The island is a place of calm where all needs are provided and there is no pain or death. On this island grew a great apple tree where the inhabitants held council. The ruler says, this is the Great Spirit, let us make a new place where another people can grow. Under our council tree is a great sea of clouds, which calls for light. He ordered the council tree to be uprooted. He looked down into the depths, and he had Ata Ensek, Sky Woman, we're going to call her Sky Woman from this point forward, looked down. He heard the voice of the sea calling. He told Sky Woman, who was pregnant, to bring it to life. He wrapped her in a light and dropped her down the hole. So there's the variations of this story. This is only the beginning of it. We're going to go paragraph by paragraph and then break it down, right? So representation in this story is the Great Spirit, the masculine, and Sky Woman, the feminine, which is, we see this a lot throughout pre-Christian narratives, right? But we also see it later on within the Christian narrative as in Adam and Eve, the beginning of times. So what we're looking at right now is he gently shoots her down a hole. There's stories where he grabs her and throws her down the hole. There's stories where he asks her to jump down the hole. But essentially, this is through different tribes. The Sky Woman comes down. So one of the first things that we see is that the great ruler, represents the masculine, and he is an omnipresent being, greater than all, right? Actually, is why his name is the ruler. Next is the island in which he floats, which is a representation. It could be a UFO. It could be a higher plane of existence, examples 4D, 5D, 6D. And these beings are ethereal, So, and later they chose to take physical form when they sent her down the hole because she wasn't used to it at first. So, and the thing that it's also representative in the Christian faith that this might be heaven because there's no pain, there's no suffering, there's no death, there is nothing even needed. Everything is given to you. So this would be, Valhalla to the Norse, after they're dead, or where the gods have their, Mount Olympus to the Greeks. Everybody has their interpretation of this area where nothing is needed. This is the Native American. So it follows suit. They actually follow suit to the Native American legends, right? So the thing that one of the things that caught my eye was that, as we know in science today, that if these beings were ethereal, their energy, right? And their energy can be transferred but not destroyed. So let's keep going a little bit. And it sounds a lot like the representation of heaven. Like I said, there's a great tree or council tree, which that this is a white pine. That is their sacred tree. And it was the tree chosen by the peacemaker as a symbol of unity for the nations of the Hodensee Confederacy. We're going to go into his story later. And its needles, which always grow in a symbolic cluster of unity, as in the five nations. And, just like in the story of the Judeo Christian faith, too, with Adam and Eve, like I said, we have representations of the Great Spirit being Adam and Sky Woman being Eve. And in the Old Testament, the omnipresent God being let to make a new place where other people are being brought down so it can make in their image and stuff like that. It's very indicative of old story. You could tell where a lot of these older stories got this from. So it sounds similar and it sounds familiar. Also, in the Bible, it says, "Let there be light." God created light. This great spirit is asking for the Sky Woman to go down and create light in this clouded area where it's all ocean, right? So then he uprooted the tree, creating a great hole in which the Sky Woman can travel down to the great oceans of this new world. And then when she actually gets to this new ocean world, it reminds us of the Great Flood, right? We know the Great Flood has been talked about over multiple religious texts and historical documents and things like that. So let's go to the next part. So this is the continuation of the creation story. All the birds and animals who lived in the great cloud sea were panicked. The duck, and this is now the Sky Woman is down on earth now, right? So the duck asked, "Where can it rest? Only the earth can hold it." Notice how it didn't say she. It asked, "Where can it rest?" Which also leads me to believe that this may not be a complete physical being. So, "Only the earth can hold it," replied the beaver. And, the beaver goes down to the bottom of the ocean, or tries to. And the beaver looks for a substance called the ohida, which is mud from the bottom of our great sea. He said, "I'll get some." Dove down, never came up. Then there's also a duck there. The duck tries, but its dead body is floated to the surface. Many other birds and animals tried and failed. Finally, the muskrat volunteered. The muskrat dove in and returned with some earth in its paws. He looked up and said, "It's heavy." And then he said, "Who can we get to support it?" Along came a great turtle, which you see here represented in the picture. And the turtle volunteered to put the earth on its back, or this earth meaning the mud. So once the earth was placed on top of his shell, he was ready. The birds flew up and carried the Sky Woman on their wings to the turtle's back. This is how the Honuha, the turtle, came to be the earth bearer. He moves and the great sea gets rough and the earth shakes. So from this turtle's back, the continent of North America was born. Now, one of the things that we see represented in this tale as well is that the animals in ancient Native American culture were just as important as the human beings. And if we look a little bit deeper, what this could have represented, and it did represent later, were different tribes or different beings, right? They weren't so much the animals yet, they were different beings. And you see, we have the beaver in this picture, there's the birds, the great turtle. And of all the animals to grab this earth, it was the muskrat. Now, the muskrat is very resourceful, it is a survivor. So now they have a pregnant woman on the back of a turtle, which is growing into a continent. And it gets from it. This story is essentially two stories, which is the next part of it, which is after. But this is how it starts with creation. There is a segue between these next two stories. But what we're going to do is we're going to go over the symbolization of the animals, right? So One of the things we also see in this story is that the animals were already there. So they were already made. And that, it's like, okay, well, if they're already made, what is she doing? She's bringing life to this. This is another adaptation of her, the Sky Woman. And this is what it looks like when they uprooted the tree. And one of the things you see here is that it's not just them two up top. So Adam and Eve is kind of a stretch, but it's not though, because they only represent two symbols. But this is exactly what it looked like. And the turtle was there the whole time, but it's pretty wild. This is also one of the caricatures of what it looked like. Again, I put these up here because the visual representation is striking. And yeah, we have the muskrat. We also have the beavers. The great turtle is great. So these are the animals and what they symbolized, right? So first we have the beaver. The beaver was very important to the native population. They made use of everything possible from the animal. So in addition to using their fur, the beaver meat was important winter food for the native people. It also contains 3 times more calories than any other red meat. It represents a builder of the mind, body, and soul. It symbolizes creativity, creation, cooperation, persistence, and harmony. Other myths have the beaver in it, such as the Bible, the Norse mythology, and other Native American tribes as well have stories of the beaver. The beaver also sacrificed itself for the Sky Woman. We see that. Next, we have the duck. Native American tribes in North America saw the duck as a symbol of fertility. Ducks were seen as being able to provide multiple opportunities for food and are also known for their calmness around the water, which can be symbolic of peace or tranquility. The duck symbolizes clarity, family, love, vigilance, intuition, nurturing, protection, feelings, self expression, balance, adaptation, grace, and strength. The duck symbolism is closely connected to the water symbolism, which is about the mystery, the magic, and the inspiration. The duck was also the first one to worry about the Sky Woman and where she would rest, and sacrificed his life to try and help her in a selfless act. As we go on, we have the muskrat. The muskrats are considered lucky animals in other tribes, and some folk tales include muskrats bestowing wealth or hunting success on humans who treat them respectfully. And essentially, why? Because a lot of people look down on the muskrat, but the Native American tribes held up all animals, but this was one of the more revered animals. Some Native Americans also believe that the muskrat can predict the weather. Muskrats are also used as clan animals, and in some Native cultures, the muskrat spirit guide is known for its connection to organization, cooperation, emotions, and properly using resources. When a muskrat appears, it can often be a reminder to clean through your environment and reuse or recycle anything that you don't need anymore. With this story, the muskrat saves the day and grabbed the mud from the bottom of the ocean to help create land for the Sky Woman, and he actually survives the entire ordeal. Now we go to the most prevalent character, other than the Great Woman or the Sky Woman. And I chose this adaptation of SeaWorld because that would be the bigger version of the turtle, which, you could put the mud on the back and maybe live on the top of that specific size turtle. So I thought it would be, nice to see. So the turtle is a sacred figure in Native American symbolism. It also represents Mother Earth. The meaning of the turtle symbol signifies good health and long life. The turtle has great longevity, living up for 150 years. The hard shell of the turtle represents perseverance and protection. To most tribes, the turtle also represents healing, wisdom, spirituality, health, safety, longevity, protection, and fertility. One of the heroes of the story, the turtle, sacrifices itself for the whole of the planet and became earth in which man will be created and plants and animals. This is why it's so sacred to the Native Americans. In Iroquois creation story, the earth was created on the back of the turtle. It was there that life began to grow. The Turtle Clan within the Native American tribes represents the shifting of the earth and the cycles of the moon. The people of the Turtle Clan are considered well informed and the keepers of the land. Many tribes of Native Americans in the areas of the whole United States use this animal to symbolize their clans within the tribes, as well as all the other animals. So here is where the creation story is just beginning, and how the world was created next comes to on how man was created. We just saw the world. Now we're going to go into man. So far, the Sky Woman is one of the people responsible. And this is the Doyen Dono. This is the next step. As you can see, there's a representation of two. We know that the Sky Woman was pregnant. So now comes duality. Okay. Once brought to at the surface, grew and became an island, right? The Sky Woman heard two voices under her heart, and her time had come. One voice was calm and quiet, the other was loud and angry. These were the Duyandono, the twins. The good twin, Hai Gui Diu, was born in the normal way. The evil twin, Hai Gui Daetga, forced his way out from under his mother's arm, killing her. After the death of Sky Woman, the island was shrouded in gloom. The good twin shaped the sky and created the sun for his mother's face, saying, "You shall rule here, where your face will shine forever." The bad twin, however, set the great darkness in the west and drove down the sun. So the good one then took the moon and the stars from his mother's breast and placed them, his sisters, to guard the night sky. He gave his mother's body to the earth, and where the great mother from whom all life came. So now we have the representation of the sun, the stars, the earth itself. And this is one of the reasons why we call her Mother Earth. This was given to us by the Aboriginal people and the Native people of America. So we see that the sun, moon, and stars are created. It's also where we get a great reference to Mother Earth when we talk about it. What this also shows is once they left the place of no death, no needs, no bad things, the duality that every man lives by is represented in those two sons. So while they were the offspring of the gods, they still had very human qualities, which might classify them as demigods. They were also the first beings to be birthed in the new world. Once the benevolent beings died, she was used to create more. This also shows a cycle of how when we die, we go back to the earth and become the mother's planet and a part of the great mother. Also, that we, even while we are here alive, we are a part of the great mother as well. Another observation I had made while reading a lot of these myths from around the world is the sacred feminine was always more likely to sacrifice itself for the greater good. Also, that the sacred masculine was always the protector or the one to give guidance. This is something that I saw prevalent in every culture. Every culture has a story where either the feminine was forced to sacrifice itself or live in some sort of servitude, where the beliefs that we have now is that the sacred feminine and the sacred masculine are equally as important. We need both to survive. That's like when you talk to somebody and they're doing work on themselves, they're doing the light work and the shadow work. That duality is present everywhere, also in these stories as well. So let's continue with the twins. So the Goga, the crow, came from the Sunland carrying a grain of corn in his ear. The good twin planted the corn above his mother's body, and it became the first grain. The crow hovers over the cornfields, guarding them from harm, but also claiming his share. The good twin, corresponding to the Horon spirit, Iseka, created the first people. He healed disease, defeated demons, and gave many of the Iroquois magical and ceremonial rituals. Another of his gifts was tobacco, which has been used as a central part of the Iroquois religion. The good twin is also aided by a number of subordinate spirits. So now we're getting to this point where the crow comes, it gives the people food, and it gives them the grain. And this grain is going to incorporate into another story, which is called The Three Sisters. And we're going to get there a little on down the line. So, with that being said, I don't know how I'm doing on time, but we're going to keep going. If we, we can always do a part two if we need to. But
well, you can just keep going, Rob. I'm trying to get a hold of Norma for some meditations.
Gotcha.
But if I don't get a hold of her, just keep going, and then we'll lead a meditation ourselves.
You got it. I got quite a ways to go too. So
yeah, keep going. I'll keep you posted.
All right. Thank you. So this is where man is created and given food and tobacco for life, rituals, and ceremony to show love to the Great Mother and the Great Spirit for all they have. There is such a connection with the land and the animals. The crow is also a major figure in the Iroquois mythos. The raven is a significant figure as well. In most of the cultures, it's seen as the creator of light and as a trickster figure. So it is both good and bad, accentuating duality yet again. As the maker of the light, the raven symbolizes the ultimate creator of all things that exist before the beginning. The next myths we go into, the food and the heroes and the subordinates of the good ones, and some of the bad ones as well. But before that, let's analyze the creation story of the Native Americans and other cultures around the world. So, while I was reading this specific story, the creation story, it struck me as so close and similar to the Aboriginal creation story. I couldn't help but see both as almost the same thing. So, we're going to go over the Aboriginal story too, which is very quick, but just so we can do a context of what both say, and we can actually see the similarities between the two. So, while looking at both, I'm going to give you the conclusion first. So we're going to work backwards. Like I said, my conclusion is that these peoples came from the same place. And I'll tell you why that is. We talked yesterday about the great game of telephone across nations and migrating peoples. The synopsis of both stories is the same thing. Small little derivatives change as people migrate and move. So the story stays the same. The anecdotal stuff on the relationships, the characters, that changes a little. But it also has to do with where these people are migrating to. They take what's around them and create the story that way as well. So one of the things I wanted to go over, like I said, was the Aboriginal story. So we're going to go here. I'm actually just going to read it to you. So you just have to listen. But you can also see that this is representation of this story as well. And look who's in the sun, the mother, right? So this is the beginning of it. There was a time when everything was still. All of the spirits of earth were asleep, or almost all. The great father of all spirits was the only one awake. Gently he woke the great mother's son. As she opened her eyes, warm ray of light spread out towards the sleeping earth. You see the light hitting earth again, and same as in the Judeo-Christian faith, let there be light, but it's coming from the sacred feminine and not the masculine, like in some of the other books. The father of all spirits said to son mother, Mother, I have work for you. Go down to the earth and awake the sleeping spirits. Give them forms. The mother glided down to earth, which was bare at the time, and began to walk in all directions. And everywhere she walked, plants grew. After returning to the field where she had begun her work, Mother rested. Well pleased with herself, the father of all spirits came and saw her work, but instructed her to go to the cave and wake the spirits. This time she ventured into the dark caves of the mountainside. The bright light that radiated from her awoke the spirits, and after she left, insects of all kinds flew out of the caves. Sun Mother sat down and watched the glorious sight of her insects mingling with her flowers. However, once again, Father urged her on. Father ventured into a deep cave, Mother ventured into a deep cave, spreading her light around her. Her heat melted the ice, and the rivers and streams of the world were created. Then she created fish and small snakes, lizards and frogs. Next, she woke the spirits of birds and animals, and they burst into the sunshine in a glorious array of colors. Seeing the Father of all spirits was pleased with the Sun Mother's work. She called all her creatures to her and instructed them to enjoy the wealth of the earth and to live peacefully with one another. Then she rose into the sky and became the sun. The living creatures watched the sun in awe as she crept across the sky towards the west. However, when she finally sunk beneath the horizon, they were panic stricken, thinking that she had deserted them. All night long, they stood frozen in their places, thinking that the end of time had come. After what seemed to them like a lifetime, the Sun Mother peeked her head around the horizon in the east. The Earth's children learned to expect her coming and going, were no longer afraid. Now, there's more to this story, but this sounds like a prelude to the Native American story. When the Sky Woman came down, the oceans were there, the fish and reptiles were there, and the birds. Not the humans yet, though. Right? And this goes more into another story that's a continuation of on the Native American side, but this one goes a bit further. It's almost like this one starts a little earlier, which would be fitting because the Native American peoples came from the Aboriginal peoples, so they would know the beginning. And as they moved more east or west, the story started somewhere a little bit different down the line, right? So let's see. At first, the children lived together peacefully, but eventually, envy crept into their hearts. They began to argue. The Sun Mother was forced to come down from her home in the sky to mediate their bickering. Sorry. She gave the creature the power to change their form to whatever they chose. However, she was not pleased with this end result. The rats she had made had changed into bats. There were giant lizards and fish with blue tongues and feet. However, the oddest of the new animals was an animal with a bill like a duck, teeth for chewing, and a tail like a beaver, and the ability to lay eggs. It was called the platypus. The Sun Mother looked down upon the earth and thought to herself that she must create new creatures, lest the Father of all spirits be angered by what she now saw. She gave birth to two children. The god was the morning star, and the goddess was the moon. Two children were born to them, and these she sent to earth. They became our ancestors. She made them superior to the animals because they had a part to play in her mind, and she would never want them to change shapes again. So, to me, like I said, there's another story we're going to go into the Native Americans that goes further than what we saw so far. But there's a lot of similarities. The ability of the mother becoming the son or is the son. The All Father or the Great Spirit were the one who were telling, you need to go down there and fix things. The story has roots in commonality. Also, that one was in the midst of a great sea. The other one came down to barren land. Could it be that in Australia, where the Aboriginals are somewhat from, there is the bush? There's great land with nothing but desert or shrubs. And in North America, at the time, if the ice age was what it was and it had melted, the waters would have been so high that essentially from that ice age when we had the great thawing, you would have had to live on top of a mountain because of the glacial melt, right? So it makes sense. Also, there is the part where they talk about giving light back to the land and the people or the animals. That's talked about in Aboriginal story, Native American story, Judeo-Christian story, let there be light. And now you have, in this specific story, the creation of the twins. In the Native Americans, they were both males. Here, they were male and female, which relates more to Adam and Eve. They were our ancestors, as they say, right? In the Bible as well. So Western culture got a lot of its narratives, like we always tell you. The story of Jesus is written 7 times before Jesus was ever even here, from ancient Sumeria up. Now, from Aboriginal culture up, they all have those stories. So there is a pattern, and there's a lot that mainstream is neglecting to look at. So the next culture that I went to was equally distant from where the Aboriginals to the Native Americans. Next, I went to another major continent, which is Africa. And we talk about the African bush people, right? The African Bushmen. This is the ancestral past. And you can see what it looks like. The stories are very similar, right? Also, you see in the moon of one of the on the Native American side that there is a figure in there, and also over here too, which represents the twins, the light and the dark. So it's a wild ride to really go over these stories. It's like all these peoples came from the same place. Now, here's the other part. Once we get all the way to Africa with the creation of the Bushmen, they all have these representation of trees. Now, there's 2 things that this could be, this tree. It could be the tree of knowledge or the tree of life. I believe that they're representations of the tree of life, except for in the Native American one, and that's the tree of knowledge, because they hold their council around this tree. It's represented as a place where they commune and thought takes place and they discuss things. So it's called the council tree. But it may represent both, to be quite honest. It may have a double meaning, or they may be one and the same tree, right? Knowledge is power and it drives humanity. So there's a lot of the same symbolisms in the African bush myth too. I'm not going to read through that whole one because I've already read you 2 creation stories, but we're going to go over some key points. This is some excerpts from the African bush creation story. People did not always live on the earth's surface. And at one time, people and animals lived underneath the earth with Kang, the great master, the Lord of all life. So, as the Aboriginal people said, they had to go into caves to get the spirits of the animals out and the spirits of humans, insects, and birds. They had to give it form. So the similarities in this one, you see back to the Aboriginals and saying, everything lived underground in caves and it had to be given life. So in this place, people and animals lived together peacefully. Also said, and the Aboriginal and Native American side, once we get into the next story. The reason why I did this, the second half of the Native American part later, is because it's going to sum it all up, right? So we know that the Aboriginals, when they left Australia, they went east to the United States and west through India, Russia, the Silk Road, and all the way to Africa. That's how far they went. And it shows that, like I said, the commonality is the Aboriginal stories. So and you see that man and animals are also held in the same esteem in the African bush myths, which is more correlative to the Native American side of it. But I believe the Aboriginals said, they were the same way as well. So another excerpt is, no one ever wanted for anything. It was always light, even though there wasn't any sun. So again, all three myths talk about this place of no pain or suffering, no needing for anything. Where is this place? Is this heaven? Is this 4D? Is this a higher dimensional plane of existence? Where is this place? Because every primitive or native culture down the line has talked about it. So obviously they're talking about it because of experience and stories passed down from the beginning of their time. So another excerpt is, first Kang created a wondrous tree with branches that stretched over the entire country. All of these native cultures hold the trees sacred. Now you could say, but Rob, listen, of course they hold the tree sacred. They built their homes out of it. I understand it. But the trees have more meaning than just sustainability. They're omnipresent. They are supernatural, right? So we'll keep going further. So Kang had created a tree. At the base of the tree, he dug a hole that reached all the way down into the world where people and animals lived. Again, in the Native American story, when they uprooted the tree, there was a great hole leading to the planet. So in all of these stories, man is told to live in harmony with animals and the land, where they fight with each other or start fires, and they end up not being able to keep everyone in line. Another point of reference between a lot of these stories is the mother becomes the son of the land as well. When the sun sets for the first time, all men and animals start to panic. You see that in every one of these stories. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit that. It hit the mouse, but so it's a metaphor. This is when man lost his innocence. And we see this as in the two twins of the Native Americans, and they go to basically to war with each other. This is the same as Cain and Abel in the Bible, right? So the Native Americans have the Aboriginal twins, the Native American twins, the twins that also occupy the African Bushman myths. It's right there. They end up being light, dark, and we see the duality of everything. So this is where man loses his innocence. They're created, they live in harmony for a while, and then it doesn't work out. Something happens. So seeing how all these stories are so very close with their depictions of character situations, this would tell me that all of them they all stem from a similar ancestral tree, right? Or at least a ancestor who told the same story. And over this giant game of telephone, nationally through migration, the stories changed a little bit. Specific little nuances within the story. With the geographical difference between these 3 points of reference, we have North America, Australia, and Africa. This is at least half, if not most, of the populated areas on the planet for this time period, as well as the region where most indigenous ancient civilizations reside. We can see that ancient man told the same types of creation myths. Now, a question I have is, was this the case, and when did it all change, right? When did all of this change? Because when we get into the later Judeo-Christian faith stories of the 3 big religions, they butcher it. They butcher it. And what I mean by that is they take away the sacred feminine and make it completely just the masculine side of it. God is a man. Maybe not a man as we are, but he's masculine. He's not a female. He's not feminine. So, when they're left with just the masculine and not the feminine, a lot of the stories and myths that we see, we see the same concepts change, and it's a little bit different. That's when God becomes smiting or mad, not just, there's the balance is off at that point. So we know that the next legend that we're going to talk about is the three sisters. And, summing all that up, the Judeo-Christian faiths destroyed indigenous culture. They were a part of its dismantling, a dismantling of its stories, dismantling of its traditions. And how they did it was by absorbing some of the ceremonies and texts and critiquing them and making them their own. Therefore, they lose their value the same way that it would have been with the indigenous people. They lost that value in that text. It doesn't mean the same anymore because it's been corrupted. And one of the things I think that we need to do is to get back to a point where we explore these items. And I'm going to say this now, and you're going to be like, so why did you even tell us? Even the stories that I'm saying to you now have probably been corrupted in some way by Christianity or Europeans, because that's what's out there. So not the stories that I told you were not corrupted much. I made sure of that. But I'm sure there's some aspects of it that the translation didn't quite fit and they made it up themselves or made another line to it. But we see the general purpose of what these creation myths are trying to tell us. Use everything that you can to survive around you, but give thanks to it. Be blessed by it and give blessings back to the earth. The earth is your mother, and the Great Spirit is your father. We all come from the same place. And now that we're here, we have to pay homage to what came before us. And that's one of the reasons why I'm doing this presentation now. So here's where things get a little bit difficult, right? We're going to talk about this. This is the legend of the three sisters. The three sisters is very important to Native American culture. We're not going to talk about other cultures anymore unless we have a quick anecdote about it. We went through the similarities. We've already made that plain and simple. So one of the things that this story is told in two different ways, and it's not just tribal, it's ceremonial, right? The modern versus, like, there's a story, this legend has roots before Europeans came here, and it was told in a specific way. But then when the Europeans got here, not to infringe on their lifestyle, the Native American people changed it to a more modern sort of way of telling it. So we're going to go over the more modern one first. And again, this is quick. And what we're going to do is we're going to go over it. Then we're going to go over the post or the pre-Europeans version of it and the magnitude that it has. So this is called the Three Sisters, or also named Dihokahoko. Dihokahako. The name means our life or supporters, often called the Three Sisters. They are the spirits of corn, beans, and squash. They have the form of beautiful maidens who are fond of each other and like to live near each other. This analogy to the plants which grow up together sometimes sometimes from the same hill. Now, the fascinating thing about the story is it's told different ways. When we look at the different ones that they've put out and understand why they did it. So let's go to the next slide. As we can see, the representation of why they're told as the Three Sisters. So the first story is more of a family style story. It's not very impactful, just explains it. There once was a family of mother, father, and 3 sisters. The parents worked hard at providing for the family, but consistently had to beg for the daughter's help. They also had to continually stop them from arguing and fighting. The 3 sisters were different from each other and also unique in their own way. The eldest was tall and slender with long, silky, shiny hair. The youngest was small but masculine and muscular and attractive. The middle sister was average in height and looks, but was a beauty in her giving nature. For whatever reason, although they loved one another as sisters, they would disagree on any little thing and be distracted from doing any work because of these quarrels. The parents tried and tried to get the sisters to help in the garden and help with the other chores. But when working together, they were always found fighting. When apart, they would complain about the other. The work wasn't getting done. The parents were worried that if this kept up, they wouldn't make it through another winter. It was planting time, and the work had to be done. But as usual, the sisters were too busy fighting. The parents needed help. It was given to them, but not as they imagined. As the sisters argued in the field, they were transformed into 3 plants. The first, long, tall plant with silk tassels like hair. The second, a broad-leaved plant low to the ground. And the third, a medium-height plant with gentle vines. The plants, of course, were corn, squash, and beans, the 3 sisters. Now we see the representation here, and I'm going to read this before we go any further to the second version of it. This was after the Europeans came here. So you're going to see the difference in how this story changed. And that's one of the reasons why I picked this story, is because this story, the way that it's impacted, and the next story is super short, the other portion of it, but it doesn't have all of this there's superficiality to it. So the Native Americans planted 3 sisters, corn, beans, and squash, together so that they would benefit each other. The corn provides a structure for the beans to climb. The beans provide the nitrogen to the soil, and the squash spreads along the ground, preventing weeds. Perfect symbiosis, perfect harmony, right? So, this interpretation is more it's more practical, showing you the people of not much importance, but the importance of planting when the time is right, and make sure you have enough food for the winter. It also shows that these 3 girls were very different, and it was hard to get along. This may represent the tribes that don't always agree. One of which is such giving, in her nature, was perceived to be the most beautiful. To be giving in nature, the fighting between them it becomes neither here nor there. When you're giving in nature, you tend to be seen as more of a nice person. That's why she was perceived as the most beautiful. But the fighting becomes ugly, right? So this also is teaching people to be giving back to nature or back to the land. The fighting between them is while it's close, in this particular case, it's conducive, but not always, right? They couldn't get certain chores done, but when these sisters come together, they form this amazing hill full of everything that's needed to sustain a tribe. So let's get into the second legend. This one is a little bit different. This is the Iroquois legend of the 3 sisters, which is pre-European rule. So this emerged from the creation myth. It was said that the earth began when Sky Woman, who lived in the upper world, peered through a hole in the sky and fell through to an endless sea. The animals saw her coming, so they took to the soil from the bottom of the sea and spread it onto the back of a giant turtle and provided a safe place for her to land. This Turtle Island is now what we call North America. So Sky Woman had become pregnant before she fell. When she landed, she gave birth to a daughter. Do you see how it changed now? This is now, instead of it being 2 sons, it's a daughter. But also, when we're looking at the original creation myth, it's not so much that they're boys or girls, they're just good and evil, right? So it could be a metaphor. So this daughter also became pregnant with two daughters. And it was pregnant by the west wind. So she died while giving birth to twin boys. Again, the Sky Woman. But you see that she grew it, that her daughter was first, then the sons, and then that daughter created two more twins on top of it. But they were girls. So the Sky Woman Sky Woman buried her first daughter, which passed away during childbirth, into the new earth from which grew three sacred plants: corns, beans, and squash. These plants provided food for her sons and later for all of humanity. These special gifts ensure the survival of the Iroquois people. That's the legend. So Sky Mother came down, had a daughter already, right? Was also pregnant with twins, had two sons. Then the daughter also gave birth to two other daughters, which again became the moon and the stars. But that figuratively, but factually, it was actually a plant. They were plants, and that was the three sisters. So a lot of these deities have more than one representation in these stories. So when you're reading through it, it gets a little confusing. You're like, wait a minute, but wasn't that the moon and the sun? Yes. The moon and the stars? Yes, but those are equally important in growing crops, right? Crops need to be watered at night, or we need to find water on them at night. If you put water on the crops during the sun, like when the sunlight's on them, it'll dry and kill the plants sometimes. So there's more to it. And there's a lot of representation in all the stories in more than one way. So that's the story of the three sisters. And while it was confusing, it was important because it sustained the Native American peoples. They, whatever was happening to them within the land or storms, or they believed in so many different spirits and so many different myths were created on the backs of those spirits or those, those gods essentially, which is it's really cool that we have that. So next, what I tried to do is there's other important entities in the Native American myths, right? I'm going to tell you who they are and what they are, but I was trying to find proper visual representation for them, and I couldn't. There were a couple of them had it up there, but it was only two out of like the eight. So best to describe them, and then we can go from there. So, all right. The first entity that we come to is the Jogaho, the little people. They are invisible natural spirits similar to the fairies of European myths. The Jogaho protect and guide all of the natural world, and they protect the people from unseen and hidden enemies. There are three tribes of the Jogaho. We're going to get into what these three tribes are and what they do. So we know that at the end of the creation story, the good twin had subordinates that helped him essentially keep the land prosperous and keep the evil at bay and to help him out so he could fight off demons, disease, all that. So the first tribe is the Gahunga, inhabit the rivers and the rocks. They live in caves beside the streams and have great strength besides their small stature. They enjoy feats of strength and have a fondness for inviting people to their habitations to compete in contests. They enjoy playing ball with rocks, tossing them high out of sight into the air, and so they are often called the stone throwers. We see that in a lot of different myths, the stone throwers. So the next tribe is the Gandaya. They protect and advise the fruits and the grains. Their special gift is the strawberry plant. In the spring, they loosen the earth so that the plant can grow. They turn the leaves toward the sun and guide the runners. The ripening of the strawberries marks the spring festival. We're going to go over all the festivals later, too. The Honan, no, I said that wrong. The Honan Diant, the company of faith keepers, holds dances of Thanksgiving at night and with special thanks to the Jogaha for the strawberries. Throughout the growing sessions of the Gandaya, guards the crops against disease and other pests. They sometimes visit the people in the form of birds, a robin for good news, an owl for a warning, or a bat bringing news of imminent life and death struggle. So we have the third and final tribe of the Jogaho. It's the Odawas. The Odawas inhabit the shadowy places under the earth. This is the underworld. There are forests and animals, including the white buffalo. The Odawas guard against poisonous snakes and creatures of death that try to escape from the underworld. From time to time, the Oda was emerged from the underworld at night and into the world above. They hold festivals and dance in the rings around trees in the forest where the grass afterwards does not grow anymore. Now, if we look at that last bit where it says they basically dance in circles where grass and trees won't grow anymore. Doesn't that sound like a crop circle to you? I mean, it does to me. That sounds like a crop circle, right? Wild, wild. So there is an offshoot species or entity that's called the Gaho. And this is the personification of the wind. A giant in he is instrumental throughout whom the Great Spirit moves the elements. His home is in the far northern sky. He controls the four winds: north wind, which is called bear, west wind, which is called panther, east wind, which is called moose, and the south wind, which is called fawn. The north wind is personified by a bear spirit named Yahoga, and Yahoga could destroy the world with his fiercely cold breath, but is kept in check by the Goha. The Nihoga, the fawn, is the south wind, gentle and kind as the sunbeam. The west wind, the panther, the Dajoji, can climb the high mountains and tear down the forest, carry the whirlwind on his back, and toss the great sea waves high in the air, and snarls at the tempests. The Oyandoni, the moose, is the east wind, who blows his breath to chill young clouds as they float through the sky. It's pretty awesome, right? So the Sosandowa was a great hunter, known for stalking a supernatural elk. He was captured by Dawn, a goddess who needed him as a watchman. Now, to me, that sounds like Orion, the great hunter, right? There's so many similarities between these gods. That's why I'm telling you about these entities, because I want you to put the connections together. While I could sit here and tell you all about it, it's already there. It's already there for you to see. Once I start describing more of them, you're going to see more yourself. So he fell in love with Gendinwitha, and that means she who brings the day. Alternate spelling is Gendinwitha, a human woman. He tried to woo her with a song. In the spring, he sang as a bluebird in the summer. Or I sang as a bluebird. In summer as a blackbird, and in autumn as a hawk. When he tried to take Gwendolitha with him to the sky, Dawn tied him to her doorpost. She changed Gwendolitha into the morning star, so the hunter could watch her all night, but never be with her. There is other stories that mimic that same philosophy, where they become the morning star or the sun and the moon, right? We talk about that in Greek mythology, where they are in the same sky, sometimes at the same point, but never ever able to touch and in love with each other, right? We've all heard these before. So the next great entity is a flying head and is a monster in the form of a giant disembodied head as tall as a man, and it is covered with thick hair. It has long black wings and long sharp claws. It comes at night to the homes of widows and orphans. It beats its wings on the walls of the house and issues terrifying cries in an unknown language. A few days after it visits, death claims one of the family. The Seneca name, this is a very, very tough one to say. It's the Dag Waniowante Yent, means the whirlwind. So it's 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 a wild thing to go through a lot of this stuff. So there's two more that we have that are before we get to the Great Peacemaker, and the Great Peacemaker comes a little bit further into like he's more into like the colonial era, but he becomes a prominent figure. He's a hero, which gives us, of course, legends, myths, and heroes. He is a hero, so not quite a god, but close. So we have the Doja di Kawado, a horned serpent who inhabited the depths of the rivers and lakes. He was capable of taking a form of a man and seducing young women. He features prominently in the tales. The horned serpent runs away with the young wife, who is rescued by the Thunderer, and the Thunderer destroys the horned snake. And in the Great Serpent and Young Wife, he appears as a helpful being. Although his help proves less than useful, he was attacked and may have been killed by the Hino. Now, doesn't that remind you of Eden with the great serpent who tells Eden, the young maiden, to take a bite of that apple? You deserve it. They're hiding stuff from you. He was seeming as he was being helpful, but it ended up in Eden's demise. So now we get to Hino, the one we were just talking about. Hino is the spirit of thunder. He is represented as a man dressed as a warrior, wearing on his head a magic feather that makes him invulnerable to the attacks of the Hagwe Diyu, which is the dark twin. On his back, he carries a basket filled with pieces of chert, and when he launches them at evil spirits and witches, and he is responsible to bring the rain to nourish the crops. The Iroquois address Hino as Tesodi, which means grandfather. All right. Now we get to the Peacemaker, the Great Peacemaker. So this is a specific story that actually happened. And then
Rob?
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt. I just want to give you a 10 minutes heads up, and then we'll do questions for 10 minutes, and then we'll bring LD on.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll go through the Peacemaker, and then we can do questions. I'll leave out the festivals. People can look up the festivals themselves. How long have I been running for?
If we have some, you've been going for about close to 2 hours.
Holy crap.
Almost 2 hours. Yeah, fantastic information. And if we have time throughout the day, in case somebody ducks out, or maybe even tomorrow if someone ducks out, we'll toss you on there so you can complete it.
Well, the festivals is only 3 minutes. It's not much. It's just explaining what they are.
Yeah, just do it up.
You got it. You got it. So we're going to get to the Great Peacemaker. And this is important because during colonial times, the Great Peacemaker was one of the people who brought more of the tribes together, even more than just the Iroquois. You know, the Great Peacemaker is known throughout all of Native American culture. So the Great Peacemaker, the name means two river currents flowing together, which if you look at the symbolism of that, it's essentially two different types of societies forming to create almost one river, but ending in a common place, right? Or so numerous legends about the Great Peacemaker have conflicting information. It is reported that he was born Haran, and by some accounts, his mother was a virgin, making the birth miraculous. Where do we know about that, right? Sounds like Jesus, yet again. Here we go. I told you, Jesus has been in every prominent culture that it ever was on this planet. And I say that all the time. So others say he was born of the Onondaga and later adopted by the Mohawks. By all accounts, the great peacemaker was a prophet who counseled peace among the warring tribes. According to some legends, his first ally was the Jigono Hasasi, who became the mother of nation, or is known as the mother of nations. She lent her home for the meeting of the leaders of the rival tribe nations. The great peacemaker has a follower by the name of Hiawatha, an Onondaga renowned for his oratory, which means he was a speaker. He would help relay the messages of the great peacemaker. He helped him achieve the vision of bringing tribes together in peace. According to an archaeologist by the name of Dean Snow, the, the great peacemaker converted Hiawatha in the territory of the Onondaga. He traveled alone to visit the Mohawk tribe who lived near what is now Cohoes in New York, right? Other traditional accounts hold that the great peacemaker consulted with the Jigoanahasi about which tribal leaders to approach, and she facilitated the meeting to create the Confederacy of the Iroquois, the entire bringing together of the Iroquois, right? Or the Mohawks, the Onondaga, the Cayuga, the Seneca, all of them. So the tribes gathered at Onondaga Lake, and they planted a tree of peace and proclaimed the great binding law of the Iroquois Confederacy. Now, here's the thing. To the Iroquois, the tree is representative of peace. Anytime that they would have a peace treaty, a tree was planted, or a tree was brought from two different areas, and two trees would be planted together to show that they could live in community and amongst each other. So, I mean, a lot of these stories, there's a lot of representation. But as we go through each one of them, or even just the entities, we see and feel like we've heard this all before, studying other cultures. It's just that the Native American culture and the stories are a little bit harder to find. And also, what we need to do is, like Paul Wallace says, we need to sit at the feet of the elders and let them tell you the stories, because I bet you any amount of money, taking this from doing research off the internet, right? Or hearing it from the mouth of an elder is going to be two totally different stories. And there's probably a lot of context in there which we know nothing about, but is culturally substantial and significant to the people telling the story. And I've tried my best to give you as much of that culture as I can. I did consult with a few people who know the stories better than myself, and they are of Native American descent. They are not elders, but they do prominently know the Native American stories. So, with that being said, my name is Rob Yox, and thank you for listening. And I am from Full Spectrum Universe. You can find us on YouTube at Full Spectrum Universe, and we do shows. And this is one of the things that I feel very strongly about. And personally, I love this information. It, to me, is just incredible. And that's my presentation.
Yeah, my gosh, what a whirlwind of information across the entire globe. Very well put together, Rob. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to make sure we get to some of the questions in the chat. Right off the bat, Kelly in the New Realities channel on YouTube asks, in one of those first paintings Rob showed, why was one of the trees cut down? Do you know what she was referring to?
I'm not sure, but I could pull it up and look at it. Hold on, I can go back.
Yeah, and also I want to just add to that, just to add a little bit of context, that tree that Rob was showing.
Oh, they uprooted it. It was uprooted.
Yeah, Richard Patterson last night was showing us images of the same thing, of a tree that the Aborigines use in Australia. That was a gathering tree, and they would all gather around the tree to have meetings and such. So that was pretty cool when you mentioned that, and that's what I thought about.
Well, the Aboriginal culture and the Aboriginal creation story is essentially the same thing, which ultimately, and this is not a stretch, right? This is me telling you that through the research I've done, the Native Americans in America came from Aboriginals. They are the same culture, as well as the African Bushmen. It was a migration. And we know Stephen and Evan Strong talk about it all the time. And the out of Australia theory, it is true from what I'm seeing. That is exactly what happened.
Guys, I've tossed our studio link into the comments. If you guys just want to scroll up, it says ask Rob your questions in the studio. So if anybody wants to join us in the studio and ask Rob any questions, you are more than welcome to do so. Sorry, Rob, continue on.
It's okay, man.
I'm going to monitor the chat, and I'll let Greg do his thing.
Yeah,
Greg,
no, a lot of good. Yes, thank you. Sorry for interrupting you saying my name. I do love when you say it, Omar. Yeah, no. We have a lot of people. I mean, there have been some people contributing in this chat. Toxic Angel over at New Realities has been just saying tons of very fascinating stuff building up off of what you're talking about. Here's something early on that Greg Herrera said that I want to point out. Said in the Portal to Ascension, I hope we can have a society much like the Native Americans. Our current one is not how we were meant to live, or at least I'm not meant to live like this. A lot of people feel that way, Rob. Do you have thoughts on how we might be able to start returning to that sense of connection that I feel like these older societies had, and we don't anymore?
I think that we definitely have to get back to our roots. You know, one of the things I say all the time, and Omar says it, and if you don't know where you come from, if a man who doesn't know where he comes from is a man lost. So if we're all derivative of these cultures, and these cultures had the greatest influence across the globe, because look at how many times I referenced the Bible, right?
Right.
Look how many times I referenced how the Greeks, the Romans, the Celts, all of it, Norse mythology, it's all stems from the same place. And the stories are just told from different points of view. And we always talk about reality, right? Reality is seen through your perception. So
Yeah.
as they move west, north, east, and south, they essentially see it through their perception. And it changes just a little bit, until when you get to the farthest reaches from where it started, it's the same story functionality wise, but not. Like the characters are much different because they're more. But I do believe that taking from our ancestors this type of information and the way that they lived and using it today to get back to earth, to get back to this community sense, I think is fundamental in the way forward to have this type of harmonious life. And look at how they respected the animals and the trees. It was a symbiotic relationship. They needed that. Otherwise, and everything in their basically their spirituality or their religion is pointing towards that. You need to respect everything around you as you would respect the man standing next to you, or as you would respect the Great Spirit. It's essentially the same thing. Even in the books with God created everything, right? So why do we not respect those things the same as we would God? He created it. It's essentially his offspring, like we are.
Yeah, no, you're so right. It's amazing that the conversations about creation are reserved, or at least mainstream wise. It's what is it? You go to college and you have a couple late nights, you smoke a doobie, and you talk about where did we come from? That's it. Or you go to a philosophy class. Even in Judeo-Christian religions, going to a church service or temple or whatnot. It's the beginning of the Bible, but then you move on. People are so not paying attention to their actual origins and really we all came from. And I mean, isn't that the most important thing? Why are we so focused on this loop that we're in constantly of making something of this life without ever going, yeah, but where did we come from first? So I'm so with you in that these conversations are not being held even in what we consider to be the religious and sacred sects of modern society. No one's really having returning to where we're all from.
But it's true. And, one of the things that happens when we get to like the Judeo-Christian faiths is they don't revere the sacred feminine as they
Right.
did the masculine. And these ones before that did. Look, the Great Spirit, the Sky Woman, every one of those indications has a woman who becomes the sun. And the sun is something that's essential to life. Right?
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
another one of the things I want to touch on is it's a small story, right? And this has even influenced Disney movies. Okay. The Native Americans. So there is a god. He is a warrior god, and he's invisible. And he goes to one of the fairy women that's around there and says, and I'm contesting it. It's not exactly how it's said, but he goes to this woman and says, I want a wife, but I don't want somebody who's really just because I'm a god that they want to be with me. He wants somebody to love him for him. So he goes out and he, has interviews all these princesses or chieftains' daughters and doesn't like any of them. And he says to them, I want somebody who can see me for me, which in turn actually means to see him as well. If you can see him for him, then you get to visually see him. So he asked him a question. He carries a sled behind him with a lot of stuff. And one of the things that he does is he asks, what is that sled tied on to his back with? What is he using to pull the sled? So a ton of them were like, oh, it's rope, it's this, it's that. So finally he meets three sisters, two of which are completely evilish. They pick on the third sister, whatever the case may be. And he says to those two sisters, what is my sled being pulled on? What am I pulling it with? And the first one says rope. He goes, wrong. You're done. And if the person can answer this question right, he's going to marry them because now they can see him,
Right.
So he goes to the second sister. She goes, oh, it's vine. He goes, nope, not vine. So he gets to the third sister and she's very reserved, right? She's very reserved, not very, very shy. She looks at him and he goes, well, can you tell me what it's being pulled by? And she says, yeah, I can see it. And he goes, well, what is it? And she says, it's a rainbow. And yes, it is a rainbow that he pulls his sled with. And what happens? He falls in love with her. And then he, basically marries her, has children, and they're like demigods. And it's a beautiful story, So that's indicative of Cinderella. That's a Cinderella story.
Yeah,
Two evil
absolutely.
stepsisters. One sister's put to servitude until the prince comes. The glass slipper gets put on, which is the rainbow, and boom, they changed it. This is so many of the stories that we tell today are prevalent even before we even knew what this continent was. Like, it's crazy.
Yeah, no, that is so mind blowing. Yeah, and people are going wild here in the comments, by the way, on all the channels. I mean, we're talking Full Spectrum Universe, Forgotten Origin on YouTube, Paul Wallace's channel. Hey everybody, Watchers Talk, Portal to Ascension, and of course, New Realities. I mean, everybody is just praising that you're getting this information out there. I am curious actually what your thoughts are on. I know I think Omar put this up earlier, Greg Herrera's question about Jesus and the fact that that is something that that story is told throughout cultures, the similar archetypes. Have you done any research into that and how it relates to what you've shared with us?
Oh, it's a stolen story. It's essentially a stolen story. You know,
Yeah.
there's so many incarnations of Jesus, right? So they talk about, I just talked about the peacemaker and how he was supposedly begotten to a virgin mother, right? And this is actually, it comes from before Jesus was ever around, but it's not told till after. So it seems like
Right.
that didn't come first, but it did. Ancient Samaria, they talk about it. There's an Egyptian prince who's begotten of a mother who's not laid with any man. There's a Japanese version, there's a Chinese version, there's an Indian version. I mean, we can go back to the African bush version of it. There's also
Right.
Ethiopian versions of it, which in turn, which is why they adopted Christianity so quickly in some of those countries. But I don't believe that it's what they think it is. I think that this is a story that the Romans used to put themselves in the history books forever. Right? So they know that this story is floating around in all these cultures. And they know that this Christianity is not there yet, but the Judaism is growing within their area. And they're going into the Middle East and all that stuff. And what do? They want to relate to those people from the Middle East while becoming so great within their own culture too. What do? They find a story that corroborates across all of it. And then they put themselves in it, right? Because
Yeah.
after this point, the Romans, even though on Pontius Pilate they crucified Jesus, they were sorrowful for what they did. So now they look like the redeemed because they're enacting his practice. It's strange, bro. It's a strange story that's told. And
Who do you
it
think he
goes-
was?
Who do I think Jesus was? Oh, I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah, that was the other
Who
part of Greg's
knows,
question.
man?
Do you think this guy actually existed? Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe, but listen,
Maybe you guys will get that answer tomorrow from Michael Feely.
Oh, that's true.
He's going to be on at, I believe, 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time.
Amazing.
And Mike has a lot of information, esoteric information and codes that he's decoded out of the Old Testament and the New Testament. And he has a pretty good take on Jesus and other characters within the stories of the Bible. Just a quick synopsis. He thinks that Jesus is a metaphor for higher consciousness, the Christ consciousness, and the Jacob's ladder is the spine and representing the chakra system. It's pretty deep stuff. I've got about 5 of his books here that I've read. And it's really good. So you might get that answer tomorrow when he's on. Please ask that question again tomorrow, and I'll actually remember it, and I'll ask Mike that question.
Yeah.
And you'll get your answer. So with that being said,
I tried to stay away from like the Mayan cultures and things like that, and the Hopi, because a lot of people know about that stuff, and while it is prevalent, and it's very well known, and I wanted to try and bring a collaboration of somewhat, because I'm from New York, so everything is close to me, and I have all resources that others may not. So that's why I brought it back home to the Iroquois area, and I see somebody in the Paul Wallace channel saying that I was speaking of the indigenous people as past tense. That's not the case. I just want to make that clear. That is not the case.
Yeah.
I respect all of you so much that I would never do that. If I said it in that manner, it's not what I meant, and I apologize for that.
It's a slip of the tongue, and
it probably was.
Right, it happens. We know you, and we know your character, and we know you don't mean that.
Of course, I stand with the indigenous people, 100%.
So with that being said, Rob, thank you very much. Rob Yox of Full Spectrum Universe, the co-creator of Total Disclosure that you guys are seeing. So thank you very much, brother. I really appreciate it. We will bring our next guest on, Ildi Budai. Let me add clarence.
All right, Ildi. Oh, it's going to be fun. I
So,
didn't even realize I went 2 hours. I was like, I haven't even taken a sip of water. I'm like, holy cow, what time is it? Like,
let's quickly just
I was worried
go.
about going a full hour. I was like, I don't think I have enough material.
Let's quickly go through our sponsors before we bring Ildi on. This total disclosure, 5 days, 55 speaker event has been brought to you by Paul Anthony Wallace of the Eden series, The Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden. Both are available at Paul Wallace's website, which is scrolling down on the bottom. Let's cut the middleman out like Jeff Bezos and order directly from Paul Anthony Wallace. This stream was also brought to you by OurAlienAncestry.net. These guys are doing wonderful work every single month, hosting webinars with sometimes 6, 7, 8 speakers, and just sharing really, really intense information, and you guys will get a flavor of that a little bit later on this afternoon when we bring on Leah Capitelli, Stephen, and Evan Strong. And least but not last, our final sponsor for this event is ForgottenOrigins.com out of Australia Theory. Like I said, Stephen and Evan will be on a little bit later, and you guys will get to hear a little bit about that as well, and the Atlantean Rings, which they are in possession of, and they're going to speak on that. It's very fascinating. I've been to all events, all 12 chapters. I believe we're going on to the 13th chapter, Rob, coming up here just pretty shortly. Yeah, so they've been talking about that, and some wonderful information, lots of evidence to support what they're saying. So looking really forward to hearing about this. So we'll bring our next guest on, Ildi Budai. And
Hi,
I will do a quick Ildi's bio. So Ildi Budai is an archaeological photographer and researcher based in Egypt. Her passion for ancient Egypt began at a very young age. By the age of 15, she was expanding her interest to other ancient cultures. One of her early inspirations for thinking outside the box or cube was Immanuel Volossky, the scholar who wrote about controversial alternative history and philosophy in the 1950s. Whilst traveling to Egypt was always something Ildi wanted to do. For 20 years, she worked in the corporate world in Melbourne, Australia, and for a short period of time, she was the manager for Stephen and Evan Strong, Forgotten Origin. In 2014, Graham Hancock spoke in Melbourne and promoted a tour to Egypt where he would debate Zai Hawass during the tour. And this was the moment her life changed forever. In 2015, she arrived in Egypt for the first time, feeling as though she had returned home. That journey through Egypt was an absolute eye-opening trip, and the wealth of knowledge that Graham Hancock shared on his tour helped to change the life path that Ildi was on. After returning from her trip to Egypt, Ildi soon quit her corporate job and embarked on a mission to see and experience as much as possible through travel. After visiting Peru and Bolivia at the end of 2015, her photography drew the attention of researchers and other enthusiasts, and her career as an archaeological photographer began. After many trips to Egypt, South America, and Easter Island, Ildi moved to Egypt to semi-retire and pursue her passion for photography and ancient Egyptian history. Ildi now works for Kemet School of Mysticism and Horus Rising part-time as a tour coordinator and managing the administration of tours. Through this, she is able to travel, follow her passion for photography and ancient history, and meet individuals who are very deeply passionate about ancient history, as well as work with researchers at archaeological sites. Ildi runs a series on WatchersTalk called Talking Egypt and has a Facebook group, Journeys Through Egypt, where she continues to share her research and passion for ancient Egypt. She's currently working on a YouTube channel for Journeys Through Egypt to provide information on lesser-known places of interest in Egypt. Welcome, Ildi.
Thank you.
That was a wonderful bio. I really like that. I like reading it. It's pretty cool. We've known each other for forever now, going on like 7 years, 8 years, something like that. We've developed a really cool relationship. And I always appreciate you coming on to our events and sharing downloads and sharing information that most people are not aware of. So thank you very much for that. And I'll remove everyone off the screen, except Rob and Greg. Maybe just shut your cameras off and just mute yourself in case there's other things happening. Same with you, Clarence. and we'll just be in the background. Thank you, Ildi.
Okay, so just to warn you, all my dogs are here, and they're all around me, so they might jump around and come into the frame at some point. So thank you very much for having me here. I'm going to share my screen. Just give me 1 second. Okie dokie. All right, so today I wanted to speak about prehistoric Egypt, and the reason I wanted to cover this again, because I have spoken about it before, is because somebody posted an image of whale bones in the desert, and there was a lot of people saying that it was false, and I was confused about why. How can you say that? It's a well-documented area. How can you say it's false? And then people had a lot of questions about it. So I thought I would discuss it and go through how old Egypt really is. It's not really just about, I guess, the dynastic period and the pre-dynastic period that's really interesting. So the Egyptian desert holds a lot of secrets under the sand. And just to give you an idea, only about maybe 15 to 20% has been excavated. So most of the sites that you go to now as a tourist are still under excavation to some point, even if you may not see it. Some of the areas are really vast and they're still doing excavation work there. So even on the Giza Plateau, there's continuous excavation that goes on, and the Giza Plateau is a huge area that is fenced off. So all of that area, I'm fairly certain that, eventually they're going to have more money for excavation work there, and they're going to find a lot more tombs. Currently, they've found about 6,000 tombs on the Giza Plateau. But today, I want to focus kind of on this period here, this very, very interesting period here, because Egypt has a lot of secrets that people may not know about. So about 100 million years ago, dinosaurs lived along the Nile Valley instead of humans. And all the way into Fayum and Beni Suef region, and all of this area was considered to be a shoreline of the Tethys Ocean, which was actually the sea in the northern part of Africa. And here is a little image that we can look at. This is probably more around that 40 million year mark, and I've got some other ones here. So as you can see, the African coast, let's see, okay, yeah. As you can see, the African coast here was all underwater, and this was all the Tethys Sea, and some of southern Europe was also underwater. So this was around from about 100 million to 30 million years ago. So a long, long time ago. It's not really related to the Great Flood, which is what most people think when they see all these fossils out in the desert. So this is what we believe that the planet looked like around 200 million years ago. Okay, so as you can see, this would be South America. Eurasia and America was still very much connected to Africa. And then as the plates moved, it broke apart. So this was around 90 million years ago. And as you can see, the sea came in quite far into Africa. And there was a bigger gap between Europe and Africa than there is today. So the landscape has changed a great deal over the years. Here's another beautiful image that someone's recreated. And here you can see South America, and this is Africa. But Africa looked like a completely different continent then because it was engulfed by the sea in the north and on the east coast here. So the distribution of prehistoric whales during the Middle Eocene period, which was around 40 million years ago, is shown in the grey areas here. So the whales actually inhabited all of this area, and Egypt is here. And pretty much most of Egypt, all the way to maybe the border of Upper Egypt, was under sea at one point. So Fayum is a big region. It's about 100 to 150 kilometers from Cairo, depending on which part of Fayum that you go. And around 100 million years ago, this area was known to have a lot of different species of dinosaurs. And then later on, it had the prehistoric marine animals living there. So eventually the sea shrunk and it went north and created the Mediterranean Sea. And obviously the desert took over after some point, as is most of the country now. Egypt is about 80% desert. So I know it, for that reason alone, it could be a little bit weird for some people when they see a whale bones in the desert. How did it get there? Well, you know, back in the day when it was hanging out there, it was actually a sea. But before the prehistoric whales got here, we had dinosaurs. So far, they've discovered 8 different types of dinosaurs. And here they all are. I'm not going to name them because I'm really bad at dinosaur names. But as you can see, some of them were a little bit more cuddly, and others, like these guys in the middle here, they were definitely not cuddly at all. So there is evidence of dinosaurs living in Egypt from around that 100 million years. But, I mean, that doesn't mean that they weren't here before then. It's just that's what they have so far found. And literally sometimes they get lucky and the sand clears and, you know, little bits of bone start jutting out, or, you know, I don't know, maybe they go and randomly excavate in the desert. But they have found dinosaur bones in very, very remote areas of modern-day Egypt, which is essentially now just a desert. So the dinosaurs that they found here were linked to the European and Asian dinosaur species, and not to the southern African dinosaurs that they have found so far, which is very, very interesting if you think back to the images that I showed you, because from about that 200 to 90 million year period, there was a huge gap from what we know in between Europe and North Africa, which was the sea. So these finds could really shed light on a very obscure period of history for the African continent, roughly that 30-year period before the dinosaurs went extinct. And in 2018, they found a new species of dinosaur here in Egypt, and it's called the Mansourasaurus. Mansoura is a place in Egypt. It's a biggish city, and they have a paleontology a university there that does a lot of paleontology excavations around in Egypt. So this was found in the Dakhla Oasis, which is very far into the desert. And here we go. There's Mansoura up there. Alexandria's here. There's Cairo. Here we have the Nile River. And this is where they found the dinosaur bones. Now, this is hundreds of kilometers from any type of civilization now. So how they managed to be out there in the first place looking for dinosaur bones, I really don't know. But there you go. They found some here. Now, I've got a picture here of how much they actually found of this dinosaur. And as you can see, they found bits and pieces, but this is the most complete and well-preserved land-living vertebrae that they have found from that 94 to 66 million years ago, from the African continent, of course. So why is this so important? Well, you know, the dispersal of dinosaurs occurred between Eurasia and Northern Africa after the tectonic plates separated South America from Africa. So here you can see in the picture, see how Europe was kind of far away. I mean, look, we don't know, there may have been land bridges or something that they don't know about, but this is what they assumed it looked like back in the day. And as you can see, South America is still nestled into Africa there. So these findings counter the hypothesis that dinosaur faunas of African mainland were completely isolated, which is kind of important. How did they get here? You know, I'm sure they didn't swim over from Eurasia. And these are some of the pictures that are, you know, often posted on Facebook that people say, oh no, that's fake. And it's totally not fake. So this is a whalebone out in the desert. This is in a place called Wadi al-Hitan. And then this is a dinosaur bone, and that's a little kid right next to it. So just to give you a little bit of a scale of, you know, how huge this dinosaur was. I'm not sure which one this is actually. But we also have petrified wood and petrified forests in Egypt, as well as a lot of fauna, ancient fauna, I mean prehistoric fauna that you can find in rocks around the place. And again, some of these are in really, really remote places. So to give you an idea, most people live around here, which is the Nile, and, you know, up here, Alexandria. These areas are more like tourist resort kind of places, and same around the Red Sea. But the ancient fauna they found out here near the border with Sudan and Libya in a place called Al-Gabia. And this place is also very, very interesting because they have found cave art out in that area. So pre-6000 BC or so, there was people that were more dispersed around Egypt, and then as there was sudden weather change, they moved more closer to the Nile. So some of the other dinosaurs they found here in the Bahrain Oasis. The Bahrain Oasis is also very, very rich in marine fossils. And the prehistoric whale bones they found here, which is Wadi al-Hitan, that's about 150 kilometers from Cairo. But there's nummelites, which are ancient little seashells that are predominant around the Giza area. Like you see a lot of it on the Giza Plateau. And then we have some of the petrified forests here. This is within Cairo, and this is out in the Fayum region. So this is a geological survey that they did to show where they have found Eocene period rocks. And as you can see, it stretches in quite far down the country. So there was a great deal of exposure from the Eocene period, and up here as well in the Sinai area. And I just wanted to add this in there because this is just categoric proof that this stuff is real and it's not made up by somebody for some agenda or whatever. Now, the interesting thing is that the ancient Egyptians collected fossils. Now, the worshippers of Set collected fossils of extinct beasts. These may have been beasts that were close to their period, not necessarily dinosaurs, but between the period of 1300 and 1200 BC, nearly 3 tons of heavy black fossils, polished by the river sands, were brought to Set shrines on the Nile. Now, many of these bones were wrapped in linen and placed in rock-cut tombs as well. So in the 1920s, they discovered these fossils and they boxed them all up and they sent them off to the National Museum of London. And then in the late 1990s, I think one of the curators that was working there, he was like, what's in this box? which we should have a look. It's been sitting around since the 1920s. And it took them almost another 20 years to get to the point where they opened the box and they examined them and they x-rayed them and did CT scans to actually determine what kind of bones they were. And what they found were more, like I said, animals or beasts rather that were closer to their time period and not necessarily dinosaur bones. But I'm fairly certain at one point they could have found dinosaur or whale bones as well, because there is a lot of it around, and I'm fairly certain there is still a lot of it hidden within or underneath the sand. So this is one of the evolutionary steps, I guess. So the image here is of a land-based mammal. This is the earliest ancestor of the whales. And then, later on, he decided to go for a swim, and he loved the water so much that he kind of stayed there. They were still going out onto the land to give birth, but predominantly they spent most of their time in the water. And this was a huge step towards a more aquatic existence and them becoming, whales later on. So they still had legs, as you can see. And over about 12 million years, there was multiple adaptations, and they became more marine-based and fully aquatic animals. Or mammals, rather. I shouldn't call them animals, they're mammals. So the fossils found in Egypt are of prehistoric whales, which show this evolutionary link between the whales. Not necessarily this little guy, but here I've got a nice little chart. So here's that little guy that I showed you. And then these are the whale bones that we find here. So they still had like these tiny little legs, I guess, which dropped off later on with modern whales. But around 49 million years ago, the sea was actually quite warm. And so this helped to spread the early ancestors into the coastal seas across the Tethys Sea, which I mentioned, Southern Europe and Northern Africa. And then around the 33 million year period, the waters became cooler and the climate changed. So this then created a rich, productive ocean where the ancestors of the modern toothed and baleen whales diverged and spread across the oceans. So here is the top two are the ancient prehistoric whales that they have found here, the fossils. And then here we have a modern whale, just to give you a little bit of a scale of the size. So first of all, the Dorodon. So they call this a whale, but to me, I don't know. I think this was more closer to a dolphin than a whale. It was only 3 to 5 meters or 16 feet. Its name means spear tooth. And they lived in Egypt from around that 40 million to 33.9 million years ago. They ate small fish and they liked the warm seas. And you can find these guys in other tropical areas as well, such as Australia. Well, you could, can't now. The Basilosaurus, this was the main predator at the time. And it inhabited Egypt, Jordan, Tunisia, Morocco on the African continent. And I do believe that they were also in the Australian region at the time. So Basilosaurus means king lizard. And again, it lived around that 41 to 33 million year period. Now, these guys were nasty. They preyed on sharks, large fish, other mammals, including the Dorodon, which was its main food source. And they were about 15 to 20 meters long, or 49 to 66 feet. So they were quite big. One of the interesting finds that that came out here, they found a 40 million year old whale with another whale trapped inside it. So the researchers believe that the whale that had the whale inside it was then eaten by a shark. And this was discovered in the Wadi al-Hitan area in 2015. So the smaller whale that they found inside the fossil of the 60-foot Basilosaurus is likely to be a fetus because they were mammals. But since the Basilosaurus had pretty interesting eating habits, it's kind of debatable. The long-gone predator was also known to eat other whales comparable to the size of orcas today, or the killer whales. So they're not sure if this whale ate, let's say, a Dorodon or what, or whether it was a baby, but a whale within a whale eaten by a shark kind of sounds like a nursery rhyme, if you ask me. So what happened to these guys? Well, nobody knows exactly what happened. They know that the seas were warm up until around 33.9 million years. And then suddenly there was a cooling. So the main theories are volcanic activity, meteor impact, or sudden climate change. Now, either of the first two could have caused the last one as well. So they don't really know what happened and why they had to either evolve or died in certain regions. But what we have now is beautiful, well-preserved, fossilized bones in the desert. So Wadi al-Hitan is within the Fayum region, and no other place on the earth yields the number and concentration and quality of prehistoric whale and other marine fossils as Wadi al-Hitan. As you can see, I've been there. We went and stayed about 24 hours there. We spent the night there. The stars are just absolutely amazing out there. But there's a path, and you can walk on that path, and there's, these bones sticking out of the sand. Now, obviously, this wasn't always like that. This is a UNESCO heritage listed site, so they did go and excavate the area, and some of it was removed to preserve it, and some of it was left there, obviously, so that people can go and look at it. So this is out in the Western Desert. You can see this little mark here, the little star, is where I live. And then here is Wadi al-Hitan. It's actually part of a natural reserve called the Wadi al-Rayyan Natural Reserve. And as you can see, there's a lake here that still exists in the Fayum region, but most of this area is desert. It's the Western Desert. So here they found hundreds of fossils from the earliest forms of whales. It was first discovered in 1902, but it was in such a remote area that nobody actually went out there till the 1980s to go and excavate there. The area provides millions of years of coastal marine life fossils, millions of years, because they inhabited that area for a long period of time. And prior to that, it was the dinosaurs. So when we're talking about, millions of years, it's a little bit hard to imagine, especially because, our current modern time frame is so small by comparison. And like I said, it's the most important site on the earth where they have found, such a huge consistency of whale bones. And these are just images of the area, as you can see. So this was both an area of a shoreline, was around the Fayum region, and of course it was also a seabed. And here we go, just another image of what was once under the sea. And this is inside their little museum that they built, where they have some information in English and in Arabic about the period just so that people don't think that I'm making this stuff up. And here's a beautiful photo. This would have been a Basilosaurus. It's huge. But they've also found other marine fossils there, not just, prehistoric whales. So they've also found prehistoric crocodile skulls and bones there, stingray, sharks, other smaller fish, and anything that pretty much lived, on the seabed. So here you can see there's some whale bones here up on what is now a rock outcrop. That would have been under the sea back in, 40 million years ago, let's say. And, who knows what happened to it. It could have died naturally or maybe not. And this is a Dorodon, which was the smaller one. So as you can see, it's a considerably smaller than the Basilosaurus. This is a part of the Basilosaurus. There's another part, that its head. But they've also found other things like this little tropical fish. And this was found earlier this year in May in the eastern desert, about 320 kilometers from Cairo. And the interesting thing about this is most of the theories state that, fish don't like particularly hot water. And the water back then was about 35 degrees or so. So this little guy changed all that because they thrived in the region when the waters were warmer around 56 million years ago. So we're talking, even before the earliest known whales were present in the area. And what about a 37 million year old catfish? So this guy was 2 meters long and was discovered in 2007, also in the Wadi al-Hitan Fayoum region. So like I said, there's still a lot of things out there. The unfortunate thing is that in between 1902 and the 1980s, when it was discovered and then when they went to excavate, some people actually did go into that area and they helped themselves to some of the bones. So some of them did get removed from the area, which is quite sad. So moving on to more where I live, we're going to talk about nummelites. So nummelites are these little dish-shaped shells, and you find these in a lot of places. On the Giza Plateau, you will see them everywhere, if you look down, that is. So they're found from Luxor to Giza, and you can often find them coat the floors around like Fayoum and the Giza Plateau. On the Giza Plateau, they're predominantly found in the rock structures, but there are some areas where the sediment is still very, very soft and never formed into limestone. And there you can actually pick pieces of it out because they're crumbling off. So the name nummelites is a Latin term. So this was given by one of the early travelers that came to Egypt, and they thought it was coins, as in what they were using to trade with, which I have never found any evidence of that. So these guys lived in the more shallow areas of the Tethys Sea. Now, they can vary in size from 3 to 6 centimeters in diameter. I have one here. I don't know if you can actually see me whilst I have my slides up, so I'll show you at the end. And they are quite flat. And over the millions of years, all these little shells, they piled up and mixed with the seabed and created limestone rock. This rock was then quarried and used to build the pyramids and some other temples around Egypt, specifically around Abydos. So Nummalites were first noted in the Great Pyramids by Herodotus back in the 5th century BC. So this is something that I guess has been known for a very long time and overlooked by pretty much everybody except for maybe geologists and paleontologists who are totally crazy over it, and myself as well. So here's a petrified exoskeleton. And how I found this was I was with an Australian archaeologist who will be speaking on the webinar with Stephen and Evan later this month. I think, August, later this month. So we were out there with another archaeologist, which was an on-site archaeologist, and he was taking us to some of the tombs that they recently discovered, and they were still, working on excavating it. And then I looked at, there's a rock outcrop right next to me, and I looked there, and I found this little guy stuck inside the rock formation. So that then, made me look into fossils on the Giza Plateau, and it was quite interesting what I found. Once I saw one, I saw them everywhere. So here I am inside one of the tombs next to the Great Pyramid. And as you can see, they plastered the walls and they did their decorations. But then if you look at the ceiling contains a lot of these little nummalites everywhere. And here's another tomb. Sorry about the dark photo. This is one of the tombs that they're still working on, so it's very hard to get in there. It's quite dark. But as you can see, there's little pieces of the nummalites sticking out from the rock formation, because a lot of the tombs were actually dug into the rock bed instead of, built. This is from one of the satellite pyramids next to the Great Pyramid. And again, they built the pyramid structure over the top, but you have to climb down, and so you're actually in the rock bed. So when you look at the ceiling, again, you see the nummalites all over the place. So if you ever get to the Giza Plateau, my recommendation would be, after you stop looking up, because everybody is going to want to look at the pyramids, of course. How could you not if you're on the Giza Plateau? But also remember to look down and look at the ground and look at the blocks, because a lot of these blocks and the ground, you will see fossils embedded into it. And here are two examples. This is a block that's on the north face of the Great Pyramid. It's not attached to the Great Pyramid. It's just a block that's sort of sitting there. Not sure if it was from the Great Pyramid or not. Archaeologists sometimes move stuff around and, it's hard to say. But this one here is a block that's in the Great Pyramid. And as you can see there's a little seashell jutting out there. But you can also find other fossils on the Giza Plateau. So this is a marine creature that was a lot bigger than a seashell. And that, I don't know if anyone's ever taken a bit of it and tried to identify it. My Egyptologist friend said that it's likely a crocodile, but I'm not sure. So here's a little bit of a close-up view on it. This is actually embedded into the limestone, and the limestone has worn down. So I don't think that originally the ancient Egyptians knew that this was there. It's just that over time, as the limestone has worn down, it has exposed this beautiful fossil. And then here is another limestone block from next to the pyramid. And as you can see, there's a lot of nummalites within it. Some of them are facing on their side, like here, and some of them are facing, flat. So this is the east side of the pyramid, and this little section here, this block is what we're looking at. I zoomed in, and this is what you see. Look at these beautiful seashells stuck within the limestone. And by the way, it takes time for limestone to form like this, so it definitely couldn't have been from the Great Flood period of roughly 12,000 whatever years ago. So here again, this is the east side of the pyramid, and all of this area, all of it that people just walk on and they never look around. They might look at this, these beautiful blocks here. There are some cut marks in it. I'm not sure when those cut marks were put there, but there are some beautiful cut marks in some of these blocks here. So people generally look at the pyramid, look at these blocks. They don't look at the floor, and look at the rich concentration of marine fossils within the floor that nobody, acknowledges. And here again is a zoomed in photo. I mean, some of these guys are quite tiny, and then some of them can be like 10, 15 centimeters in diameter. So there's another fossil. So most people that would know about the fossil on the north side of the pyramid may not know about the one that's on the east side. So there's another one, and I'm fairly certain that I'm going to go exploring again on the Giza Plateau. It's way too hot right now. It's over 40 degrees, which is, I don't know, 110 whatever Fahrenheit, but it's been consistently hot, and it's just too hot right now to go out onto the Giza Plateau. But once it starts cooling down around maybe October and November, I'm going to be spending a great bit of time there again, looking for more marine fossils, because they're not just located next to the Great Pyramid. There's stuff all over the place. Obviously, there's sand that's covered it, and there's some in tombs that are cut into the bedrock, but they're also around Khufu's pyramid as well, and Menkaura's. So I'm going to go and spend a great deal of time and really look at the ground there to see what else I can find. This is probably also a crocodile, but I mean, I'm not sure. Again, I don't think anyone's taken a piece of it and, did any research onto, or DNA research to see what it was. Now, I want to tell you a bit of a funny story because I will need to wrap up shortly. But in March 2020, we had 48 hours of rain in Cairo and Giza, and we don't get much rain here at all. Yearly, maybe we will get 4 to 7 days where it rains, and I wouldn't call it rain because I lived in Melbourne, and Melbourne it rains. But in this 48 hour period, it rained so much that parts of the Giza Plateau were flooded. So we got there a few days after, and they were still pumping out water. And as you can see, this is in front of the Valley Temple. The Sphinx is here. And as you can see, the water level is quite high all here. And there is water under the Giza Plateau as well that's still trapped there. In 2015, they drained a lot of water out from underneath the Sphinx. And here is a wonderful photo that one of my Egyptologist friends took. This was, I think, the day after the 48-hour rain. And this is the Great Pyramid. I mean, it looks like there's a lake in front of it. It's just crazy to think that this stuff could happen. But they ended up draining out all of that water as well within about 24 hours after the rain. But what that did do is it loosened up some of the soil. So I think I mentioned earlier that not all of the seabed formed into solid limestone. Some of it, like this area, is still soft sediment with a lot of nummelites in it, and you can see there's a high consistency of nummelites within the sediment, and the rains really helped to loosen up the sediment so that they were exposed. So when I was here in July, which was a few months after that heavy rain, these guys were beautifully exposed and just jutting out. And, you know, I mean, I was kind of mesmerized because I've seen them in the limestone blocks around the pyramid, but I have never seen them like this on the Giza Plateau. So this is actually quite beautiful. And this is located right near some of the rock bed tombs that are on the site. Here's another photo, and as you can see, there's some bigger ones in there as well. Here's a lovely piece right there. These are still a little bit more embedded into the sediment, but then on the side it started to wear off, and that's where you can see that high consistency. But what about the Sphinx? So the Sphinx itself has a prehistory. And I'm not talking about, you know, construction and when it was constructed and is there water erosion, etc., etc. I'm talking about the nummelites that are present within the Sphinx. So the Ancient Egyptian Research Foundation came and did some work here. And in this picture here, you can see 3 different levels. And this level here, member 1 was the shore reef. So all this area here at the bottom of the Sphinx, which is now actually covered, so you can't actually see it, contains a lot of nummelites within it, because the Sphinx itself is one piece of bedrock. And I know some people think that it's constructed, especially when you look at the bottom, but this masonry cover was put there a lot later. And so it's called the Mokattam Formation, and it's an Eocene period when the sea retreated in this area that all of these seashells, you know, became embedded and formed into limestone. So as the sea receded, a shallow lagoon formed above a shoal and coral reef in what is now the southeast part of the plateau. Over millions of years, carbonate mud petrified to become the layers from which the pyramid builders quarried limestone blocks and from which they carved the Sphinx. Okay? And here again, we see, you know, really high concentrations of those nummelites in the floor. And it's just crazy. Now, could this be the second Sphinx? Now, geologists love to use this rock outcrop as an example to show the different layers of sediment and how it formed. However, some people believe that this could have been the second Sphinx. So I've been to this area, and I did found a lot of marine fossils in this area, and it kind of could have, you know, been carved into a Sphinx. Like, that's quite plausible because of what this rock outcrop actually looks like. I don't have a really, really good photo of it from a distance because there's other rock formations around, so it's a little bit harder to get that great angle. But definitely there is enough of it to carve the head, the paws, and the body. So here we are at the Great Pyramid. And this was me when I was 8 months pregnant, going around looking for these marine fossils because this was during the pandemic. Nobody was at the Giza Plateau, so why not go there? It's only 800 meters away. But the majority of the stone blocks used to build the Great Pyramid are called nummulitic limestone. And the blocks have an observed 40% makeup of nummulites. So that's quite a huge makeup of these little critters within the blocks. And they have found that, there was a lot of limestone that was quarried in the area and then used for construction in other areas, which, I guess this is not something that really is discussed a lot. Most people go to Aswan, to the Aswan quarry. But yes, there were quarries as well in Cairo, Giza area, and they did use some of that for construction at the Giza Plateau and at other areas, particularly, like I mentioned, in Abydos. So this is just a little fun thing, and I don't have much information on it because of where it is stored, but apparently this was one of the earliest donations to the Grand Lodge Library and Museum around 1886. So they don't know whether this beautiful small piece, it's only about 9.2 centimeters by 5.3 centimeters, was found in this polished state, or whether, it was polished later. But basically, one of the lodge members, who was a third degree member in New York, he came to Egypt, and apparently he found this on top of the Great Pyramid. So this is a little bit of one of those crazy things that, I don't know what was a part of the structure. I mean, I don't know if somebody would just randomly leave something like that on the Great Pyramid, to be honest. And was it polished, or did they polish it later on so that looks all nice? I don't know. But I guess if you're a Freemason and you're happening by New York, go and check it out. But you can find these seashells and nummulites in other areas as well. It's not just, at the Giza Plateau. So here I was out in Hawara. This is Hawara Pyramid. That's also in the Fayum region, about 108 kilometers from Cairo. And I was walking down here, and look what I found in the ground. This is all softer sediment again. And there's a lot of seashells in there. These look a lot more modern though than the nummulites. I don't know if anyone's actually gone out there and done like a survey on that specifically. And then this is Lahun Pyramid, and that's down here. Here's the Fayum region. Wadi El Hitan is like out that way, and that's where I live. So here we are at Lahun Pyramid, and again, look what we find, seashells, and they're just basically in the ground. So if you're walking and you're looking down, you will find some for sure. So I will leave you with a little bit of a funny story, because we're coming up to the end of my time. So we went to the Giza Plateau on July the 4th, 2020. And up until July the 1st, the Giza Plateau was closed. And so when we went there, it was very quiet. There was basically nobody there. And, even the stray dogs were like, hey, how you doing? We haven't seen anybody for so long. But what we found growing in the ground next to the Great Pyramid was a tomato plant. And I kid you not, there's a photo of the tomato plant. And so between the period of, I guess, late March to the beginning of July, all this vegetation just cropped up on the Giza Plateau, which was really weird to see, because I've always seen the Giza Plateau as a desert. And suddenly there was a tomato plant, and there was vegetation here, there, and everywhere. So the lack of humans and the camels and horses and the tourists and whatever meant that life sprung back even in such a desert area. Obviously, the tomato plant was quickly gone as soon as the camels and horses were brought back. I'm fairly certain one of them ate it. But it was, just insane to find this random tomato plant growing on the east side of the Great Pyramid. I'm fairly certain it would have been really nutritious. We didn't obviously take any, but I did want to take the photo so that people can see that, yes, weird stuff does happen all the time. So thank you very much. And like I said, I'm looking forward to exploring more. My son, I had a baby last year, so my son's almost 1 year old now. He's now up for adventures. And so far he's shown interest towards ancient Egypt and stuff like that. We've taken him to museums. So hopefully, as the weather cools down, we'll go out and go and explore and find some more crazy and weird things in Egypt that I guess most people overlook.
He's going to follow right in Mommy's
you.
footsteps for sure.
Yeah, I was going to ask
Well,
I don't know how motherhood is treating you.
Well, it's not easy. He's very active, and he's discovered screaming now, so that's all I hear all day.
Always a fun time, right?
Yeah.
Always a fun time.
Yeah. But he's
So we
getting
have some-
bigger. He's starting walking, so.
Oh, excellent! But that's when you really got to start, batten down the hatches, because he's going to grab everything and anything.
Yeah.
But we have a couple questions. So we have John Wallace, and it says, might she have an opinion on the pit of the big severed hands recently found in Egypt? The article refuses to give dimensions, but says some were very large.
Well, there's other stuff like that here already. You're speaking of a statue or an actual body part? I didn't see that article.
I think it's a statue. I'm not really sure.
Statues. Well, statues. There's a lot of that kind of stuff here. I remember going to Tennis, which is kind of far. It's, about 3 hours drive north of Cairo. It used to be the capital of Egypt, in the later period, and nobody really knew about this place. They excavated 3 kilometers squared area, and they found this humongous foot, just a foot. And I said to the archaeologist that was, the site archaeologist and inspector, so where's the rest of the statue? And he's like, we never found it. Maybe someone took it. And I'm like, who's going to take a statue that big? Because I swear the foot was bigger than me. If I was lying next to it, it would be bigger than me. And, so it was at least 2 meters from, the heel to the toe. So I was like, where's the rest of it? And they have never found it. They don't know where it is. It could potentially have been Ramses the Great, but I mean, who knows? They don't really know. But they do find giant pieces all over the place now and then. There's another one at Karnak, which is a hand like this. That's almost the same height as me as well. So they're quite big. They weren't always thinking on very small scales when they were building stuff.
Maybe that's the one he's talking about, the Karnak one with the giant severed hand.
Maybe, yeah. But there is a few around. So, I mean, even Abu Simbel, the statues there are just enormous.
Imagine that they just find, that's crazy, just find a foot. Like, oh, whose foot is that? Oh, we don't know. Where's the rest of it? But
yeah, exactly.
we have another question here, and it says, could you tell us anything about what is beneath the Giza Plateau?
Well, I don't have the privy to go down there. as in, beneath the plateau sort of thing. I do think there's something underneath there. I've been in the subterranean chamber in the Great Pyramid, and to me, it looks like it's been blocked off. So, I mean, in my opinion, it could have been a tunnel going somewhere else. And there is water underneath the Giza Plateau, and even though they sucked out the water from underneath the Sphinx, thistle still grows on the Valley Temple, and I see the archaeologists getting shitty and pulling them out all the time, and I'm like, what are you doing? Just leave the thistle there. It's not a problem. So, I mean, the vegetation does get a source of water from somewhere, and the Osiris shaft, that's located in between sort of Khafre's and the Sphinx. That also has water in it as well, and that goes about 100 feet. So there is, I'm certain there's something underneath there. They're not really going to let people go and wander around. There's a lot of stuff that they haven't even found on the Giza Plateau. They've basically just scratched the surface, essentially. Because when I was talking to an on-site archaeologist about this, he was like, we've only excavated about 10% of the place. And they found 6,000 tombs. So 10%, 6,000 tombs, how many tombs are we going to find, or what else are we going to find realistically?
Yeah.
We just don't know. And, I don't think it's partly, to do with they want to hide stuff. It's partly to do with the fact that they don't have any money to excavate the whole place. And so they just don't want to talk about it. The government here doesn't want to talk about anything unless they've verified it themselves. And I think that's kind of okay, because it is their history, and a lot of people do have a lot of theories. They might be right, they might be wrong, or elements of it could be right, you don't know. But they don't really want to, go down that road and start, exploring all the millions of theories until they have some sort of more proof that they can, then go and research. So I just want to show you this here. This is my little nummulite. See, it's a prehistoric seashell. This one is a little bit more covered in sediment, and it's broken. But yeah, there's billions of these guys on the Giza Plateau and around as well.
So how long do you think that had to be underwater like that? I mean, for that to be that inclusive of to have that much there. I mean, that's a lot. That's
well, we're talking millions of years. So I mean, the current estimate is about 100 million years to about 30 million years or so. But I mean, this kind of dating is so hard. We're talking about millions of years here. Someone said, how can they date a whale bone to 47 million years? How do they know it's not 46 million years? Well, it's not like, an accurate science where you can tell the exact date, time, and whatever the whale died. It's an estimate because we're talking millions of years.
That's why they preface it and say estimated. That's why they preface it first and say that.
So it could have been any time. Well, these guys would have lived within that area from the period of the dinosaurs till the period of the prehistoric whales, for sure. And even in the Bahariya Desert, which is in the Western Desert, you can find starfish and seashells and stuff out there too, and that's all desert as well. So it's everywhere, basically. People can't say it doesn't exist. It definitely exists.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you now. I have one here.
It's almost like the Earth made that shift or something, and it all the water went the other way or something. It's kind of what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
Pretty remarkable.
Well, who knows? Let's not forget that Lake Titicaca at one point was at a much lower altitude, and there's seahorses in Lake Titicaca still, which would have come from a sea, from who knows what period. But the world has changed so much. It's nothing like what it is today. And who knows, in millions of years, the North American continent could look completely different. The African continent could look, because the earth is a living thing that moves and breathes and changes. It's not static. So things are going to change on the planet. This might be our time, and then who knows, maybe tomorrow, or in 1,000 years or more, the world could decide, had enough, see you guys later, I'm going to make some changes. Because that's what happens, realistically. There's an extinction level event that occurs every, so many millions of years, at least, that has a catastrophic effect on everything that's living on the planet at that time. And some of them migrate elsewhere and adapt, and some of them die. It's just the way it is.
That's what we talked about yesterday with Aaron, and the cycles, and how every 26 to 27,000 years or something like that, and then halfway through there's this struggle, this period of, essentially, you have to get past it, otherwise it's over. It'll be desolate for another 26,000. It's like that midlife crisis kind of thing. But LD, thank you so much for that. That was an amazing presentation. I was riveted. I was sitting here like, I didn't even want to pop on. I wanted you to keep going, but you ended it. So.
Sorry. Well, I will go out, like I said, in around October, November, and go find some more.
Awesome.
Because there is more. There's more.
Keep us updated for sure. Keep us updated, because we definitely want to get to the bottom of it. And I know you're out there in the field, and I appreciate all the work you do. And I'm sure Omar and Clarence do as well. I can speak for all of us pretty rigorously in saying that.
Thank you.
And thank you so much for being on this great day of presentations and a part of this event. You're just, you're a light within all of this history that we're talking about. You bring such a positive outlook to it, and your research is spot on, and we appreciate that.
Thank you. Well, thank you for having me. It's always a pleasure.
Absolutely incredible. And if you guys, LD has you have a YouTube channel, don't you?
Not yet. I'm kind of working on it, but I have a baby, So.
That's true. That's true. Well, on WatchersTalk, if you go to WatchersTalk, you can see many episodes with LD in it, and a lot of her work. It's awesome. It's awesome, and we thank you, LD, and we'll see you soon. Hopefully, you'll be around for the next event.
Yes, of course. Thank you very much. Have a great day or evening wherever you are.
Thank you, LD, and we're going to bring out our next speaker.
Thank you, LD.
Thanks.
Excellent, excellent, excellent. Constance Victoria Briggs. There she is. Hello, Constance. How are you? You're muted.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, Constance. It's great to see you. I'm so excited for you to do your presentation. I'm going to read your bio very quickly first before we do that. So, Constance Victoria Briggs is a metaphysical, spiritual, cosmic researcher and writer. She is the author of the Encyclopedia of Angels, the Encyclopedia of God, Encyclopedia of the Unforeseen World, and the Encyclopedia of the Moon Mysteries. She has been invited as a guest speaker on several radio shows, podcasts, YouTube shows discussing such topics as angels, extraterrestrials, ancient aliens, life after death, and after-death communication, out-of-body experience, and the moon mysteries, and more. Shows that Briggs has been featured on include Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie, Midnight Society, The Leak Project, Kingdom of the Nye, Earth Ancients, Paranormal Soup, The Paranormal and the Sacred, Broadcast Team Alpha, Forbidden Knowledge, Quantum Guide, Behind Obsidian's Curtain, Spaced Out Radio, Raised by Giants, and many others. Briggs also has been seen in popular, I think it's shows, maybe? Shadow of Your Mind magazine. Oh, the popular Shadow of Your Mind magazine. There we go. That was my misreading. It is Briggs's goal to investigate the mysteries of the universe and how they connect to humanity. States Constance. There is more to our universe than we have been taught. We need to look deeper and search further if we want to know the truths of who we are and where we come from and what lies behind. So thank you, Constance. That was an awesome. That was an awesome bio with the quotes and everything. That was great. So what we're going to do is we're going to get out of your way. I'm gonna be here. If you need anything, just ask. I will be on the screen, but I will be off screen, and we will let you get to work.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Hi, everybody. I am so happy to be here on this amazing program. It is my honor to be a part of what I call the disclosure movement. I've always had a belief that we are not alone in this universe, that we have a universal brotherhood that is a part of us and that is waiting for us to join them. I believe that they are waiting for us to grow and learn and gain knowledge so that we can one day traverse the stars like so many of them do. I believe that we all have a role in everything that has to do with the humanity uplifting itself and moving into the future. And I believe that for me, that is disseminating information. And so I've talked, as the host said earlier, I have talked on angels and I've talked on life after death. And paranormal and those topics. But it was a few years ago that I embraced my passion of outer space and decided to start writing about it. And the topic of the moon became a huge passion of mine. And so I started my research about a few years ago. So one of the reasons that I started writing about the moon was due to a researcher by the name of Don Wilson. He was a UFO researcher. And he, even though I knew there was something about the moon and that there were beings in outer space and all that, I did not know that there were so many mysteries associated with the moon. I didn't know that the moon is quite different than what I've been taught and what you've been taught. And it led me to collect a compilation of these stories after reading Mr. Wilson's book and going down this path of research. And so eventually all of the information that I had, I mean, it was just so much. I wanted to get what I had learned, and I'll get into it. I wanted to get what I had learned into the hands of people, and I wrote a book titled The Encyclopedia of Moon Mysteries, with the idea of writing many articles, MINI articles, for people to kind of just get a glimpse of what's going on with the moon and jumpstart their own research. So with that said, I would like to just state that the moon is not what we have been taught. It's not what we have been told. The moon it is more than what people tell me when I ask them. They're pretty much saying to me, you know, it's a light in the sky. It's most people think it's a dead rock in the sky. There's so much more to it than that. From the research that I have done, you know, the moon it really is an alien world. It is not a dead thing with nothing going on up there. There are lights moving around up there. There are objects moving around on the moon. There are structures on the moon, which we'll get into and talk about the possibility that there's someone living there. Of course, we know that the moon helps Earth. It helps us with our lives. We couldn't live without it, we've been told. But the moon is an entity, a world of its own, and it does not belong to mankind. Now, with that said, the scientists have been unable to tell us definitively where the moon came from, what it is, how it came to be. And as much as they've tried, they've just, really come up empty-handed, which may be news to some people. We do not know where the moon came from. Really, we do not know what the moon is. It behaves differently than every other moon in our solar system. It is strange. It is a strange child, And so that brings me to one of my favorite quotes. When scientists lacked figuring out what the moon is, some other people have chimed in. And so American science writer Isaac Asimov once asked, when, looking at the moon and the data, he said, "What in blazes is our moon doing way out there? It's too far out to be a true satellite of Earth. It's too big to have been captured by the Earth. The chances of such a capture having been effected and the moon then having taken up a nearly circular orbit about the Earth are too small to make such an eventuality credible. But then, if the moon is neither a true satellite of the Earth nor a captured one, what is it? What is it?" So to me, in my opinion, the scientists just have come up with the answer: we do not know. And so recently I was watching an episode of Star Trek. I'm a big fan. I'm a Trekkie, and I was working on my moon information, and there's this character Data in Star Trek: The Next Generation who is being queried by the captain about an anomaly in space, and the captain is saying, "Well, Data, you're supposed to know everything. What is it? What is that?" And Data said to him, and it just reminded me of our relationship with the moon. Data said, "The most elementary and valuable statement in science, the beginning of wisdom, is, I don't know. I do not know what that is. Our moon behaves so strangely, so differently, that we do not know what it is. Not really. It is more than we could ever have imagined." And so we have, the scientists and astronomers have gone on a journey to try to figure out what this is. It helps us, but where did it come from? So they came up with a lot of theories. Most of us know at least some of the theories. There's the fission theory, the common birth theory, the double whack theory, the giant impact theory, the capture theory. Without going into all of the detail of each of them, because this is, not a long enough time, I will tell you that the two more popular theories as to where the moon came from was the capture theory and the giant impact theory. So the capture theory is the thought that it was a planetary entity or an asteroid. Some people think maybe it was an asteroid that was that traveled too closely to the Earth and was captured in Earth's gravity. But because it is so large, that theory was discounted. All of the theories, by the way, if I didn't say it, all of the theories have been discounted. The last one, the giant impact theory, which I still hear being used, but it shouldn't be because it has been discounted. Even if you go onto NASA's website, it says maybe, pretty much, maybe it was created that way. But even since then, due to the discrepancies of what they found, they've discounted it. And so the giant impact theory was the theory that a planet the size of Mars, that they named Theia, smacked into the Earth, which caused the Earth's, pieces of the Earth to, flow into outer space and eventually form this sphere that became our moon. but that has been discounted due to the materials on the moon found brought back by the Apollo astronauts. The timeline doesn't line up with Earth's material, so they've discounted that, and so they don't know. They don't know, and they had hoped that by going to the moon, sending astronauts to the moon, they could actually learn more and get more details. But with 6 men that walked on the moon and all of the scientific experiments that went on, they still don't know. So that leads me to my my next favorite quote, which is from a planetary scientist, William Hartman. And I think he said it best when he stated, "Neither the Apollo astronauts, the lunar vehicles, nor all the king's horses and all the king's men could assemble enough data to explain the circumstances of the moon's birth." So I have, as a researcher, tried to follow the galactic history of the moon. I mean, I thought, who's going to write the moon story? It's 4.5 billion years old. It has a story. Earth has a story. We're here to write it. I thought maybe I'd try to put the pieces together. And one of the things that I came up with is a little strange to people to hear, but there seems to have been a time in our history when there was no moon in the sky. Now, I have always been taught that Earth has always had a moon. But interestingly, if you listen to some of the writings from the great philosophers, great Greek philosophers, some Roman philosophers, some sacred text, biblical scriptures, they talk about a time when there was no moon. It is true. There are several, and one of them is named Ovid, and I think that he summed up in his writings that time very well. If we look back to a time without the moon, so we're talking so far back in history that mankind has forgotten. We haven't written about it, but still it's there, and the people at that time are said to have been called the Arcadians. So even though there were many quotes, I'm going to share the one from Ovid where he talked about these people who lived before there was a time, before there was a moon in the sky. So he said, the Arcadians are said to have possessed their land before the birth of Job, which is the god Jupiter. And their race is older than the moon. These people lived like beasts, their lives spent to no purpose. The people were crude, without arts. They built houses from leafy branches. Grass was their crops. Water scooped in their palms was their nectar. No bull panted, yoked to the curved plowshare. No soil was under the command of the farmer. Horses were not used. All carried their own burdens. The sheep went about still clothed in their wool. People lived in the open and went about nude, inert to heaven downpours from rain-filled winds. To this day, the naked priests recall the memory of the old customs and testify to those ancient ways. So Ovid's description is taking us back to a time where people lived, this culture lived before the moon, and they were feral and they were uncultured, and he likened them to beasts. And if you think about a time when there would be no moon, we kind of think, okay, yeah, that makes some sense. People would have been very unferaled at a time so far back. So I think there's something to be said for his writings and the others who talked about that same time. So if you move forward a little bit, there is another system of writing that supports that idea of a time when there was no moon in the sky. So if you don't believe the Greeks and the Romans, and like I said, I do have those in my book, but you can also find that information in libraries and online. But if you don't believe them, the Bolivians also had a writing, an ancient writing, that talks about a time when there was no moon. And this writing was found on an artifact that was in Bolivia, and it was called the ancient sun gate, the sun gate of Tiahuanaco. So this sun gate is like an archway or a doorway, and it was part of what archaeologists believe to be an observatory. And it's got symbols and writings on it, and they talk about a time in Earth's history where the moon first came in, and that there was chaos in the Earth. And so I feel that that time ties in with the rest of it about a time when there was no moon in the sky, and the dating that they give for that time coincides with a number of the disasters that went on during that period. So for me, that is kind of a beginning, our beginning of looking at what the moon is, and the history of it, and how it may have come to be here. Interestingly enough, there was a story from the 1970s as we move forward into this galactic history. The story or paper was written by Soviet scientists, and they published their paper in Sputnik magazine. And publishing this idea put their reputations on the line, but they were ready to go forward with it. The idea was outrageous to some of the people back then, to some of the scientists. It will be far-fetched to you all. Oh, and it ties into Don Wilson's book. And I don't think I gave the names. His book was, two of his books were Our Mysterious Spaceship Moon and Secrets of Our Spaceship Moon. And that's what got me started on this path. But anyway, these Russian scientists basically looked at the Apollo data that the astronauts brought back from their visitations, and they saw that the moon is made up of elements that are very strong, not easily found on Earth. And they said that if you're going to create something to be very tough and hard and to withstand fire and radiation and meteorite bombardment, that the elements that they used, that the astronauts found, match up to that. So they were saying essentially that the moon is made up of this very hard substance or metal from these elements, and it looks like somebody put a ship together, that someone built a ship, covered it with this so that it could withstand all of the harsh elements that it might endure from the universe. Sometimes I forget all of the elements they name, but I know titanium and coronium, and zirconium were three of them. So the other information that the Soviet scientists brought forward was that when you look at the holes, the meteorite impacts on the moon, that they're shallow and that they're pretty much the same size, and they shouldn't be. It seemed to them that no matter how large or how hard the moon was hit, how large a meteorite and how hard it was hit, that the impact was the same. They're shallow, and that shouldn't be the case. And so they're saying that the shell of the moon is so hard that, you know, it's more like again a created thing. So they also looked at the fact that NASA's astronauts smashed the ascent stage. They sent impacts into the moon, explosions, you know, to test it, and the moon reverberated. Now we've all heard the saying that the moon rang like a bell. Well, this happened when the astronauts, like I said, exploded their synth stage into it. They did this more than once, and it shook, and it shouldn't have. The scientists at that period were shocked. They said it shouldn't have been ringing, and of course, it wasn't really ringing like a bell. It was reverberating. But they said that that should not have been have happened. It's as if the moon is hollow. That's where that whole saying began. People didn't make it up, like some people think. This came from the scientists at a press conference at the time. It shouldn't happen in the moon, of course, is said to be hollow. So the Soviets looked at this and they said, you know what, this thing looks like a ship. They called the moon a spaceship. They determined that the moon had been built by advanced beings and hollowed out, sent across the universe. They said that inside of the moon, they suspect that there are engines and that there's, supplies, extraterrestrials with supplies that could last for many years as they, came across the universe and parked itself in Earth's vicinity. That was their hypothesis. That's where Don Wilson started his research, from that. And I personally, it's my favorite theory that the moon is possibly a spaceship. Now, of course, we don't know. We have to get up there and do some more experiments and really take a good look. But what I find also very interesting about that story is there is a tribe in Africa, the Zulu people. Well, there was an ancient tribe, the Zulu people of South Africa. And in their creation myth, one of their stories was about the moon and how it came to be. And they said that the moon they called it an egg, and that this large egg was hollowed out. The yolk was removed. They were saying it as if it were a planetoid. They like it was in the stars. It was a universe. This egg in the sky was taken. The yolk was taken out by these two brothers, and I call them extraterrestrial brothers, that sent this thing. They said that they sent the egg across the universe, and they parked it in Earth's vicinity, and that's how the moon came to be where it is. Now, I don't believe the Soviets, of course, were copying that story, but I find that it's very interesting how the two tie in together. And there have been many, many tales of extraterrestrials visiting ancient cultures and giving them information. We know about the Dogon tribe, but that gave us information on Sirius A and Sirius B. We know that there are Native American nations that talk about being visited by extraterrestrials and giving it information. And I suspect that perhaps the Zulu people had the same experience and were able to put this story together and hand it down and share it with us. And we are able to use it as a part of connecting the dots as to what the moon is and how it came to be. I sometimes liken this whole hollow moon spaceship theory, moon theory, to also another. I'm going to reference my favorite show, Star Trek, because it immediately reminded me of one of their episodes. Now, I just want to preface this with the creator of Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry. He was said to have been sitting in on channeling sessions with a woman who was channeling extraterrestrials. And my theory is, and it's not just my theory, I guess other people may feel this way too, is that some of his ideas came from that channeling sessions in the whole Star Trek universe. So this one episode, one of my favorites, is titled "For the World is Hollow and I Have Touched the Sky." And So it had an asteroid that looked, for all intents and purposes, this thing looked like a real asteroid, but it turned out to be a ship with people living inside. It was hollowed out. Pardon me, please. It was hollowed out. People were living inside, but they did even have a few structures on the exterior. And there was a generations that had been in this ship. And they didn't even know they were on a ship. They had lived there for thousands of years, and they had a navigation that was taking them to a point where they would all, land and get off. But there was one man in there, and he said that he had found a way to the surface, and he was so proud of himself because he said the world is hollow, and I have touched the sky. And I just wonder if the Soviets are correct. Are we looking at a planetoid that was hollowed out and is a generational ship that may have come across the universe, thousands of years even, supplied with everything it needed, because maybe it was escaping a sun that went nova, or maybe a disaster on the planet, and they had to flee. And, this whole scenario has been likened to a Noah's Ark kind of deal. And they had to flee, and they came across, and for whatever reason, they parked themselves, in Earth's vicinity. Could that be the case? Could it be the case where there are life forms here that may have come from the moon? Who knows? Maybe some of them left and came here. Maybe some of them are still there. Or maybe they died off and, something else occurred. But that's one of my hypotheses. And, I have a hypothetical. I'm writing a new book. And I'm trying to connect, extraterrestrials with the moon's galactic history. And, one of the hypotheses in there is the Garden of Eden idea, on a different note, following that same train of thought of it being placed here. Maybe there were advanced beings that created this thing, and they did it. They sent it here with the purpose of trying to help Earth thrive. Maybe they saw the potential of whatever life we had here, and that it could be better, that we could do better, and needed it. Maybe the Earth was dying from not having stability. The Earth stabilizes it. Maybe it was ETs who brought it here for that reason, and I call it the Garden of Eden theory. We don't know for sure, of course. We don't know what it is, but these are all some of the possibilities, that I'm working on and talking about. Also, I'm trying to tie in the moon to the ancient astronaut theory, and that when we look at the moon, we might be not only seeing that ship, but we might be seeing something that is connected to that whole Sumerian theory, the Anunnaki theory. There has been some that said, the moon might be an Anunnaki spaceship, and maybe that's where it all started. For those of you who are not that familiar with the Anunnaki, these are beings or were gods in ancient Sumerian beliefs, and in the Sumerian cosmology. There's a planet, and the people on the planet, came to Earth, and they needed to mine gold, and they are responsible for creating humanity by connecting humanity's DNA with another life form on Earth, maybe apes, and building man. So the moon, some believe, may be the place where this creation took place, and it is said that Adam, who was also named Adapa and Adampa, was the first created man from this DNA human ape connection, and that he talked about in those ancient writings. he talked about the moon. He was a prophet almost of the moon, and it's thought that perhaps that was his original home, and that's why he kept talking about it and prophesying about the moon. It's a thought, but it's very interesting that there may be an ancient astronaut connection, to our moon, and that perhaps we could have started there. There's a thought that the moon holds beings that are watching planet Earth. Now, the question would be, if we really are being watched, are they watching because they had a hand in the development of life on Earth, or the furthering of life on Earth? Were they the gods who came down and taught the humans, the Arcadians and beyond, how to farm, because they didn't know how to farm? Did they teach them agriculture? Did they teach them to wear clothes? Did they teach them to build fire? Were these beings connected to the moon? Could that be, because so many people think we are being watched, could that be why they're watching? Do they have a hand in our creation? Do they have children here from the moon? And are they going back and forth? I personally wonder, from seeing the research and seeing pictures and images of what appear to be UFOs on the moon, leaving the moon, exiting from crevices in the moon, leaving, and I think, where are they going? Where are they going? Are they coming here? I bet they're coming here. Are the Tic Tacs, or the little ships that's in the news recently, are they related to the moon? Are they coming here? I mean, there's all kinds of theories surrounding them, but you can't discount our closest neighbor being a part of all of this. In fact, the whole UFO phenomena may be coming from the moon. There is a theory that the moon is a way station. That there were some contactees that visited. They said that they were taken to the moon, several men, and they said that they saw bartering. One of them said they saw bartering on the moon, and another one said that they saw hangars on the moon where ships were coming and going. So it could be a way station where extraterrestrials are coming, through. We've seen on Earth so many different kinds of UFOs. It's not just one that we're witnessing. There are UFOs shaped like cylinders, of course, and triangles, and several in formation. So it could be that they are dropping by the moon and for whatever reason coming here. One of the questions that I get, and of course I've been talking about it anyway, but people really would like to know if there are extraterrestrials on the moon. And I think that is the big question that some people are just really scared to say, look, there's enough evidence up there to say that there's someone on the moon. There was a book written that was very famous, popular for a while, called by George Leonard, and Somebody Else is on the Moon. But it was written at a time where some of the people today, weren't born or weren't interested, and so I think that the idea is being revisited, especially with all the UFOs in the media these days. So, is there evidence of extraterrestrials on the moon? I would say so. Now, when if we have to have tangible evidence, in my opinion, people are going to say, no, that's not tangible. But there are photographs that have been circulating since the 60s and the 70s of structures on the moon. These photographs were in newspapers back then. You can still go back, and if you look at some of the old magazines, I've got like Life magazines, I've got some old books from NASA before the pictures were doctored, where things, compare the pictures from that time to this time, things look different. But to me, just the idea that there isn't one structure on the moon, and there's several, says obviously that there are extraterrestrials on the moon, or there were extraterrestrials on the moon. For me, I think it is present term. Now, some of those structures look like ruins. It looks like there may have been some sort of war that went on. That could be the case. Maybe there were extraterrestrials and they were all, they all died, or some went underground, or they, maybe I read once, and I hope to get more information on this, that the moon actually could have been alive. Put the whole spaceship moon theory aside. Let's say it wasn't, but that the moon itself could have had life for about 3 billion years before it died off. So I find that very interesting, and I haven't heard many people talk about it, and I'm hoping to get more information on that. Could that have been the case? Could it have been alive, have life at once, and been a thriving place? And these ruins that we see are from then. So I think that's evidence that there either was or there are. But when you look at the transient lunar phenomena today, now transient lunar phenomena are lights and movement on the moon. When you look at the history and when you look at it today, obviously something is going on up there. There should not be any lights going on and off in the moon. And not only are they going on and off, okay, they're moving across the moon. So they've seen lights, and they recorded, NASA recorded these. I can't remember if I said it already, but they have a catalog where they put the astronomer's name that found them, the details of the lights, the date, and how long they were monitored. And some of these lights are multicolor. You can see maybe a cluster of several lights in all different colors, or maybe you'll get one sphere of light that is sitting for 2 hours. Or at one point, astronomers saw something moving across the moon, and they said, oh, it looked like insects, some kind of insect, because they just couldn't, if you can imagine a flock of, bees or something moving, or birds moving all together, they saw something like that going across the moon. They've seen lights during the eclipses of the moon, the lunar eclipse of the moon. They've seen lights during that period. They've seen lights in craters. They've seen what looks like smoke or mist. So, and these things are in different, like I said, geometric shapes. They've seen all kinds of stuff. They've published it. So to me, that is obviously an indication that there's, people on the moon. And they just may be going about their daily lives, and that's what we're witnessing. But, like one of the hosts told me, I don't know if I said it already, I've been talking so much, that if there are extraterrestrials on the moon, he kind of made the comment that they may not want to be found, and they could just be turning off the lights when we're looking. And that's why we don't see them, we don't find them, So, and I'd also like to point out that the moon is huge. It's the size of North America on the front and the back. There's all the space in between. And we've only, with the Apollo missions, we only saw like less than 1% of the moon. So there's tons of it that has not been explored. And, there could be, lots of other things going on up there. We haven't seen that much of it. We've all traveled, the United States, we've been to different states, different places. Have we seen the whole thing? No. So when people have argued with me, about what we found up there, I'm like, they couldn't have seen it all. The moon is similar to the Earth. The astronomers of old likened it to Earth. They thought that it was inhabited when they first created the telescope. They thought the moon, they were seeing things up there. They thought the moon was inhabited. And I tell you that our science has said that nothing could live on the moon. There's no atmosphere, or these days they're saying there's a scant atmosphere. It's too hot, then it's too cold. The days are, too this and the nights are too that. We just can't do it. But sometimes I just wonder if we've been told the truth. And did the astronomers of old have it right, that there was something there all along? Recently, I have looked at some images from Google Moon, and there are astronomers who are watching this and taking pictures, and they swear that what they are seeing are cities on the moon, and objects sitting in craters on the moon. And I have to tell you, it does look like it. There could be cities up there, and there could be just more atmosphere up there than we even know. The contactees that visited said that they saw humanoids. They saw humanoids up there, and that some of them said they witnessed vegetation. Alex Collier, contactee, said he was told by extraterrestrials that there's vegetation up there, and that there's life up there. So this whole topic isn't dying. It's not going away. Craters on the moon is another question people have asked me about. The craters themselves are places, I think, that they could hide extraterrestrials, but there's also, what's interesting is they could be connected directly to openings in the moon, the hollow moon. Today, interestingly enough, we are hearing scientists say that the moon may have lava tubes, that they're looking at the idea of lava tubes within the moon, that if we send a colony up there, these colonists could live within these tubes. So there are openings on the moon, and that the craters have been said, some of them, to be bottomless. They can't, they could be leading straight into the moon. So I thought that was a very interesting crater tidbit, and the fact that all the ones that aren't bottomless could be easy to hide your ships in and anything else. Is the moon, we need to ask ourselves, a foreign country? I did touch on it before a little earlier, but is there a civilization there that is going about their business that actually can claim the moon? We call the moon ours. We have sent people up. We have left trash on the moon. We have crashed into the moon. But it doesn't mean that the moon belongs to us. We need to ask ourselves, is the moon a foreign country? And we need to consider that, in my opinion, before we go up, or is the moon inhabited? I'd like to touch a little bit on the remote viewer, Ingo Swann. Mr. Swann's story is one of my favorites. He was a popular remote viewer in the 1970s. I think he was actually the most famous during that period, and he was hired to remote view the moon. I am not a remote viewing expert, so I can't explain exactly how he did it, but he was able to, I guess, send his consciousness to look at the moon. He had done this. He was able to remote view Jupiter, and he discovered Jupiter's ring. He came back when he remote viewed Jupiter and reported it before we discovered Jupiter's ring. So I believe that this man has credibility. When he remote viewed the moon, he saw that there were people there on the surface of the moon, working on the moon. He said they were creating a laser or something like that, and that there were buildings on the moon. However remote viewing works, he said that they detected him, and he quickly left and hid on Earth, because somewhere, on the Earth, because they had come after him. So are these beings telepathic too? I don't know, but it scared Ingo Swann enough that he said he had to hide. Mr. Swann did not come forward publicly with this information during that period. I believe he had to sign a disclosure agreement for, it was 30 years, and then he eventually came forward, and he wrote a book called Penetration.
Constance, I just wanted to give you, we got about 3 minutes left.
Okay, thank you.
And we're going to get to a few questions, just to give you a heads up.
So he documented that in his book Penetration, if you're interested in reading that. I just want to quickly touch on the rumors about the Apollo missions. The Apollo missions, all of them, if you believe that, they went to the moon, I know some people don't. The Apollo astronauts, each mission experienced seeing UFOs or some strange lights on their way to the moon. They didn't go up there and find only a dead rock. They had some interesting experiences, which I did write about in my book. And of course, you can always look those up. But they saw strange lights in geometric shapes. Some of them saw a pyramid. At one point, some of the astronauts were almost hit while they were working with some object that flew by and just kept going, kind of streaked by. The Apollo astronauts, the Apollo 11 astronauts, are said to actually have encountered extraterrestrial ships up there that they reported to NASA from a secret line. Maybe some of you have heard that story, and there have been people that came forward, at least one special one that I know of named Mr. Maurice Chatelain said that did happen. The secret lines that they were talking on were picked up by VHS ham radio people, and they were able to publish that, and so we have that story. Apollo 10 and Apollo 13 were in trouble up there, and it is said that they were helped by extraterrestrials to be safe and land safely back to Earth, but that was covered up. So I just wanted to say that the Apollo astronauts are said to have had some very interesting experiences on their journeys to the moon. And if you haven't heard them, you might be interested in doing your own research and moving forward to look it up. But I just feel that the moon, in ending, that the moon is a part of our disclosure. Actually, I think it's a big part. I think we have a history with the moon, and it is definitely more to the story than we have been taught. I will be coming out with a book on more detail on our galactic history, and I hope to be a part of the disclosure some more with that. And I just wanted to say very quickly too, I had an experience recently with an astronomer who sent me some images. And this astronomer had located this large, looked like a big black bird. And there's no birds, of course, crossing the moon, but it was in front of the moon. I think it was a type of ship. The astronomer thinks it was a moon spirit called a jinn. I don't deny that there are spirits for all entities and everything. That's my angel research. But in this case, it wasn't just one image. It was the same image was sent from different people to him from around the planet. So with that in mind, I wonder what that was, and it was very interesting. So
that was an amazing presentation. You answered so many things about specifically the moon. Usually when people do a presentation, they do a lot of different, like a little back and forth here and there, but you had straight, basically what you're talking about was strictly the moon. And it's fascinating. It's so fascinating. And you answered a lot of the questions as they were coming up too, which was nice because I was going to ask questions, but I was waiting for you to come on today. And I was going to ask you a couple questions myself, but I want to tell you about it. Something that happened to me about 2 weeks ago. We were getting ready and putting this whole thing together about total disclosure. And me and my fiance go outside one night and smoke a cigarette. And I look up and I see a bright star, a little bit brighter, but it's about as high as the other stars. And this star starts to move. It was stationary. And then it started to move almost towards us. And it must have been moving fast because it was as small as a star. So for it to cover the ground it covered, it was wildly fast. And then in an instant, it disappeared.
Oh.
And my fiance is not somebody who gets into this stuff. And it was closer to the moon that it disappeared. That's why I was waiting to bring it on, because it was heading in that direction. So, I mean, she's not into this. She tried to explain it away. There's clouds. That's why it disappeared. I said, look, Where's there clouds? Wasn't a cloud in the sky. Clearest night we've had in a long time. She now has come to the reality that she has no idea what that was. And
Right.
personally, I've never had an experience before that.
Mhm.
Also, I counted 7 different aircraft that passed in a triangle, like where it was the center, and they were doing triangles around it. And the craft were 7 within 20 minutes. And I'm close to almost close to an Air Force base and an airport, but we still never see action like that
Wow.
at 11:30 at night ever.
Wow. Wow.
Crazy.
And they're trying to, they're watching us, and, they might be just trying to also decide, when is a good time to approach, when can we make that first contact? But yeah, I think that, I think a lot of the ships, the UFOs or whatever, are coming from the moon. I mean, it is our closest neighbor. It makes sense. They could be coming through portals, of course, and other avenues. But I definitely think they're, they can move very quickly, and they may be going there. I saw wow, such an interesting story. When I was a little girl, I just realized recently that I had seen something. I was doing my research, and I've thought about this on and off because it was so interesting, but I was about 9, and I guess I thought it was a kind of an airplane. And my mom and I were driving, and it was nighttime, and off to the right, I was in the back passenger seat, and off to the right, there was a little valley. But in the sky, I could see an outline in the dark sky of this circular object, and it had lights that were moving around it, and different kinds, like in a strip, different colors. And I remember thinking to myself, "Oh, I wonder if that's one of those things." Well, that one of those.
Odd.
I know it was pretty much hovering, right? And excuse me, I watched it and I watched it. I didn't say anything to my mother because it was just odd. And my mother, I love her madly, but she didn't want to be bothered while she was driving at night. So I didn't say anything. But then recently I was doing this work, and I was looking at this story about a UFO, and I said, "Well, yes." I said, "Well, it wasn't a plane. Planes don't hover." And I went, "No, wait. And that's when it occurred to me that I had seen something. Planes don't hover. This thing was hovering.
But just like this one, it was moving. It looked as high as the stars, so it was as small as a star, but it was a direct light, not blinking, not flashing. And if it was that high to look like a star and move across the entire night sky in seconds, and then with the planes and all that stuff like that, I really think, just like Stephen and Evan Strong, when they did the Uluru ceremony, they caught a UFO on camera, kind of like giving them the nod, like, "Good job, guys. You did all right." I really think that this was them driving by, because I've never had an experience in my life with UFOs. I think it was them giving me the nod, like, "Go ahead, go put out that conference, and let's really get people out there to know what's going on." You know what I mean? It was their way of showing me, "You're doing what you're supposed to be doing right now. Keep doing it, and make sure it's all the way thorough." And I was like, "Yeah, let's do it." So yeah, it was amazing. Constance, what an amazing presentation. Thank you so much for coming up and swinging that bat and hitting a home run. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on. I so enjoyed it.
Oh, we're gonna do it again. Don't worry. You'll be back. You'll be back. We're going to be doing events a lot more regularly, and I mean a lot more regularly. So we'll definitely be in contact and let you know what's going on. And thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, everybody.
Excellent.
Thank you very much, Constance. That was beautiful. Just right up my alley. I've been researching the moonless Earth for quite some time, and a few years ago we did, I think, a 5-hour panel discussion on the time before there was the moon, and that video is available on our WatchersTalk channel if you guys want to check that out. I've written several articles on the moonless Earth as well, so I was quite delighted when you were talking about that. I was like, "Yeah, right on, finally."
And he, Omar asked me too. He's like, "What's Constance's topic?" I said, "The moon, bud." He said, "Yep, let's get it. Let's get it. Time to do it."
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Constance. I really appreciate it. And we will shoot you a message at the conclusion of this conference.
Okay, well, good luck with everything. I'm going to go back and watch the conference myself. So
Okay,
thank you again.
Thank
All
you.
right. Bye, everybody.
All right. So by popular demand,
Oh, yeah.
we have John Shaughnessy returning. But before we get to John Shaughnessy, let's just quickly pay a couple of bills here. This conference is sponsored by a number of entities, and one of them is our sponsor, the Eden series, Paul Anthony Wallace, Escaping from Eden, and The Scars of Eden. Check that out. Available at Paul Wallace's website, scrolling down at the bottom.
PaulAnthonyWallace.com.
There we go. And also, our next sponsor is Forgotten Origins, the Out of Australia Theory with Stephen and Evan Strong. And our next sponsor is our AlienAncestry.net. These guys are holding events once a month featuring 6, 7, 8 speakers on some pretty cool stuff. Right now they're talking about the Atlantean rings that Evan and Stephen are in possession of. Now, with that being said, we're going to bring on our beautiful friend, John Shaughnessy, the Pyramid Gravity Force, the author of, and also he's the author of There Is Something About the Moon. I was cruising through the comments, John, and people wanted to hear from you. So, check that out, guys. Pyramid Gravity Force, and There Is Something About the Moon. Both are
What a cool
fantastic.
follow-up, too, is, Constance just did the moon, and now
Yeah,
Pyramid Gravity Force. I bet you that they're directly correlated to each other, too, right?
There's the universe at play here. This morning, I got an email. Unfortunately, Jason Martell couldn't make it this afternoon due to something that came up. And I thought, okay, what am I going to do? And at the time, I was kind of cruising the YouTube channels where we streamed. And I was looking in the comments, and people wanted to know more about John Shaughnessy and about the pyramids and their functions, and what does the moon have anything to do with that. And I was like, wow, here's the universe talking to me. So I reached out to John, and John was like, I'll be delighted to come and give you guys a download on the moon. So here he is, and thank you very much, John. Really appreciate it, buddy. You are the man. So what I'm going to do, John, do it a little bit different this time. I'm going to remove us off the screen, and we'll give you the whole screen, and give us a download on the functions of pyramids and the moon. Pretty much the stuff that you love talking about.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for having me on again. Appreciate it. And, it's always a gift to have, I didn't think anybody was listening yesterday. Anyhow, you got what you need. Appreciate everybody that, appreciated the show yesterday, and, very, very comforting to me. And I really dig connecting. This is the best we can do online. This is great also. It's also good in person, but for now, this is awesome because, it's a great span of time, months or even years sometime when you connect with, people that are all interested in the same type of topics. Just to give you a little background, I got an engineering background, Navy background in engineering. So, power engineering, power plants, aeroderivative gas turbines, jet engines, which are the same things. A little bit hydro experience, hydroelectric power, just everything at the utility level. And I'm that's kind of where my my technology base is. That's where my hardcore technology is. My gifts in that industry was troubleshooting. That was one of my fortes. It was they'd always contact me when everybody else couldn't figure it out, because I was always out of the box, and I used to you used to be you have to wait for your moments, and then I always used to like saying, what did you touch last? What did you guys do? You know, and have some fun with it. But you know, this all led to my obsession with gravity. You know, 30 some odd years ago, reading Einstein's theory of relativity, any books on gravity. So I always had the you know, the thought that was the next big thing. You know, it still is the next big thing to manipulate that and time and space and everything else. So you know, hopefully get to the ninth dimension before I slip off the planet, but maybe not in this lifetime. But anyways, going full circle, it's you know, it led me to you know, the pyramids, and you know what's going on with the pyramids. And I was always Von Daniken, started off Von Daniken, you know, and get into you know, anything you know, UFOs, abductions, aliens. Always obsessed with the paranormal. You know, it's just that was my passion. I couldn't read a book unless I was, you know, passionate about it. And you know, if I found you know, things on the paranormal as a teenager, you know, young kid, I would dive right into this stuff, because I've had a lot of my own experiences with the paranormal, and you know, that led me into you know, what was driving it, and different dimensions, and you know, gravity and things of that nature. Anyways, you know, I just came into you know, the pyramids, and like everybody else, it's like, okay, what does everybody know? What do we know? You know, what's going on with these things? How old are they? What's the latest theories? And you know, I was walking into my living room, like I tell this to everybody just to give you an idea of what was going on. And Machio Aku, a physicist out of New York, he was cutting the break. The TV was on, and I was just sitting into the chair, just did a dead drop, and he goes, "We still don't know what these pyramids are doing," you know. And and then he just cut to a break, you know, and went to commercial. And I always had globes around, you know, and there was a globe across the room. I'm looking at the globe, and you know, just an epiphany. I said, "Geez, I wonder what's on the other side of the pyramids, like what's located there." And so, you know, I was always looking at the globe anyway, so I was always geometrically, you know, looking at things and that nature. And anyways, I get up. I made the long trek across the living room, got the globe, and found Giza. And I spun at 180 degrees and landed on the Hawaiian hotspot. You know, and I was like, "Whoa, what's going on there?" You know, what's the association? And from that was a that was lit the fire. You know, that lit the fire in my heart, my mind, my soul, and you know, led to, okay, if Giza's lining up with a volcano, what are the other large pyramids lining up with? Well, after 20 large pyramids, and they all lined up with a volcano, I'm like, okay, this is not just you know, just a coincidence. You know, there's something going on here. There's a connection going on here. You know, and being obsessed with gravity, that kind of just fit right in. I said, there's a manipulation of the gravitational field on the planet, lowering the gravitational field, and you know, creating volcanoes, controlling volcanoes, and manipulating magma currents. And then it led to also locking in you know, magnetic north to true north, and you know, a few other things. So, you know, as I plugged along, it was kind of like you know, Giza lined up with Hawaii, Shen pyramids lined up with the Bermuda super caldera, and then the Pyramid of the Sun down in Mexico, that complex aligned with Sri Lanka, which is an extinct you know, magma plug. It's shaped like an alien you know, skull, and it's actually got a fortress on it. You know, people lived up there. So anyways, there's actually a pyramid not too far in the distance from that particular place also. So anyways, long story short, just got into you know, putting out the theory. I had to hide underground because there was a lynch mob after me, because it was like, how dare you come into this world and throw out this theory. You know what I mean? So anyways, it's like first they hate you, then they despise you, then it's like, okay, all right, we'll listen to it. We'll let them live. You know, he can publish a book and put a video out. So anyways, it was. I mean, it's passion, it's a real passion. And I'm not, the last thing on my mind when I got this download and was writing a book. Like, I didn't say, oh, I'm going to write a book this year. It was just like, all of a sudden I got this, profound sense of urgency and responsibility to put this out into the public, domain, And this was before I knew there was a human consciousness. I could have saved myself a lot of trouble and just meditated it and would have got out that way a lot easier. But anyway, long story short, I developed the equations. I've been on Russian television. They 300 million viewers. It was like the United States, History Channel or Discovery Channel type of program. So that was pretty cool. That was the height of the theory. And it's got out in a lot of places. The equations are balanced that I come up with. They're my own equations, and I hired some physicists to get this legitimized. And I got rejected a bunch of times from papers, trying to publish papers on it. And I love rejection. It's just so much fun. You can climb into the fetal position and just go into a state of depression for like days, Then you can enjoy the highs afterwards, you know what I mean? So anyways, so we kind I kind of get into it, and I said, okay, what's driving these connections? Like what's the energy source between the moon and the pyramids? Like what's the energy source? And lo and behold, when I designed the cover of my book, I put the moon on it, and I put a line coming from the moon down to the volcano, then hitting off the core of the planet and the core of the earth, and then back up to a pyramid, and vice versa. So anyways, so it was like I was already projecting the images and everything, but it hadn't made it to the rational mind where I could break it down and explain it. So anyways, it was just one of those things. A lot of this was just intuitive. I was just writing it down and really didn't have any foundation to back up what I was saying until, over a decade now. I've got a seriously strong foundation. I'll take anybody on as far as arguments, but and debate the science behind it and the repeatable, observable evidence that people just can't, deny. Although they try to deny it, and this is when they go subatomic on you. All the physicists out there, they go subatomic, and then you can't catch them. They're like in this alter universe, and they just run away, and they're clinging to their little scraps of knowledge, even though none of it has any physical evidence to prove it. Where my theories do. So, anyways, so it's the moon. It's the moon, and what's the moon doing? How does it energize the pyramids? Well, they're gravitational lenses, just like photons. You hold out a magnifying glass, a couple inches off the ground. You take all the photons flowing through that glass. You put them into a tight focal point and generate heat. Now a photon is a theoretical particle, and a graviton is also a theoretical particle. And it's the graviton, the gravitational exchange between the Earth, although it's massive, it moves trillions of tons of ocean water a day. It's not as strong as the light photons coming onto the planet from the sun. So that's why you need these massive lenses. That's what I nickname pyramids gravitational lenses. They condense the gravitational field, and they do work below the surface of the planet in the magma chambers. And there's high iron-rich magma currents there, and they keep those locked in, and that's partially what locks in magnetic north to true north. Yeah, you have the North Pole wandering, but it's been wandering forever, because you got external forces playing against it. You got, an orbit around the sun, you have a moon, you have other planets in the solar system, the galactic center, and precession, this, that, and the other thing. So it's going to wobble, and it also is affected by the mean temperature of the planet. So the temperature affects the magnetism's core base, the foundation of magnetism, electron flows. Okay, so anyways, so that's kind of where the theory ended. It kind of ended into, all right, this thing's doing a function. It's perpetual motion. It's the only perpetual motion machine that's using gravity as its source of energy, and it's just going 24/7, 365. Now during the ages, like we go in and out of ice ages, you got these huge blocks of time that we go through, and 104,000 year ice age with a 13,000 year interglacial period. You have you have a change in the actual physical shape of the planet. It goes from pumpkin shape in an ice age to I call it the water age, the interglacial age, and then it goes to a round spherical ball in the water age. And so you constantly have it's almost like a change, a wave of the actual physical makeup of the planet. And that all being said, during the interglacial period, the water age, the Giza Plateau pyramids are a functioning system, and they maintain the magma pressure. It's almost like a relief valve. We saw that in 2018 when all the planets were on one side of the planet. You had this massive billions of cubic feet of tons coming out of the Hawaiian hotspot. And that's because all the gravitational field was on one side of the sun, and the Earth was being the inner planets, was cruising between these big giant planets. And along with the moon is like the magnifier for the other gravitational fields from the external planets or the planets in the solar system. So it has a magnifying effect. And so it's like, okay, this is intelligent design. This isn't just just happened to be this way, and it just happened that the pyramids do happen to have some control over things of this nature. But it wasn't done on purpose, because that would, remove the theory of, natural order, that everything just fell into place naturally, or whatever they want to call it. So anyway, long story short, so we're back to creationism. And, the more you dig into this, the more it becomes ridiculous that it just happened in a natural way. That the engineering on this planet is just amazing. It's just astounding. And then we enjoy this unbelievable environment on the planet. We get an earthquake and we get a tectonic plate slip and tsunamis and things of that nature, but it's nothing compared to what would be if the pyramids were removed from the face of the earth and it was just complete, it'd just be complete chaos. So these things are in here doing work as we speak. And the main mainstream, the people that control the narrative, they're just not ready to deal with that kind of source of energy or technology. And it's like the moon. It's easier to not to explain the moon doesn't exist than to explain it does exist, because it just defies so many laws of physics. And so anyways, somehow I became an armchair physicist along the way. And, this is kind of what happens when you ask the question. Watch out what you ask for, because once you get the answers, then comes the responsibility. You have to put it out there and, guide it and try to get it into society in some way or in the right hands, that it gets embraced. Like, I'm sure there's tons of stuff beyond what I'm talking about that I don't even know yet, and I probably won't even know it in this lifetime, maybe even 3 lifetimes. But the physical, repeatable evidence that happens on a daily basis is just undeniable. And so there's the foundation of the theory. So that's kind of it in a nutshell as far as pyramid gravity force and the moon. Now I got into the pyramids and put that together. There's a lot of other little crooks and crannies, crooks and crannies in the muffin, so to speak, in the book. But you can you read the book. There's other things you can pull out of it. That being said, I got into the moon. All of a sudden, I was started on the pyramids, ended up on a gravity theory. Then the next thing you know, I end up on the moon, right? And then all of a sudden, it's like, hey, there's images on the moon. Why is it only dark images on the side that faces the Earth? And then all of a sudden, I got a pareidolia, I guess, and I started seeing images popping all over the place. And like at the time I wrote the book with my co-author, researcher Wendy Salter, we had like 5 images, and we had the both tropics. We had the Tropic of Cancer, which represents the claw up there, and down the bottom was Capricorn, the goatfish, and that's actually in the bottom of the moon. And then we had the Son of Man, Khonsu. He's in the center of the moon with the cobra, right? So it's like we got into digging way back, going way back, way back, as far as we could, into the the origins of these. They're very ancient symbols here: Cancer, cobra, goatfish, and the story and everything like that. So that all being said, the interglacial period, we're in the age of the goatfish, and if you read up on the mythology behind the goatfish, that the waters were rising, and the parent goatfish, I guess, lost their little goatfish as they swam to land. They grabbed, they got rid of the tail, they grew legs, and they climbed up on the mountain. That's where you find your goats. They climb the mountains. They're going up because they know the water's, the ice is melting, the water's getting higher and higher. So there's tangible, dot connecting going on with these symbols and what's on the moon. So then you get the proverbial "as above, so below" comes down into play. And so right now you're in the age of man, because if you're in the northern hemisphere, the face of Khonsu or Amun is right side up, and the goatfish is on the bottom section. Now, when we go into more of an ice age tilt, which I believe is around 19 degrees, a lot of the ancient megaliths around the planet, they're pointing at 19 degrees. We're at, for a tilt, and currently we're at 23 and a half or 23.4. And there's the artist rendition of the images on the moon. Now, you can go out with a cheap pair of sunglasses, not sunglasses, but you go out with a cheap pair of binoculars or camera, telescopic camera, a telescope. Don't get a real powerful telescope because you'll be dialing in too tight to it. Or if you're on the ocean on a moonrise or a moonset, the atmosphere actually lenses the moon and makes it a lot bigger, so you almost get that super moon effect. And you'll be able to look at these images with the naked eye. They're right there. There's no denying it. So that all being said, we kind of get into what's the relevance of all these symbols that are on the moon. And I did a couple of videos, and there's one particular picture, I think NASA took it, and it was infrared, ultraviolet picture of the moon, the images of the moon, which they don't acknowledge. Nobody acknowledges images on the moon. It's like, acknowledging that the pyramids actually have a function. And so anyways, we're up against the narrative, but it's like, why give them the power to decide what's real and what isn't? Who cares what they think anyways, right? So it's like, stop begging for acceptance. You're not going to get it, unless they can make some money on it. But anyways, long story short, there was this great photo, and we had the realization. I had the realization that that this thing's like a hologram. There's multiple images up there, and they're laid on top of each other. We're up to 8 images on the moon, and when you look at this particular photo, you can see that it is it's layered in different material, because you're taking a thermal image of the moon, a reflection of the sun off it. You can actually see these, the different temperatures of the moon based on different elements that were spread about to give you those that hologram type of look, multi-dimensional look of different symbols. So, anyways, going full circle again, it's like somebody went through a lot of trouble, or somebody enjoyed the artwork. I mean, we're talking an artwork on, the ear to ear of Khonsu is 666 miles wide, another reoccurring number, and the goldfish is somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 feet long. I guess you can call it long, the width, and the other ones are in the 300-400 feet. I mean, 300-400 miles. I mean, the eye of Khonsu alone is like 150 miles. The lips are about close to 300 miles in width. So we're talking about there's some real high technology, and somebody went up there, went through a lot of trouble to put these images up there. And it's like consciousness. Consciousness is I believe, another dimension. I'm not sure what dimension it lies in, but it's
John?
Yes, sir.
I have a surprise here for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a surprise here for you.
Okay. Hey, Bruce, how you doing, man? Long time no see.
You got it. I'm so glad to be on and back in the electronic world here.
Yeah. You still out in paradise out there in the islands?
So far, it's still paradise, but like we can talk about, it can change at any time. Enjoy it now.
Oh yeah. Yeah, the powers that be want to maintain control, I guess.
Oh man.
Yeah.
We were at the beach yesterday, and we consumed a couple gallons of beer. That so not too bad.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. I haven't seen the beach in a while. I have to just jump in the car and take off and go make sure it still exists.
There you go. You're not too far from the East Coast beach.
No. Yeah, about an hour and a half from
Okay.
Beaches down in Connecticut or Rhode Island's got some great beaches. They're about
Okay,
2 miles,
cool.
2 hours away. Yeah. It's not bad at all.
The only
I can
place
go up to
I
Maine.
haven't been in the U.S. is the New England area. I've been everywhere else, but I never made it to the New England states where you're at.
Yeah. Well, there's always tomorrow. Yeah. Yeah.
I'm not sure about that currently, but let us hope for sure. Oh man.
So how you doing?
I thought maybe Bruce could jump in here because he's pretty familiar with your work, John. And,
Yeah.
I thought that you guys could have for the last half hour, have a conversation back and forth. I think an interview is get more information out of an interview. So I thought I'd toss your old pal on there, and you guys can talk about pyramids and the moons.
Yeah, been about
Cool.
getting on 8 years now, Bruce. 8 years or something, right? We were
But
I think it was 2014. It was 2014. John.
2014. Yeah.
guys, just one thing. Just don't mention about the current situation that we're in globally, because these guys will shut our stream down like right now. Right.
All right.
So let's not mention that at all. Thank you.
All right. Try.
Not a problem. We have enough of it on the radio.
Yeah.
But yeah, John, why don't you go into more? You brought up the gravity lens of the moon. Go into that a little more detailed.
Yeah. The moon's got everything that has mass in the universe has a gravitational signature to it. The moon has its own gravitational signature, and the great Isaac Newton there, he's the one who came up with the the equation to measure the gravitational fields on heavenly bodies, planets, moons, things of that nature. So what we have two bodies that are in a binary orbit, the Earth and the Moon. I think it's more of a binary orbit. More and more I look at it, I think the Moon is swinging us around just as much as we're swinging it around, and it's not maybe not as much, but it's still some movement there, and it's it's an energy source. It's that gravitational pull, and then if you can visualize the Giza Plateau pyramids, I know there's a lot of the large pyramids are set up in the Fibonacci sequence or the Orion configuration or dogleg, however you want to put it. You can when the planets actually rotate into the gravitational force or field of the Moon, GP1 is the first one that makes the connection into the gravitational field of the Moon that's on the Earth, and then the following one is GP2, and then the last one is obviously GP3. And what that does is it sets up a gravitational vortex below the crust of the Earth, where it's actually doing work on magma currents and locking in magma currents and controlling the high ion magma currents that also affect the magnetic field. And with that in mind, it lowers the gravitational field under the Hawaiian hotspot. So that's why that Hawaiian hotspot now in the interglacial period is a constant erupting volcano. I mean, we have constant erupting volcanoes around the Earth, but this one has a higher percentage of activity as being constant than all the other ones. And it's used as the Earth's relief, magma relief valve. It keeps the what do you call it, Yellowstone super caldera from erupting, and because it relieves the magma current when we get external forces from planetary movements in the the inner and outer solar system. So that's kind of how it works. So it's a Fibonacci sequence. It rolls it rolls the gravitational field because of the rotation of the Earth and the sequence that goes into it. Now I've done some gravitational work on 1,000-pound weights and actually witness a change in the weight based on us rolling into the Moon's gravitational field. And it's right before you see the Moon come up is when you have the biggest deflection in the actual weight of these 1,000-pound weights that I had. See, maybe might be 10, 15, 60-pound difference, but it's still it's pretty big. It's a pretty sizable amount. And then you go into an equalization process where all of a sudden they go back into calibration because there's no differential. So the gravitational differential on the scale is gone, so everything goes back to 1,000 pounds. But right before that, the differential gets torqued. The differential increases right at that moment when we roll into it, and then it balances, it equalizes out back again. So there is a formidable energy from the Moon that is being tapped by this ancient high tech engineering system. And why is it people like us bringing you back into the consciousness of humanity is more of a question. You'd think this would be in a textbook somewhere on the shelf of a library, and it'd be boring reading. You know what I mean? So
here's a cool. I got Rick Keefe just got a perfect question that fits with your original material. What gravitational functions, if any, do the pyramids serve for Earth, and what would happen if the pyramids were not Earth? Do they prevent the wobble? Destructive? All yours.
I would say yes to we removed all the pyramids. There's a balancing mechanism. There's a speed brake mechanism. There's a like I said, I alluded to before. It also helps lock in magnetic north to true north. I think it's the fundamental energy source behind the existence of the Van Allen belts that protect us from the sun's rays. Right? I think it's the moon and the pyramids work together that actually create that. I'm kind of going off of it. It's more like the moon actually creates the Van Allen belts, but I think because we can lock in magnetic north to true north with the pyramids, that gives us a more stable Van Allen belt to protect life on Earth. Okay, so now going to the opposite, there have been some ideas in the past, to get rid of the pyramids because they didn't like them, because they didn't coincide with the religious theme of the day. 1,000 years ago, somebody, a caliph out there in Egypt, decided that he's going to take the pyramids apart one block at a time, and they were at it for like 10 years, and you could still see the gouge in GP3 on the, I think it's the east side of the pyramid. I guess it's irrelevant, but there's a massive gouge. And then they started doing the numbers, and they said, like, at this rate, it's going to take thousands of years to remove the pyramids from the planet. So it's not to say that doing that you might still have life on the planet, but I think it's going to be very unbalanced. So the Native Americans, their history is that it's a balancing mechanism. Now, whether that's weight, gravity, magnetism, it's balance is a big arena on what it's actually balancing. So that's the most ancient realization that I came. It might have been the Hopi Indian tribe out there in the Midwest, but anyways, So if you took the pyramids off, you would have pole swaps. You would have all sorts of tsunamis, tectonic plate slips, earthquakes, floods. It'd just be a total wreck.
Basic devastation.
Yeah, so I think it also what do you call it? It also balances out the moon's orbit around us, which is nice and smooth. We got an 18.5-year metonic cycle, and those pyramids are part of what the moon locks in on. Now, yeah, the mountains on the planet are enormous. Like if you look at the contrast between the Himalayas and the pyramids, it's like a joke, But where the pyramids happen to be right now in this particular space time that we're in, is relatively flat for hundreds and hundreds of miles in each direction. Like, they're the tallest structures out there, so they do have a gravitational lensing effect that can be used to control magma currents, magnetic north, and balance the planet off a little bit. So that's that's kind of where I go now. Going full circle with that, it's like every large mass, like the continents line up with continents, mountains line up with mountains. You got the Himalayas line up with the Sierra Nevadas, the Rocky Mountains, the Appalachians, where I'm at right now. There's so there's a balancing. There's my theory is actually come to believe, or has come to prove, that gravity has a self-balancing mechanism in it throughout the universe, and that mechanism, over a certain mass, everything becomes spherical in nature. Yeah, it might have its bumps and lumps and all this other stuff, but at some point it balances itself off, because the gravitational field gets deflected by a lump on one side, and then after a while it lowers the gravitational field, and it allows mass to move up into that void and balance it off. So there's a self-balancing mechanism on the planet. So when, just say, like, you came to the planet and you had all this disruptive environmental activity going on because there was no pyramids, and it was just getting the hell beat out of it, you would go ahead and create, you put the Giza Plateau pyramids in there. There's actually 3 other sites, Saqqara, Abusir, they were the older ones, and now you got the Giza Plateau. So over the life of the Earth, you have to make pyramids larger, and and to deal with the ever growing planet, because we do take in mass every day, 24/7, 365. We are getting larger and larger and larger. Now, at some point, somebody is supposed to have the brains to make some antimatter and remove some of this mass, so we don't implode into like another sun or something, right? But it's a little bit down the road. But anyway, we're kind of getting off topic here, but it's like it's kind of like, so you come on the planet, you're a planet builder, right? It's like, okay, let's straighten out the earthquakes, the floods. It's all well and fine and everything, but eventually you want to get a night's sleep, right? So you start putting these pyramids in, and when you throw the pyramids in in Egypt, you immediately open up a hotspot, which is called the Hawaiian hotspot. So the pyramids came before, maybe not came before, but they definitely increased the magma flow of the Hawaiian hotspot, kept it open, so it didn't close up. It might have been a below the surface of the ocean volcano at one time, but once the pyramids did come into that alignment, you got the Hawaiian hotspot rising up of the ocean, and you can see the Hawaiian Islands are actually in the same dogleg Orion alignment configuration, just like the pyramids are. So it's like a reverse Fibonacci coming out of the Hawaiian hotspot, with the islands sailing across. On the plates they move, but they actually have a little bit of an Orion star configuration also, or you can call it the Giza Plateau configuration.
So your basic premise is that, with your research and theories, that there was a super advanced race of people or somebody that terraformed the planet and maybe many more planets.
Absolutely. It doesn't point the light on the Anunnaki. So I think the Anunnaki showed up, and this terraforming was already done, on the planet. So they were just here for their own self-centered needs and get the gold and get out of here. But I think it all went pear-shaped, when they started to, screw with the DNA and create, us. We might be the leftover. And what happens when you create humans? You're gonna have a problem. They're gonna unionize.
Yeah. Understatement at best, eh? I got a cool question.
Huh?
I got a cool question. You brought up the Hawaiian volcanoes and stuff being so important. How about Indonesia, which has more live volcanoes than almost anywhere? I mean, I live pretty close, and there's always something going off there.
Right. There's, I believe, Machu Picchu, which was a very high mountain peak, aligns with Bali directly, 180 degrees across right over to Bali. Those two are diametrically opposed. It's kind of like, I don't know if you can see this. I got the Earth. I got the arrow going through. It. And it's going. One's going through, Giza, and the other one's going through the Hawaiian hotspot. But it's completely, straight through. It's 180 degrees. The latitude changes based on mass and the location of these alignments. But you might be 1,000, 2,000 miles south of like Egypt, but you're always they're always 180 degrees opposed to each other, like within 1 or 2 degrees. The latitudes change because of the, we're not dealing with laser beams. We used to have arguments with people at conferences and, well, not debates. So we're not dealing with laser beams and first surface mirrors here. We're dealing with a planet, that's spinning. It's got all this external force. It's basically a soup sandwich, right? So you're gonna have a little pitch and change. That doesn't mean like the actual magma current might be exactly the same latitude where it starts below the crust of the Earth. And then once the magma makes its way out through the plate, the actual surface of the ocean, it could be 2,000 miles at a diagonal. It could be diagonally flowing out because of centripetal force, gravitational forces, and things of that nature. So a lot of times, a lot of those volcanic islands down there, they're all, most of it, not all of them. They do have some alignment to actually larger mountainous places in Central and South America. So,
okay.
But I mean, there's natural occurring volcanoes. This is what a natural volcano does. It gets, it starts to rumble, builds up pressure because of external forces. When I say external forces, a lot of times it's the moon's metonic cycle, which jots across the sky, 18 and a half years, goes all the way down and all the way back. So that increases the gravitational fields on these particular locations on the planet. And by doing that, you pool up magma and create these eruptions. But the point I want to make is natural erupting volcanoes are going to erupt and then seal themselves up, and they might not be back for 10, 20, 30, 50 years or hundreds of years or thousands of years. So, but in the case of Hawaii, that is constantly erupting. It does not seal up. It's very, very few times has it ever sealed up. But you could draw a line to very low activity and the solar system's alignments, and also the metonic moon cycle that's that the moon is on. So, not sure if I answered the question there, but
yeah, we started, like I said, Indonesia, living here on the Ring of Fire. There's earthquakes and volcanoes going on in that part of the world. I mean, it's as we know with the Tsunaland theory, it was all at one time. That's why it's a bazillion islands now.
Yeah, there's a lot of islands. The Hawaiian hotspot actually being open relieves some of the Ring of Fire activity. It lowers a Ring of Fire is it's I don't know how many tens of thousands of miles of volcanoes on the floor of the ocean that just go right around America, Asia, up to to both poles. But that in and of itself is a way to control like El Niños and ocean temperatures. Like if you were to increase or bring the pyramids back to their original design specifications with the glass finish, close the thing back up again and put the other ones back together again, and put the outer casing back on, they would be more of a gravity lensing apparatus, and they would lower the gravitational field in the Hawaiian hotspot, and more magma would come out of the Hawaiian hotspot and reduce the pressure on the Ring of Fire. So you'd have less volcanic activity on the Ring of Fire by using this massive relief valve in the center of the Pacific. I'm sure people living on Hawaii don't want to hear this, but they'd be the exhaust pipe for the world's magma. They already are right now, unbeknownst to them. But it could be a lot worse.
Like we have a question from Rick Keefe. Okay, there's a plasma scientist Wes Bateman's observation in theory: the UFOs often appear 180 degrees opposite of an earthquake. What are your thoughts?
Did you just put that? Let me read. You were breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, I got it,
Okay.
John. It's from Rick Keefe. The question is, have you heard of plasma scientist Wes Bateman's observation theory that UFOs will often appear 180 degrees opposite an earthquake? What are your thoughts? And just to give you guys a heads up,
I haven't heard about it, but these UFOs, they do have gravity manipulating technology, and so like I said earlier, it's Earth and the whole universe has a gravity has a self-balancing mechanism. So at 180 degrees, if you have a what do you call it, a UFO here, and the planet at 180 degrees over here, you're going to lower the gravitational field on the opposite side of the planet and potentially cause an earthquake. Well, we just had this. The U.S. Navy just helped prove my theory by detonating 40,000-pound bombs off the coast of Florida. I won't get into the theory why. We'll go with their theory so they don't shut the channel down. But 180 degrees opposed to that was like close to Xi'an, China. 4 hours later, they had an earthquake, right? Right there in that location. 180 degrees opposed, the same approximate latitude. And then like a month later, they did another one, right? And then 4 hours later, they had another earthquake, same local general area. So there's space time in between these places. So it's not going to be instantaneous. That's why you can't hop on a jet that does 10,000 miles an hour from London to Boston, get off the plane and call yourself up and say, hey, don't eat the chicken. It's not good. You know what I mean? You can't talk to yourself on another, thing. So there's a space-time, lock. The planet is locked in a space-time gravitational field, and that whole gravitational field is rotating with the planet. So you can't break that gravitational field and slip time and call yourself up at the airport waiting in line to get on the plane. It's just not going to happen. So yeah, I agree wholly that that's if that evidence exists, I would have to say that they're manipulating the gravitational field. I mean, I've had my own experience in 1997 with a massive event in the sky, and I was all ready to just laugh it off and not talk about it. And then these Swiss pilots reported it, and I said, off to the couch again in the fetal position for a few weeks. But anyways, once I got up, it was what I was looking at was the distortion of their propulsion system, which was distorting the gravitational field on the planet. So it was having a massive effect. It'd be interesting to go back and you would look at the USGS and see if there was an earthquake somewhere 180 degrees opposed to that, which would have been up in the Himalayas, someplace in Tibet, who knows, But awesome knowledge.
More evidence for sure.
Yeah, more evidence, man. Yeah.
There's only a few minutes left. Where does the Bosnian pyramid fit in, since it was never destroyed like many of the other pyramids?
Yeah, I think the Bosnian pyramid is much older, and I think I alluded to earlier in the program, that certain pyramids come into play and open up hotspots. Like right now, Bosnian pyramid aligns with underground volcano that's underwater volcano that's south of the middle of the Aleutian Islands. If you're 180 degrees from Bosnia, if you're south of the Aleutian Islands, probably halfway to Hawaii. And ironically, that's like from a mountain in the Sudan straight up. You have the Giza pyramids, and you have some other pyramidal shape mountains, and the Bosnian pyramids. So they kind of like this, and they're off 300-400 miles east or west, but there seems to be it's almost like a meridian, a timeline almost of pyramids that are in that old meridian. It used to be the meridian timeline was out of Egypt, I believe. Well, they moved it over to is it in England now? Yeah, Greenwich, right? So, anyways, So say when you go into the Ice Age, that particular pyramid might come into play and open up a volcano in that area of the world south of the Aleutian Islands. Now, don't forget, when you go into an ice age, in the middle of the ice age, the ocean's like 300 some odd feet lower. So a lot of these submerged islands, especially down where you are or in the South Pacific, they're all going to be above the ocean level. They're going to be, new land. People are going to be, bugging out and going over to these new islands that just showed up in the middle of the ice age, because when you go through the transition from interglacial period into the ice age, you're losing a lot of the actual land mass in the northern and southern hemisphere. And as that's happening, the sea levels are going to lower because the ice is building now. We're in ice building mode on both poles, and then the oceans will drop. And as they drop, you're going to have, a lot of land come available to live on. Kind of going off topic here, but what I'm saying is, like, you go into pumpkin shape, we're in spherical shape, and when you go into a pumpkin shape, we have like trillions of tons of ice on both poles just crushing the planet and turning it into almost like a wafer. Those pyramids that are out there now in say Bosnia will open up a hotspot and allow magma to be released and prevent large tectonic plate movements or tsunamis and things of that nature. That's the where the science is going, that I've been led to believe in anyways. So I've discovered.
I mean, what you're talking about, it just makes sense that gravity is so much more important than we have ever been told. I mean,
it's huge. Yeah,
researchers on this subject.
Yeah. Right. They don't really want us messing around with gravity. They don't, because then you start doing things with gravity, the oil economy is gone. See you later. I can push a truck up Mount Everest, with just gravity, no engine or whatever. Yeah, it's so it's it's the next big thing. Like, I know the real rich and powerful people will spend big money on anybody that's doing anything remotely interesting scientifically, that they can show any kind of manipulation with gravity at all. They'll plow billions into it, because they know that's the next technological advancement to come down. So,
as we all study the ancient sites and see what they did with those megalithic stones.
Yeah.
It would really make sense that they had some kind of control of gravity, because, when you're talking several 100-ton stones on the other side of the mountain and all that, I mean, it just something's certainly missing.
Yeah, I was out at the obelisk in Aswan, Egypt, 1,000 ton stone, 1,000-pound stone, no, 1,000-ton stone, yeah, no, 1,000 pounds, yeah, 1,000 ton.
1,000 pounds would be half a ton.
It was 1,000 tons, right? And I'm looking at it going, this thing's just too big. I mean, I figured out enough that they were moving the stones, because if you go to Aswan, the quarry, it's like hundreds of feet above the Nile, right? So it doesn't take a lot of thinking to, like, they could just they had like ramps that would just slide the blocks right down to the river of the Nile. It doesn't take a big leap of intelligence to figure that out. And then, but 1,000-ton, 400 or 500 foot long, obelisk is just, the Nile's not deep enough to put it on a barge. It just doesn't make any sense. So, so it's like the block. I think you get something relatively the same, maybe 1,200 tons over in I just had the word on the top of my brain there, my tongue there. Baalbek. The Baalbek stone is like 1,200 tons, a big square thing. That they were moving those things, and that actual temple right next to it. I mean, some stones are 500 ton, 400 ton, 300 ton. I mean, they're just absolutely enormous foundation stones. So somebody definitely had some gravitational technology. Now, that all being said, if you get reading into my book, the Earth-Moon relationship, they've already figured out the moon's drifting away, X amount of units of measure a year, and things of that nature. But when we go into the ice age and we start building ice and mass on the poles, the gravitational signature of the Earth will change, and it pulls the moon back closer to the Earth, right? So it's going to pull the moon closer to the Earth, like a big yo-yo, And this is, unbeknownst to the mainstream physicists out there. They probably haven't heard this yet. They haven't read my book, but the moon comes back in. All right. Now, when the moon comes back in, you're going to have bigger gravitational seasons. Like daily times. You're going to be more in touch with the moon because you're going to have a larger gravitational influence on the planet, and you will base your movement of the stones on what the metonic cycle is and where the moon is on whatever cycle the moon happens to be. Just like our friend down there in Coral Castle, he was down there moving all those massive things. And
we're going to have to.
What's his?
We're at the end of the road here, John. We're going to.
He was definitely using the moon to move the stones, no doubt about it. Edward Scanlon, something like that. Messed it up, Scanlon, yeah. So he's got like 4 or 5 moons in Coral Castle. So he's telling you what he's doing. He was using the moon to make the picks. He's using the gravitational field, just like I was talking about, where I could actually see the weight of these things move. So if you're pushing the stone towards the moon, as it's coming up, it's going to be easy to push. It's a very short amount of time, but you'll be able to do more work with that in mind.
And he was on energy spots like we on about too.
Yeah.
Both Jupiter and where he moved it to Homestead are both energy spots.
Right.
Hey, I will bring Omar back on because we've got to be signing off here, and he's the man in charge.
I figured they cut us off already.
We were letting you go. It's interesting, man.
Yeah, it's tough to cut off a great conversation like that one. We're just sitting here at the edge of my seat looking for questions and comments. And wow, John, people sure love you. They resonate with your idea and your theories of the pyramid and the moon and the gravity. And so thank you very much, John, for coming back and giving us a second download in this disclosure. This is the type of information that really needs to get out there, because this is part of disclosure, and the more people that understand what you're saying, the better conversations we can have in the future and discuss openly as to what the functions of the pyramids really are. Who built them? Well, that's for somebody else. But, I sure like your idea of the functions of pyramids. So with that being said, guys, I've posted John's website in the comments, and I will post that again once our next speakers come on. And I will also be sharing John's YouTube address. So if you guys YouTube channel. So if you guys want to go and check out his videos on lots of things, and very cool videos too. Check that out. Subscribe to his channel, and hit that bell so get a notification for when he goes live or uploads a video. So John, with that being said, thank you very much, my brother. I really appreciate it. You're welcome to hang around in the studio and listen to Stephen and Evan. And we'll get Bruce to interact with Stephen and Evan. It's Bruce's turn to do some work.
Good to finally meet you in person.
I'm happy to see John again there. And like I said, we spent a really good time at Cahokia at a conference back in 2014. And it was an awesome time.
Couple of times. Yeah, it was great. I really enjoyed it, Yeah. So,
okay, John.
Hopefully we'll get some conferences. We'll see you. Thanks, everybody. Thank you.
Have a great night, John. Thank you for coming through, man. It was really awesome. Really awesome.
Thank you, John.
Thanks for having me, man.
One thing I do have to say is not only do Stephen and Evan Strong always bring the information, but Evan's hair is the pinnacle of style right now. My man, that is amazing. It's like not one hair is at a place, bro. It's so cool. I got see mine. It doesn't do that. I got a couple extra. Just want to go up, but the rest doesn't want it like that.
That is a very good observation, Rob. I thought I'd put Evan on the big screen and show that beautiful hair off. Why not?
think about what you achieve while I'm doing my hair. What time that you have on your hands to do more important things.
That's a statement I make constantly.
True, but I would take that time to get hair like that. That's for sure. I would give it up.
You got to have priorities, Evan. It's all about priorities, man.
It is. It really is.
Our next guests are Stephen and Evan Strong from Forgotten Origins, and one of the sponsors for this Total Disclosure event. So many kudos to Stephen and Evan for putting their name on the line and and just rolling with the wave that we've created so far. This conference has been excellent. All the speakers that we've had for the last couple of days, leading right up to today, have been wonderful. And of course, yesterday, Stephen and Evan did a interview with Mary Rodwell, which was just wonderful in itself. And I'm sure I'm going to be going back and watching those a few times over because there was a lot of information that was shared. But tonight, Stephen and Evan are going to give us a download on something totally different. And I'm going to leave Bruce Cunningham on the screen since these guys are friends. And so I thought that, these guys can interact because Stephen and Evan, they're going to do a presentation on Atlantean rings. And so with that being said, I'm going to remove myself off the screen. And guys, it is all yours.
All right. Well, before we start, since Evan's been praised for his grooming, I'd like to make a point. I'm going to pass out a personal commendation and big tick. Look how I look today. Did you notice something different about the way I presented myself as opposed to the last two presentations I've done?
Yeah, I do. Your shirt is not inside out.
And the cardigan is not inside out.
Oh, yeah, you did that one too.
So I got dressed up today for you, Mob. Normally, I've been on presentations with my T-shirt back to front and my cardigan back to front. And I noticed that today because I'd done it again and put the things around the right way. Mind you, Dill then said you're going to brush your hair, and I thought that's going too far.
Yeah, well,
I let you do that.
Yeah,
all right, we'll leave that aside. And what we're going to talk about today is some rings. Now, I'm going to make a point about this that we've been doing skulls and rocks and all sorts of things. And way back, probably about 3 years ago, Ros Mulder, the person who's bought so much of the artifacts that were going to be sent overseas and saved them, stay back here to be examined, she rang us and said that she'd got a hold of a ring. And this ring was found at a place called Hill End, which is a gold mining place area in New South Wales. And it was found by a prospector called Sean, who had bought a flash gold metal detecting machine. And he took it out on a trial run and stumbled on a result, and then dug down 1.5 meters on the side of a steep hill, and lo and behold, found a ring. The ring itself, Ros was taken by and rang us up and said she got a ring, didn't she, Evan?
Yeah, we both kind of went.
Yeah. Great. We do rings. We had no interest in rings, never done them before, never spoken about or written in any stage, anything about Atlantis or Lemuria, never been written about, none of our interest, couldn't care less. Anyway, after a while, she rang me and said the ring had been playing up. Now, this is where it gets a bit odd, and I've got to pass on the fact that this is, may not sound empirical, but this is what she told me. They'd been putting it on the table, and then they'd walk away, and then they'd come back, and it'd disappear for a day. And then it would come back, and it was disappearing all the time. And Ross said it wanted to come down to us. And I thought to myself, oh, yeah, disappearing rings. Yeah, well, that's really something it just didn't ring. It didn't ring with me at all. I didn't take any interest in it. And she sent the ring down for us to write at and examine, and it sat in a leather pouch for about 3 months. And I'd walk past it and think, okay, this is what I've got. A piece of metal that's found in Australia, 1.5 meters beneath the surface. Well, that's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, that is a bit weird.
Because original people didn't have foundries and didn't smelt. Therefore, what's a ring doing so far beneath the surface? That's one paragraph.
Yeah.
Second paragraph is this. What's that noise?
It's a rooster in Brisbane.
I think
Oh my God, I knew it was a rooster. I'm thinking we don't have any chicks here. I'm looking around for it. I heard it about 3 times.
My chicken coop is right.
Well, look, I
My
appreciate
chicken
the
coop
roosters
is right
cheering us on.
outside.
Okay. Well, I like to have an audience. I like the feel of an audience, so we'll go with that because it's better than what we normally get today when we talk to a screen and look at myself. But anyway, it sat there for 3 months, and I just couldn't care less.
You just can't make this stuff up.
No, not at all.
Well, you know that we're live.
So anyway, what happens is Ros rings me up once or twice and saying, how's that article going on the ring? Well, I've got to be honest, Ros, I was lying. It wasn't going anywhere. I'd say, oh, yeah, I'm just about to start on. I've got one more thing to do. I'd forgotten about it. Anyway, one day I walked past and thought, that lady's done so much for us. I've got to write an article. It's only going to be 200 words, which everyone's going to be happy about, aren't they?
Yeah, because you're
That's
right.
a blessing.
You write small theses.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, I thought this is going to be good. So what I did was, and Evan, if you can put this up, because we'll start the story now.
There we go.
There is the ring that we've been talking about. And he thought it was gold. And he's thinking it's got to be 10,000 years old and it's gold. Oh, I'm going to make a lot of money out of this. So he takes it off to get analysed by a machine. There's only 1 and 2 in Australia. And it cost about nearly 6 figures to buy. And it reads out everything to 2 decimal points. And there you've got the really rare a combination of nickel, iron, zinc, copper, and lead. All common elements, no gold there. And he was disappointed. After a while, and a long story we won't go into, he put it up on for sale and Ros bought it. So that was the story. I could have done 2 paragraphs, money, if I pushed it and make it 300 words. So what I did, gentlemen, was I was decide on the day to do this, but I'd look up those elements. Now, I did something I've never done before and will never do again. I actually went into the computer land and punched them up and found out what the readout was. And the readout was nothing. There's no story about those 5 elements anywhere except in Wikipedia. Well, I kept looking elsewhere first because I have an issue with Wikipedia I won't go into now.
It's been pretty mean to us.
Yeah.
And a lot of other people we know.
It says horrible things about us, and I didn't want to talk to it, so I looked elsewhere. I found 4 of the elements together with papers on that, but not the 5. Anyway, finally, I went to Wikipedia out of desperation because I couldn't go anywhere else. And lo and behold, I see Pliny the Elder, Homer, and Plato mentioned. And one of your guests coming up, Paul Wallace, who is a lover of Plato, as I am, I thought, hang on for a sec, I better read this. And they all spoke about those 5 elements making up an alloy called orichalcum. And it reads in Wikipedia, and this must be true because we know that everything they write is the whole truth and nothing but the truth, that it is a mythical alloy that was found in the mythical continent or island of Atlantis. So we have 2 mythicals in one sentence, which is poor English, but they let that through. The editor didn't mind with that. Yep. And tells us that it comes from Atlantis. I thought, oh, really? Oh, okay. Yeah, sure. I'm sure it does. It meant nothing to me, really. But then down on the same page, they had a picture of the mythical orichalcum, which right away put me in a little bit of a quandary, ladies and gentlemen, because I had 2 mythicals at the top of the page, and down the bottom I had a photograph taken in 2017 of orichalcum. So I thought to myself, the editor there should do a little bit of work on what he's written there, because mythical in for those people who don't know, in Wikipedia language means it's a load of shit. Okay, we've got to be honest about that. That's why it's put there twice. It means it's rubbish. But down the bottom, it had a picture of ingots, about 86 of them that were found in a Sicilian wreck in Roman wreck in 2016. And they dug up all these ingots that were fully made, obviously on their way to Rome. And of course, the commentary says, oh, they made it in Rome. the Italians made this orichalcum. Well, hang on for a sec. You said it's only in Atlantis. And secondly, if it's in ingot form and it's going towards Rome, it wasn't made in Rome. It was made somewhere else and brought across. They'd found these ingots. And in it, there was a readout. Now, this is where it gets tricky for me. Because, Evan, can you now put up, and by the way, before we leave that, if you just look at the readout there, you've got over 99, now we're at about 99.5% of this is zinc and copper. And the other three trace elements make up less than 0.5%. But remember, when I read about this with Plato, he just said what the elements were. When Homer dedicated orichalcum to Aphrodite, he just mentioned what the elements were. And when Pliny the Elder spoke about it in the 1st century BC, he said the mines were gone.
Yeah.
It was gone. But he mentioned the 5 elements. So, yes, my elements were there, and I've got a tick, so it's starting to look like it's Atlantean. But then we looked at the ingots, and we had a problem here. If you could put up the ingots, please, Evan. There they are.
Yeah.
And you can see there's quite a few of them, and the Greeks call them mountain gold. And so did the Romans. And it's quite interesting because I'm thinking, why do the Greeks and the Romans both have language for something that's not true? Mythical. And I'm saying, Wikipedia, you're confusing me. I'm reading your information. I'm going all over the shop. But then Evan did some research past that because he went back into the computer land that I don't go near. And then we found out what the readout of these particular things were. And this is where it threw me.
Mind you, if you go to the Wikipedia page today, I checked yesterday, they've taken out the word mythical.
Oh, they've taken it out.
Because I keep checking every couple of months, and it's only taken them how long?
Ladies and gentlemen, Atlantis now exists because Wikipedia says so. But here's the problem, ladies and gentlemen. The copper is greater than 75%. The one we have was 73%. The zinc doesn't get above 20%. Ours was 25.9%. And the iron, nickel, and lead make up 5 to 10%, and ours was 0.5%. So on a purely scientific level, yes, they both fit the 5 elements, but I see differences here. And remember, this was a ring, or these are ingots. And I'm thinking, okay, maybe there are different types of orichalcum. Because Plato spoke about the fact that the orichalcum, which was everywhere, and including, it was in the inner temple of Poseidon and Cleito. In the inner temple, the whole of it was lined in orichalcum, the walls, the ceilings, and the plinths where they wrote. I think himself and Atlas both wrote their wisdom on there, and there was a little cap of gold above. So it's a sacred element. In fact, it was considered as sacred as gold. So I was starting to read this because we knew none of this, but we still had this issue. Something wasn't running together there because, you've got orichalcum in Sicily. And yes, I've got a ring made of orichalcum too, but there's a difference in the way it's made up. So this is how we began this story, with questions, but we were open to the idea, but not convinced. To us, it didn't fit. But we'll move along with the slides now. And lo and behold, I decided in my one foray into computer land, and I'm not going back, I hate the place, I would look up the word Atlantean ring, okay, and see what it said. And again, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be dismayed to find there were no papers on Atlantean rings. They don't do any. The scientists don't believe it exists because apparently at that time, according to Wikipedia, it was still mythical, wasn't it?
That's right.
Okay, but anyway, at that particular moment, that's what they thought. But there was one entry, Howard Carter. Now, this is where the plot starts to thicken. And I'm thinking, well, what's going on here? So we did I did my research. It's my only day. I'm going to boast about it because I've never done it again. I did some research on this and found out that Howard Carter had worn an Atlantean ring into the tomb of Tutankhamun. And I thought, whoa, let's check this out. So it turned out what had actually happened is this. In 1862, I think, in the Valley of the Kings, a French famous archaeologist, Marquis d'Agrain, discovered what he said was an Atlantean ring. I have no idea why he said it. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, we couldn't find out that reason.
No.
But he found it. And it stayed with his family in France. And we know this is the case because we have been in contact with one of the family members, haven't we, Evan?
Yep.
And we know the story about what happened to this ring. And some of that is not in Wikipedia, so we can add to that. And what happened was he read a book written by a gentleman by the name of Andrew Bilazal, a Frenchman who was the husband of the granddaughter of Howard Carter. And what he found out was that when the ring was found, they experimented on it, particularly Marquis d'Agrain, and found that this ring had magical, yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is what they said, magical powers that could repel all evil energy and forces completely. In other words, it's basically the ring of God because it overcomes evil. Huge claim. He wrote a book on this, wrote a paper in the 1920s, I think, and it sold about 30 copies, but Howard Carter read it. And he went to France and they made him a copy of that ring. Now, the story with the rings, and I've got one with me, and we'll talk about that soon enough down the line, is it's the markings on the ring that give it its power. So, this ring, this particular one, is not made from metal, it's made from porcelain, and he wore it. And you'll see at the picture of Howard Carter, you'll find it's on his little finger. And we know for a fact from the time he got that copy ring, he never took it off. But the first night he went to sleep that night, he was told by the copy ring, he had a dream and he knew it came from the ring, that he was to go to Egypt and he would make a discovery that would change the world in archaeology, which was Tutankhamun's tomb. Now, ladies and gentlemen, my research tells me there were around about 17 people that went into that tomb. And after 1 year, there was one that was still alive. And there were weird stories about how others died. It was cursed. We know that was true. The tomb was cursed. But there he is. That's Carter at the moment looking at the tomb. And he has the ring on his other finger, which is closed at the moment. And he wore that in. And all the other 18 died, and he lived to his 60s or 65 or something and died a natural death, and all the rest didn't. He was protected by that ring. So now we had a little bit of a story. So I'm starting to find out now that these rings may have another component to this, which is some form of magic, which, by the way, they certainly do, don't they, Evan? Mm-hmm. We're not doing that today, I can assure you. But look, we could do 2 hours on what the rings have done since they've turned up. And magic, there's plenty of it. But we're not doing that today. We're trying to find out where the technology for all this comes from. And it will take us back to the other part of this story, which is the alien story. We're trying to do our alien story through technology and through science. So let's move along because we've got the readouts for all of them. So what do we know about? We know this. You've got Plato telling us about a person called Atlas, the son of Poseidon. In fact, the first, I think, Poseidon and Cleito, which is a mortal woman, had 5 sets of twins. He was the first set of twin, and he was the male, and he took over the custodianship of Atlantis as this went along. So we knew that. And we knew that the symbol, and Roz did the research on this, because now that we knew that this was close, she started to look this up, and we found out, ladies and gentlemen, that one of the 2 symbols on that ring is the same Berber symbol for the Atlas. So we're starting to get a little bit of a clue on the ring itself. One is the fact we've got the chemistry that seems to match with the stories of Plato, Homer, and Pliny the Elder. And if you wish to call them liars, go for it. But I'm not going to do that. You've got 2 symbols. One is that curled thing that you can see there. And the second one is two straight lines both ways, one going across, one going down, with a circle in the middle. And there are 5 of those circles, but all of them are of different diameter. And that's what we knew. Okay, there's a better picture of it. You'll see it at a different angle, and you can see you've got the circles there, but trust me, the top circle and the bottom circle are slightly different, and all the others are marginally different. And we wondered about that. But then, and there's a picture of it from a different angle, ladies and gentlemen. And there within it are two things. Number one, you'll find the ring was cut. One of the circles was cut in half, and that cut is different to every other cut on the ring. And that actually tainted the ring and made it become completely and utterly evil, which we will not talk about today. But here's the point. Those 5 circles made me think. We did some research about Atlantis, and we found that Atlantis had an outer city, then an inner city that was separated by 5 rings of earth and water. Now, each of these circles here is a different size, marginally different, but they're not the same. And each of them has straight lines, vertical and horizontal. Now, the story of Atlantis is that you got across these rings through horizontal and vertical lines, roads that went across with bridges. And I'm thinking 5 rings, yes, we've got that. We've got Atlas, and yes, the chemistry is the same. We see a pattern here, ladies and gentlemen, and that begins the process. And by the way, as we go through here, we'll be looking at the chemical readouts as we run along. So can we go to the next one? Oh, there's the Berbers we spoke about. And by the way, the Berbers' religion is based around reverence towards Atlas. He is their central god. And therefore, the symbol they've used would have been the symbol that represented him. So we've got a fairly strong circumstantial case that Atlantis exists to begin with. So let's move along, please, Evan. Then we do ring number 2. This ring was also bought by Roz at an earlier time, and lo and behold, there is the symbol for Atlas running both, I think, male and female. Now, this ring is different. Of the 3 Atlantean rings, it's the only one that wasn't damaged. And what we found with this ring is we gave it to 2 psychics, didn't we, Evan?
Yeah.
And it nearly killed both of them.
Yeah.
We won't go into details today because we're not doing that story today, but I can assure you it made them feel ill. One had to go and wash themselves, and the other one, her cat wouldn't go near her for a week, and she felt absolutely ill. It made her vomit. She was dry reaching when she put this ring in her hand. It is full, and this is something I'm going to tell you now. The one commonality with the Atlantean rings is they have a lot of negative energy. Okay, this one. Now, how do we know it's Atlantean? We're going to find out in a sec, but you'll find it's got that same copper gold. But this one, what we started to find with these rings is this looks more copper than gold. And we knew that was the case. But remember, the rule is no one was saying at any stage what the percentages were. And what we're going to find out is the percentages of these 5 elements is never the same. And the people who think it comes from a mine are wrong. It comes from a laboratory, and this is where the technology starts to grow. Okay, this one we've looked at and we're still dealing with today. And the first one we've looked at and at the moment. And here's an interesting part with the third one. That is the picture of the ring. And you'll see it's got the same thing. It's got the circle with the 2 lines on it, and it's got that same curled effect. It's got Atlantis and Atlas on it again. And by the way, it has 5 of one and 4 of the other, and the first ring is exactly the same. This ring was also found at Hill End by a different person. And by the way, there's a picture of it.
It's pretty beat up, isn't it?
It's very beat up and bent. And there's a picture it's sideways. And when you've got it sideways, you'll find it's a different color. It's dark brown. That is the color it is when you don't put light on it. When you go back, and if you could please, Evan, when you shine the light on it, that's how it changes. And we were told when we got this ring, it glows in the dark. Now, you can see it's bent and it's been cut and messed around. It's not anything balanced, but it has the same symbols. And this one was found 4 meters beneath the surface at Hill End by a different prospector. And there were 4 of them working on this one. And 3, when they put the actual metal detector over there, it wouldn't read, but on the 4th one, it would. And that's what they found. Now, they both come from the same place in Australia. So now we start to see a pattern. But now let's look at the chemical readout for these 3 rings and compare them.
There's a nice comparison of the 2.
There's the 2. And remember, ladies and gentlemen, When you saw the picture of that other one with the light, instead of that brown, it was virtually the same as the other one. Now, what is that coat? But here's the readout. Now, have a look at the copper readout for the three of them. 73, 91, 82. The zinc readout, 25, 7, 17. Can you see what's happening there? In each case, they all have the same symbols. They have different meanings. They have different requirements and different magic. Now, the nickel, I find it interesting. Look at the nickel readout for Atlantis 1 and Atlantis 3. What are the chances that you would get that sort of commonality? Now, if you look at the combined readout for the three rings down the bottom, 99.5%, 99.36%, 99.5% again, another commonality. Now, what we're starting to realize now is this. Okay, the copper and the zinc are the alloys. And these are the ones, by the way, copper, if you wear these rings on your finger for a while, you get a green tinge because copper will actually infuse itself into the wearer. And that's how the magic works, by the way. And then when you look at the other three, what is interesting with number 2, and we found this with all of the orichalcum in Lemuria too, the lead is the most, how can I put this? The one that is mixed around the most. It can go up to 8% lead and down to less than that. It varies all the time. Nickel and iron are always constant. Copper and zinc are always constant. But in the second one, the lead, literally, notice for the second and the lead in the next two, it's 0.287, 0.28, and 0.27. It's the same amount each time, but it varies. The second one, why did they take the lead out and put the gold in? Very simple answer. It's pure logic. This symbol is only of Atlas.
The non-earthly one also gets me with the...
Oh, well, let's do Atlas first, then we do the non-earthly one. We start to do the alien story slowly, Evan. We bring it in. Let's look at number 2 first. Don't rush ahead, please.
Hey, Stephen?
Yes,
Stephen, Evan, just before you move off of this image, I just want to quickly toss a question out because I think it might get lost. And so while we have the image up, might as well just toss it in there. It's from John Steele. He's asking, is that the blue on the ring, is that patina?
Yes, that's patina because all of these rings were buried. Some of you've got to understand every one of these rings was buried and recovered through metal detectors, never meant to be found again. Remember, we're talking 1.5 meters on the side of a hill, which was the only part of the gold field that had no gold. So no one's going to go there, are there? The second one was buried, taken out of roadworks, and they dug down 4.5 meters and was on the top. And they would have never found it except they were putting in a new drain. So all of these were discovered by accident, okay? Yes, that is a bluing patina because they were all hidden for some time. And we've got rings that have the same, I'm going to see it with Lemuria. They covered them also. And yeah, there is patina on them again. What's interesting with number 2 is number 2, they took the lead out and put gold in, which makes sense simply because the inner temple of Cleito and Poseidon, where Atlas put his writing, was all orichalcum but had a cap of gold on top. And the chemist, and I'm going to use this word, and we're going back 10, 15,000 years, the chemist and alchemist at the same time made each ring according to its need. And because this was worn solely and only by Atlas, therefore it should be the same as the temple. And that's what they've done with that one. Number 3 is fascinating because, yes, if you look at the combined nickel and copper's content, because they've both got the same symbols, it's identical. When you look at the nickel, it's identical. Sorry, copper and zinc is identical. Nickel's identical. The lead, if you look at the lead to the non-earthly component, is nearly identical again. That is deliberate because this ring and the other ring carry very similar powers. That third ring, it can also kill. The first and the third ring will kill. The second ring just makes you incredibly sick. And for those people who think that Atlantis is wonderful and golden, we're not doing much to help them, are we? But don't worry, there is a silver lining because there's a balance in these rings. They're half good and half evil. But the third one, what's fascinating is the third readout is 0.272%, not identified on the earthly periodic table. This is where this story starts to change now. What we're finding is there are different forms of orichalcum. There's the cruder stuff in the ingots that was going to be made into gold coins by the Romans. That's the lowest, the coarse level. Then you go up to more refined level, where it's all 99.5% that, then 3 trace elements, like a homeopath would put in drops of things. Those ones are a different form of orichalcum. And within it, the third one gave us a clue. So far, the chemistry has been all elements that have been around for a while. Then all of a sudden in the third one, there is a drop in there of something that we believe is alien. Now, why do we say this? Because this machine, 0.272, look at the degree of exactness they can measure. And they couldn't find the damn thing because it's not on the earthly periodic table. This is a clue. And then this takes us to the rings of Lemuria, doesn't it?
It does. Can
we go to them now? I know this is a science lesson today, but we're trying to prove that there is an alien involvement that's been on this planet forever. And my argument is if they've been here forever, we should be able to find this with science and archaeology. And that's what we're doing here, because it doesn't matter in the long run whether these rings came from Lemuria, Atlantis, or someone else, because the chemistry now in the next part of this story breaks every rule there is. Okay, and we're going to go to a little shack called Angkor Wat, because this is where most of these rings were found. And as you know, that's an ancient place, and the rings come from Angkor Wat, and again, were bought by Roz. And I've got to tell you, when she bought the first of these rings, we were dealing with the first Atlantean ring, basically trying to kill everybody, and I mean kill, the people using it to kill other people, and people were lying to each other. It was pulling apart everyone. It was like straight out of Lord of the Rings when someone was wearing the ring, because someone had stolen the ring and was wearing it. And I remember when I looked back at this person, I said, we'll be back in a couple of weeks to get the ring. And this person was holding the ring and said, the ring will decide. And I kept thinking, oh, shit, this is Peter Jackson's Lord of the Rings.
My precious.
Yeah, my precious will decide. That was when this happened, when this was going on. Roz rings me up and tells me I've got a giant's ring. And right then I thought, oh, give me a break. One ring. I have enough problem with that. I didn't even want to talk about it. It's the same reaction. I don't want to know. Anyway, let's have a look at it. This is what happened. You'll see 2 rings there. Okay, and if you look very carefully, the ring, both of them have the same things on top. Notice they're covered in that brown. Don't worry, it comes out looking exactly like the other rings, but they covered them in brown. They sealed them up. I don't know why. I think there were problems with this. The one that she bought is the one that has, I've got one in my hand right now, which you'll see later, which has 6 animals on top. She's got 4. She's got the monkey and she's got the elephant. The one I've got has also got 2 pigs. Now, look at the size of the rings. I can tell you now, well, I'll show you one when I hold it up later when we come back. All of the Atlantean rings go on my finger. All of these ones fall off my finger. I can put 2 fingers inside there and I've got room for my little finger again. They are massive. Now, what have we got here? Have a look, and there's a couple of differences with Lemurian rings because they're more refined, more sophisticated, and far more alien in technology than Atlantis. So let's go through the first one, and you'll notice there
Sorry, I thought you wanted to move to the next slide.
No, I was going to read the line there. I'm a fair dinkum, mate. Once again, you've embarrassed me. You'll lose points at the end of the day for our debrief. Okay, we've got the iron like we did before. We got the zinc, we got the copper, we got the lead. But we don't have the nickel this time, but we have 2 new things. We have tin, which, I get that, okay, tin, and we got titanium. We have a problem. Titanium was not discovered until 1868, and it was first used industrially in the 1930s in jewelry, which is fine. We've got jewelry here. in the 1930s. In fact, 24 karat gold has less than 1% titanium, and it makes it harder than 14 karat gold just by putting that in. Titanium is the greatest hardener there is on the planet. Now remember, 24 karat gold less than 1%, this is 1.15%. The titanium was put in there because it's a different mixture. The zinc is lower, and we're up to about 87%. In fact, all Lemurian rings never touch 90. This is a different setup. And look how much lead is in this one. Yeah, we're missing one here. We're missing the nickel, but don't worry. The other one you're looking at, which has the same animals, is pure orichalcum again with the tin. Every Lemurian ring has tin. That's one of its signatures. Okay, so that's the first one there. We have most of orichalcum in this one, but more importantly, we have titanium. Now, titanium was not discovered, according to every science textbook, until 1868. These rings are at least, and by the way, we've kept the dirt on the first one. We're not scratching that one out. It has been left like that. The second one has changed. These rings, ladies and gentlemen, are 5 to 10,000 to 15,000 years old, and they contain technology we're not supposed to have. So let's look a bit further. Okay, there's a picture of the one that I had to begin with, number 2. It looks nothing like that now. It's nearly all gold. That coat was put on top, and you can see all the different animals. This is a really ornate piece of work. And again, can you see both my fingers are stuck inside the damn thing? There's 2 fingers, one going one way and the other. They're my 2 front fingers there, and they fit inside, and there's room for more. And it weighs close to 100 grams. When you put it on your finger, some people said, I've got a big finger, it fits on. Yeah, it might fit on, but after about 5 minutes, it starts to hurt. And yes, someone's got some eagle time in here. Oh, God, with Atlantis it is. Don't worry, but there's a good part to that. Okay, now you can see it starting to rub off. Can you see around my finger there? Oh, and the dirty fingernails. I was out in the field at the time. You'll see the gold's coming back again. By the way, it's changed a lot since then. I'll hold it up later and you'll see it's gone completely different now. It's nearly all gold because I kept rubbing it. And what we're going to find with that one, moving along, please, Evan, is there's the readout of that one. We've got the nickel, we got the iron, we got the lead, and we've got the copper, and we got the zinc. So we're back to, and we're around about 95 for this one. It can get up to 95, but never 99. And you'll notice the lead's 2.3 this time. As I said, it rocks all over the place. Check out the tin, which is 1.112. You're going to find another ring that comes up next has tin reading of 1.112 again. Exactly the same. What I'm saying is the chemist here never makes it the same way any time, always different. Now, what's interesting is this ring has the same animals as the first ring exactly. There's no different. But the chemistry, no titanium in here. We got the nickel like before. This is full orichalcum, this one, with the tin added, because all of the Lemurian rings must have the tin. So we've got a different readout there again, because our chemist creates each one of these rings for a different reason. And it's got 2 reasons. And one of them, again, I hate to say it, is magical, but we're not doing that today. Move on to the science, Evan. Okay, here's another one that comes in, and this one is much heavier. Oh, fair income. And this one's been degraded a bit. And again, these were buried. And the readout on this one, can we look at that one, please, Evan? Is that up next?
No,
we're going to do a couple together. We're going to put them all together. Okay.
Do you want me to go back to
that? No. We'll just go through each one and we'll introduce them as we go. Here's another one that was found in Angkor Wat. All buried, all hidden, and all on the market to be sold, which is ridiculous, but that's part of the way things are. This one, I'm not even sure, because I can tell you now, there's another ring alongside here, a big ring that people call a big ring. It's a bit like the crocodile do one.
That's not a ring, that's a ring. That's not a knife, that's a knife.
Now, these other rings we're talking about, Atlantis, they're nothing compared to this one. And wait until you see the chemistry inside them. We'll look at that soon enough. Moving along, please, Evan. Oh, that's the crystal ring analysis. And you'll notice there, it's different again. And the reason is it's got copper, it's got lead, it's got tin at 37%. That's massive. And there, it's not a ring. All the other rings, it gets inside you through the copper and the zinc together. This ring is a crystal on top. The crystal is the power source. The ring this time is different again. Its function is to hold the crystal. So can we move along again, please, Evan? Oh, the little man. Yeah, remember that one.
Yep.
We had that analyzed too. And you will find when you look at the analysis of this one, he's 9 inches tall. He again was found. Oh, that's a different story, wasn't he? He was found in Australia. Yeah. We got Lemurian stuff in Australia too. He was found 65 years ago. And as a child of about 7 or 8 at the time, he was playing in a rubbish dump. It was in Sydney, where they were bringing in dirt to make an oval. And he found this thing in the bottom of it, and he calls it the little man. And we've got a readout of that coming up, which was found in Australia and out of a quarry again. They're all buried here. And there's look at our ring now, ladies and gentlemen. Remember the one I told you it was all brown? And look, if you look at the comparison, we knew straight away when we this analysed it was going to be orichalcum with a little hint of tin. We knew this in advance, but we had to get it done, didn't we, Evan?
Yep.
Okay, moving along. The little man analysis. What have we got? We got nickel, we got iron, we got zinc, we got tin, we got copper, and we got lead. Exactly what we thought. And notice together we got a score of about 97 that time, but not the 99.5. But remember, this isn't a ring. This is a different setup. And notice that little man is not a normal person, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Some people could say, it, couldn't they, Evan? Can we go back and have a quick look? God, look at that round head. Look at the eyes. He don't look like us. He looks like, I'm going to have to say it, he looks like an alien. Can't help it. But wait until we've gone past that one. Are we about to do the big readout? There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at the readout. And as we go through this readout, let's look at a couple of things. By the way, look at Lemurian ring number 2 and number 3 when it comes to the tin. It's the same. Look at the readout between number 2 and number 3 when it comes to the copper and zinc. It's the same. Look at the nickel readout between 2 and 3. It's the same. Those two are basically, is that what we got left? 3 minutes?
Oh, 13.
Oh, good. Thank God for that. We'll get through it. Now, let's go a bit further. I want to go to number 3. And look at number 3. The copper readout's really low. The zinc readout's really high, and that weakens it. And that's why they didn't use titanium this time. They used chromium, which happens to be the second strongest hardener there is on the planet after titanium. Now, that was put in. Now, the first time they put the titanium in, that was obvious. Why? Because look at the lead. They had to put a hardener in. The chemists knew that weakened the structure. Now, the second one was much weaker, which is why it's frayed away a bit, because the copper is low and the zinc is incredibly high. Notice the difference in the zinc between 1, 2, and 3. It's just like the Atlantean one. Notice how it varies every time. And, of course, we've got 2 in the 95%, 1 in the 86% there. The Lemurian statue is different. That doesn't matter. But then what you've got below there, that chromium, it seems to me that every time they make a structure that's slightly weaker, the chemist knows this. And straight away, what does he put in? He puts a hardener in. But, ladies and gentlemen, we've got hints there of a knowledge of chemistry that we really don't even have to this day, because there's a magical component to it. But where did it come from? Did we get it, or was it given to us? And the answer is in another ring, because we haven't finished them, have we, Evan?
No, there's
more. There's more. And the big one's coming up now, and it's that one. The ring that was destroyed by David, Evan, and Dell. And what that means is when Roz bought it, David, her husband, picked it up and dropped it, and it fell apart. And after a while, Roz was told to send it down to me after we had it analysed. And then Evan looked at it and dropped it. And then Dell walked past it and knocked it out of my hand, and we smashed it again. It's been broken 3 times, and there it is stuck together. And yes, the blue platina the gentleman spoke about. Feast your eyes on this blue, because this is so fragile and so ancient. We claim it's 10, 15, 20, 30,000, whatever, old. But the readout, ladies and gentlemen, look inside. You'll find there's a coat. And inside, thank you, that was from the Dell break, wasn't it?
I think it was.
That was from the Dell break, my wife. You'll find that there's a cable inside, separate. Can you see the gap there, ladies and gentlemen? There's a cable inside this, and it's supposed to be a ring. And by the way, it's huge again. All the ones from Lemuria are. But let's look at the readout, Evan. This is where it gets interesting.
Yeah, this has got some weird stuff.
Platinum, palladium, rhodium, rudendium, cadmium, and gallium. Now, I want to talk about gallium first. Gallium you cannot mine. It is a byproduct. When at high temperature, 4,000 degrees Celsius, you can get it out of aluminium and iron. But you've got to get it to that temperature. Come on, when were they supposed to have these things? And secondly, when you do get it, you get a trace element score of about 0 point something. This is 6.89. It's the 3rd largest element there, and it's as rare as anything to do. People only just found this stuff. And then what you've got is you've got electrolytes, you've got solar cell receptors, you've got all sorts of stuff. You've got 2 there, rhodium, rhodenium, which are massive hardness again, but only for palladium. They are hardness for platinum and palladium, which we've got in there. The platinum is nearly 4%, and the palladium's 1.5%. Or rhodenium and the other one, rhodium, those 2 are hardness for those 2. Now that's pretty deadly. We're getting into high science now, but here's the big one, ladies and gentlemen. You do the add up, and you got 41.8% not scored. It's not there. This thing, it did a large readout on this one. This is the largest readout, 9.4 seconds. It's normally 4.8, 4.9. This was the largest one. And by the way, there's only 2. This is top science. There's only 2 of these machines in Australia. You can't question it. And you can't say that they missed out on 41.8% and couldn't identify it, because this is where it starts to get interesting, ladies and gentlemen. That 41.8% ain't from here. Now, you can say the 0.24%, oh, that's just something they missed. You could. You can't say it for this one. This doesn't come from here. And look at what the thing is. The thing is, if you look at the ring itself, it's 2 spaceships on top of a ring that curls around in different directions. That don't make sense. Now, more to the point, you may say, and I'm going to have to rush quickly this now because we're running out of time, that is just one aberration. One aberration. That 41.8% of this is just not registering. It's not registering because this was not made by even the Lemurians. This was made by aliens. This is their ring. And it's a double function thing. It's not a ring. It's a device. And that cable inside is a receiver. This is something completely different, ladies and gentlemen. I believe they gave us the technology to use titanium and chromium and stuff like that and do that, but not this, not this. And if we can go to the other one, Evan. All right, the newest ring has come in, another one's come in. Very quickly go through that because we're going to have to rush through that. And this one's interesting because, yeah, we've got the normal ones like before, but we got more titanium in there again, Evan. Threw it back in again. Yeah, we threw that in, a bit of gold. The nickel's there, the iron's there, the zinc, the copper. And, of course, the tin, which has got to be there, the titanium, which we've seen before, and some lead. Another part of the pattern, ladies and gentlemen, and that one was found in Indonesia, wasn't it, Evan? It was found with a metal detector in Indonesia. So see what's happened. These Lemurian rings have been found in Indonesia, they've been found in Australia, and they've been found in Angkor Wat. That's Lemuria, ladies and gentlemen. But it's not finished. We've got time for one more. This one here. Very quickly, this was found at Carrion, where the Carrion glyphs were, and it was found right next to the back shaft. And we know it's Nefertari's jewelry. But very quickly, I want to close with this, the readout for this one, and this was done by Southern Cross University, the science lab there, And they didn't use an electronic machine this time. They used chemistry. They cut the back. It's still got a cut on it today, to this day, where they cut it and analysed it. And they had a readout of 73% aluminium, 3% copper, 24%. Again, not on the periodic table. So, ladies and gentlemen, this particular one, I know the scientist. I played tennis with him 2 days. I played tennis with him yesterday.
Oh, there you go.
And he keeps asking me, well, what's going on with this thing? It's not from here. They tried. He said, I tried everything I can to find what that other element was. But the 1/4 of this is not from here. Now, here's the interesting part. We know it was Egyptian, but remember, it's aluminium. They don't have aluminium there. This was made for them. And this was probably made by Syrians, because that 24% is the metal they put in. Because I remember Graham told me at the time, when they tried to analyze this, the guy that I played tennis with in my team, Matt, was the guy that put the drill on it, the aluminium drill, and it just slid off.
Yeah.
They had to get a tungsten tip to cut the damn thing, because they had to treat it like hardened steel, but it's aluminium. So what is that 24% as a hardener? Makes it stronger than steel. That would be something, if humans had today, they would use. Therefore, we've never had it. So, ladies and gentlemen, 24% there. That's in carry-on from Australia. Okay, we go to Angkor Wat, 41%. That one is from Lemuria. And then we've got one that comes from Atlantis that has a small drop of alien input. And those three together give me a story that goes back 5, 10, 15, 20,000 years. And during that period of time, we were using elements in different things that we regarded as sacred. And none of those elements can be found today. And they're not on our periodic table and never will be, because they don't come from here. We believe some of these elements come from Sirius, some come from the Pleiades, and some come from other places. But all of those other places are other places. They're not here. So, we finished at the right time, Evan?
Yeah, we've got 4 minutes.
4 minutes left. Okay, well, then we'll finish up with this. I wanted to work out what we did have left.
Maybe you'll have a little bit longer, Steve. Just waiting for Leah to show up. She's
she'll be awake soon. Don't worry.
If she shows up, then I'll bring her on. But you can go until then.
Oh, look, well, I'm basically am going to finish up, because if need be, Evan will ring her up on the phone and wake her up, but she will be there. By the way, I can make the point, since we do have a little bit more time, that 50 meters, in case you think it's a fluke, 50 meters from where we found that particular object was found by Arnie Minnie Mason, given it to me for protection, which I sorely needed. This was found by, I believe it was found by a metal detector. Have you heard that rumor, Evan?
I've heard that rumor.
Well, you wouldn't know a thing about it. No, it wasn't done by us, was it?
No.
Someone gave it to us. And I heard a rumor it was done by a metal detector, because you can't take a metal detector in national parks and wildlife country. But I want to make the point, it was given to us by someone else. I don't know how he found it. I heard rumors, but you know rumors, yeah, you can never believe them, man. I mean, it's like believing what you hear in the news on mainstream news. That'd be stupid, wouldn't it? No, I'm going back to that. We're not doing the new ring that Roz has found again, another one. We're not going to tell them about that one yet. That's coming up. We saved that for another presentation, because they're still coming in, ladies and gentlemen. But people never analysed them. I know why. And if they did, they would have said, oh, we're not touching this. That one there is part metal. We haven't had it analysed, but it's the same metal, I can tell you now, as the other one that I just showed you. And it's got a crystal inside it. Now, when did we start putting crystals and metal together? Yeah, very recently. This is ancient. It was found buried in the ground, in the bush, at a place where until about 15 years ago, there wasn't a house within 5 k's of there. And what's that doing there? And ladies and gentlemen, what we've been doing is we tried to tell you an alien story without even talking about aliens, or even showing you a picture of an alien spaceship, or telling you anything about anything other than, I mean, what we've got coming up next. And can we go off the slides now, Evan, because this is how I want to conclude. Okay, what I want to finish with is this. We've given you a strong circumstantial piece of evidence Evan, can you hold this up, please, properly? Careful, because it's the piece that's coming away. Hold it sideways. That's not sideways. Okay. Hold it again. Take it around the front. That's a being that's been found in Australia. I want you to look at its forehead. Doesn't have one. I'm going to sit alongside it. Put it back that way, Evan. Here we are. There's my forehead and there's its forehead. Evan, hold it to it now when it's fully reconstructed. Show them what it looks like now. And show them the head now. Show them the brain. That is what it has at the back. These are found in Australia, 4 of them. Now look at the size of the eyes. If you can show them back again, mate. And look, I want to show you one thing. I'm just going to sneak this alongside here. Here's one of us. Look at our nose. Look at the shape of our nose. Look at the shape of this one. And then look at the size of the eyes of that one there. Now, ladies and gentlemen, these are found in Australia. And we can't do that. We can't do this story today. Actually, what I can tell you, if you want to find out the second part of this story, first of all, we've shown you the metal and artifacts they've put in. Then I'm going to show you the story about who they are. But we're doing that in our next online conference, aren't we? Is this a shameless plug, Evan?
Perhaps, yes.
I think it is. It's also a conclusion, but it's also a shameless plug, because what's going to happen in our next online presentation in a couple of weeks, we're going to do a long story about the skulls. And on this occasion, with the skulls, we'll tell you about how they affect people. Now, what I can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that we've got the skulls from the Pleiadians. We've got metal objects from the aliens. When we did the ceremony that the elders conducted, and we put a supplementary ceremony on the 21st of December at Uluru, and 15 million people around the world joined in. Well, guess who flew past? An alien spaceship. And if you go back to our earlier online conference, we've got a film of that spaceship flying past and then disappearing. And we've given you lots of evidence there to tell you that they were involved in a ceremony. That ceremony is called by them the event. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is what we're going to talk about more in the next online conference, because it's about why they came. What people need to understand is aliens were here and have been here for a long period of time. Get over it. That's definite. The next part of the story is, and the most important part of the story is, why did they come? We've proved to you that they left their metal and gave us science. We've shown you that through science, through the best laboratory in Australia and through the best machine in Australia that tells you these chemicals here that are here should not be here. And then there's chemicals that can't be here because they don't register. They're not here also. In that piece of science, we've proved they existed. When we do our conference, we'll tell you all about their bones and their story and their history and what the elders told us about these beings. And the important part of this story is they came for an event that has taken place where the road, according to the Mayans, would be broken in half, and one would walk down one road and one would walk down another road, and everyone would be able to see which road to walk down. Don't know if that fits into today, but it might for a few people. I think 7 billion people. They'd be fully aware of the fact there's 2 roads on offer at the moment. So this is all part of the future, of the present and the past, because in original storylines, it's always circular. That's the way things work. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to finish up now by reminding you of one thing. The chemicals inside those rings. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, I can tell you one thing about the rings. Once you wear them, Tolkien was right. He didn't know how it happened. It happens through the copper. The copper infuses the magic and the chemicals into the person that's wearing. And I've worn them all. I'm a combination. And I can tell you one thing. Tolkien got it right. About Smeagol. It's a constant battle because, unfortunately, I've worn the Lemurian rings, which are purely good, and the Atlantean rings, 2 of which are completely evil, and one that's 50-50. And the one that's 50-50 I can wear and control. The first one, the first ring, I'm going to be honest. Evan, do you know where it is?
No idea, which will be handy when I have a bag over my head in a weird warehouse and they're asking me where it is. I'll be able to say I don't know where it is.
Nobody does except me. And I'm going to tell you now, if I had a volcano, I would have climbed up there and thrown it in there.
Mount Doom.
If it was there, I would have thrown it in, but I don't have a volcano. But I've put it in a place where I'm not telling anyone. And the point is, when I go, I'm not telling anyone. I don't want anyone to find it. Now, I'm not saying, I've also found out Atlantis in the very beginning, that first ring, the one that I've now hidden, was pure. It was broken and cut. The third one's been screwed around too, and the second one hasn't. That is the one I can control. And it can work with me because it's half female. So there was always something there we could work with. The third one, I'm told I can control, but I've never put it on for more than 5 minutes. One day soon I am going to put it on. And this may well be my last presentation. Who knows? Can't tell. But I can tell you this. The rings were found now because of now and because of what's happening with the event. The aliens were involved in the creation of these rings. And the first one I showed you, that one that's just full of IUMs, we've got 6 IUMs in it. That wasn't made by us. And half of it's not even from here. It was made by them. It's not a ring. We don't know fully what it is, obviously. And if we could turn it on, I don't know what happens next. Maybe that's why it was buried. We're not sure. But what we can tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the truth is this, that the aliens have been here for a long time. They came for a reason. We know what the reason is, and we're all part of it. And over the next couple of years, we've all got to make a decision. And then after that, if you listen to the Hopi, if you listen to the Mayans, if you listen to the Cherokee, you listen to the Inuit, you listen to the original people, they're all going to tell you a change is coming. It's upon us. And it's a very short period of time. And there are consequences if you don't make the right decision. And that's what the rings are telling me. That's what the rocks are telling us. That's what the skulls are telling us. And that's what the ceremony is telling us. And you know what? All of it has an alien imprint. And it's time that we start to work out that part of the story. And I want to close with this. I want to close with something Russell Brand said. And I know some people don't like him, and it doesn't matter because we're not perfect, none of us. But he did say one thing that I think is so true. He said that the exposure and the understanding that aliens have been here and part of here is the most important spiritual revelation humanity has ever been given. Because it will change our position, our thinking, our understanding of everything, what life is about, why we are here, what our purpose is, and everything takes on a new perspective. And it takes on a perspective where it will stop a lot of disagreements and arguments about whose God is right. It will change so many things. And this is why mainstream will never admit this could be the case, because it could change everything. So, ladies and gentlemen, Evan's pointing at the machine there. It's time for us to finish. I want to thank you for listening to us and putting up with us. And yes, I made a real attempt to scrub up today, didn't I?
He did.
Everything was on the right way. And I nearly thought about brushing my hair, but I didn't want to get too carried away. So thanks for being with us and putting up with us. And once again, thank you, Omar, for putting on this wonderful idea and keeps pushing this idea of changing people by giving them the truth. And that's all we can do, mate.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it. But before I let you go, I am just going to share my screen here really quick. And maybe, Evan, you can quickly give us a plug for the upcoming conference on August 28th.
Definitely, yeah. So that's coming up at the end of the month. We've got Ani Mini Mace is back with us again
in conversation.
Yeah,
the chat.
And then we've got Sonia. It's going to do the Peruvian kind of mummy.
Caracas, the same thing. Well, that's why we're doing skulls, because she's doing skulls too, because we try to keep a theme. That's going to be our major theme on that occasion.
But I recommend people come along to that one. It's going to be another good one, I think. So yeah, if you just go to ouralienancestry.net, there'll be links to get tickets to that.
Yeah, cool.
And obviously,
yeah, sorry, go ahead, Stephen.
I just read that Lee is awake and now with you, so that's going to be okay now. You got up early, 10 o'clock, Lee, fair income. That's amazing for you.
That's the way to be. That's the way to be. That was epic information, guys. And, you know, watching the breakdown of those rings was just, it was crazy. It was like, well, and especially that titanium. That is like dead giveaway. Dead giveaway.
Oh, it is. Yeah.
You know, you're looking at it, you're like,
up.
they couldn't make any of that back then, even if they wanted to. It was never, it was crazy. It was awesome. It was definitely awesome. I had a lot of people messaging me like, holy shit, that is wild. Yeah,
like
I told you. They don't disappoint ever.
Some wonderful comments in all of the chat rooms. I've been trying to copy and paste them into WatchersTalk so that we can share them here on screen. But you know, lots of great comments. And as always, you guys are always stellar. And I also want to say that if you guys sign up for our Alien Ancestry as a monthly membership, then you'll have access to all of the replays for the previous 12 chapters, and that's a pretty cool deal, and it's a good deal too. $16, I think, and that's like $5-6 American dollars, about that, $8 American dollars.
more than well worth it.
Yeah, the content that
paid
you
for
get
in
is
gold, bro.
it's just amazing. So definitely check that out, guys. The website address is scrolling at the bottom of the screen. So with that being said, let's bring Leah on. Right. And she, guys, is one of our sponsors with our Alien Ancestry. She is the creator or co-creator of our Alien Ancestry with Evan and Stephen, and they've been putting up some wonderful content over the past, I guess, a year now, 12 months. So, you know, going into our 1 year and 1 month. So that's pretty cool. Congrats on that, Leah. Leah is a experiencer and a telepath and a alien abductee. Well, abductee is kind of a bad word to use nowadays.
Experiencer.
Yeah, experiencer. She remembers.
I bother them more than they bother me. Don't worry.
She recalls some of her previous lifetimes. One happens to be Atlantean, and she has penned a book on that, sharing her experience. I'll be sharing a link to that. And you know, she's just an amazing woman, and an indigo star child as well. And you know, I always enjoy listening to Leah's experience. Sometimes it gets very emotional, and sometimes you know, there's a lot of laughter in there. So it's a nice balance. So I'm really looking forward to getting this download from Leah, and you know, trying to understand what our you know, previous history was when we were part of a super civilization. So Leah, I hand over the stage to you, my sister from another mother. It is all yours. And do you want questions as they come up, or do you want questions at the say like 10 minutes before the hour is up?
Probably later, because I'll get distracted, and I don't have the mental fortitude and stamina to remember what I was talking about before. So
okay,
I'll have to wait.
I'll hit you up. I'll give you a 5 minutes heads up at about 15 minutes to, and then at about 10 to, we'll do a few questions and then bring up our next speaker. Okay.
Cool.
Thank you very much, guys.
No worries.
Thank you, gents.
Yeah, hi everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are in the world. Sometimes, you know, you might be going to bed while you're listening to this, so good night. But yeah, don't leave just yet. Hang around for a little bit, because I'll be talking a bit about my past life in Atlantis, or Atlantia, as we called it back in the day. So yeah, maybe I should go into a little bit more detail if you guys don't already know who I am a bit. But my memories of my past life started when I was probably my middle to late childhood years, I would get like flashes, imprints, memories, and even thoughts that I, if this makes any sense, never really had before. So it shouldn't really like happen at specific times in those early times of life. Now, it was a bit of a combination as to why I was getting these past life memory flashes, and it was because I am a ET contactee, and my contacts had were very, very specifically interested in ensuring that I had memories of my life before this. So that what they would do, they were helping me kind of wean those memories out as much as possible in order for me to have that recollection. But in doing so, it has also kind of when you're tapping, it was like they untapped a dam, you know what I mean? And then just like water started to like spray on out. So, yeah, and that's how it really started from there. And I remember being grown up, being a grown woman. And by the way, I only have memories of one life on Earth as human, one life here. Everywhere else, every other life was somewhere else. So, like it's like, oh, what time period were you in? A long time ago, that one time. So, I remember having those memories and being, an adult person. So I didn't really need to have the chat. So that was a bit of a relief for my parents, which is always good for them. But it was kind of like what was really interesting. I sort of felt like I got sort of like a saved game kind of feeling where like, I saved files. So when I just re-entered life, re-accessed life, I just copied those wherever I left off before and then just copied over into the here now. So I kind of felt like I was a few steps ahead of a lot of my peers. No offense, the rest of my peers, if you're watching this right now, but that's kind of what it felt like, because I was like, oh yeah, I get certain things. It's things came very, very easily. I did mature pretty quickly, and that was one of those reasons. So now the specific memories, I would say the very first memory, the real flash I had was the day I died. This is always a great start. Not a it's like slightly off topic, but everyone always accuses me of being like very dark and very, very into the sort of like creepy, spooky sort of things, which first of all, they're all awesome, but like it was like, oh, why are you so dark? Why are you so into just like in the bent side of life? Well, you tell me how you're going to function when the very first memory you have of a past life is the day you die. All right, I will fight anybody to say you are you're not going to be sunshine and rainbows. Let me tell you. So, my very first memory was the day I died, and from there it was kind of like as if time was reversing. So from the moment that happened, that event, it just sort of like walked all the way back. And it painted a picture. Now, it wasn't always consistent. Sometimes there were times where I had to sort of piece things together in a way to make that sort of like, continual flow, like that makes sense, because there was no kind of order to it. A lot of things would be triggered. A lot of memories would be triggered by certain situations, emotions, senses, and they would just sort of flare up. It was pretty surreal, and I found myself having to piece all these memories together because it was overwhelming, and then had to dot it up pretty as well as I can. And of course I don't have full memory and comprehension of not one of my lives. Even at my Atlantean life, I remember the most of. but it was, yeah, it is I'm still learning more about it, as I get older. Like it's something that will always be changing. That's ever changing. So now going into specifics, I had a very interesting life. It was actually, comparatively speaking, it was that life is less boring. Oh wait, no. Sorry, let me rephrase. This life is more interesting than that one. That's what I wanted to say. I mean, you have your good days, you have your dull days. So I would say my Atlantean life, I was born in the last stages, in the final age, in the dead age, in the dying age, which nobody knew about. Nobody knew it was actually going to decease when it did, of course, because if people did, probably wouldn't have happened naturally. I remember it was a civilization that was already very well acquainted with the interstellar community. Humans, at that point, had been in contact for centuries. Not just that, but I mean, we had immigration happening on both sides. So we had ETs moving in here, living a life here, and vice versa. In fact, it was so common that we had a special name for people who were descendants of unions between human and ET. And they were considered to be exalted. They were highly revered and highly sought after. In the sense, not when I say sought after, they were more of a, not because they have this wisdom or anything, like nothing. No, none of that. This is because it's a really cool thing to have. It's like, oh my God, you're part ET. That's insane. But I mean, and by the way, like when I say ET, like there are many different species out there. So it's also on top of that. There were certain favorites, shall we say, amongst the humans at that time. Like we like, there were some that we liked, some we were not fans of, and the ones if you were half or quarters of the ones that were not particularly popular, then you won't have many friends, I guess. So, yeah. Now these people were called Harkin people, and that I do remember the name of. I do remember very few flashes of names and parts of the language, and I remember in my family, my mother was one. I barely inherited any of that when I came out, but it was, she was, like, my family, we were socialites. She was a socialite. There was money there. Or there was overabundance, shall we say, with that family, and it was, we were very well known. We were very well liked. But it was a very cold house. It was a very empty house. It was barren. It was barren of warmth, because I was a perpetual embarrassment, because I had my own qualms and troubles. And mind you, I wanna say that there was the situation at home with my family was a microcosm. I don't know. The big fancy word that I don't quite remember the full pronunciation of because I just woke up. Microcosm, that's the one. And thanks, Measure. Of the situation with the civilization, because at that point, like, Atlanteans were the nation of Earth. Like, everyone knew about Atlanteans. Everyone wanted, everyone, if you were an ET and you thought about a human, the very first image would be of an Atlantean person. Like, that's how big we were. Like, that's how well widespread we were. That's how popular we were. We were one of the, at that point, the oldest civilization at that point. well, I mean, I said not the oldest, but it was more of like the most powerful and the one responsible for seeding a lot of different other civilizations that followed us. So keep that in mind. So we were around for a lot longer. We introduced many ideas to a lot of different human groups at that time. So we were cultural. We through means of diplomacy and peace, we managed to culturally conquer many different groups on Earth at the time. Reason being because we came in at a time when there was a aftermath of a very large disaster, very large war, huge disruption, which left a lot of human communities at that time all around the planet in a various state of primitive levels, right? So with that in mind, Atlanteans who were kind of a who were people who managed to flee all that themselves in an earlier time, they actually realized, well, we know war, we know strife, we know all these terrible things. Let's build a world where we don't actually have any of that. Let's employ some of the teachings that we have had, that we've learned in this island continent that sits in the middle of what once upon a time sat in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. We no longer want any of that. We'll do something better. We'll build something better. So that was a good idea at the beginning. It was laden with good intentions, as you can imagine. Now, when it was several tens of thousands, mind you, this happened a long time ago, long before I was born in that life, and many several thousand years later pass. The culture eventually grew and evolved and changed drastically, but the core beliefs, if you will, still remain. There was still sort of that passivity, even, shall I say, aggressive passivity, being aggressively passive. Was the Atlantean way. However, there was something that was ugly brewing underneath the surface. There was a sense of arrogance and sense of ego, because when you've been on top for so long, it's kind of hard to imagine anybody else as your equal. And it's hard to imagine anybody else don't want to face the reality that maybe somebody might be a competition at some point. Same old story. We've been there before, and we'll keep going back that same lesson however many times we need to be, and we need to go. So at this point, Atlanteans were developing technologies at a rapid pace. Now, I mean, all humans were developing technologies at a rapid pace. It was a global effort, mostly due to the fact that we actually had contact with ETs. It was an exchange program, of course. That's absolutely true. We actually were friends. We were allies with some. However, there was this intrinsic kind of, there was this mild fear / competitiveness, that word, competitivism. Let's just continue, because I'm going to get stuck on that word for the whole day. Competitive streak, where we wanted to be equals with some of the ones around the universe, with some of the species around the universe, because we were very quickly realizing that if we fell back behind the line of development of technology and development of ability and education and science and all that sort of stuff, then we could be vulnerable. Something could happen. Anything could happen. We don't know what could happen, so let's prepare for it. Let's imagine the craziest thing that could happen, and let's prepare for it. That was a mentality. So we wanted to be in competition constantly. We were ensuring that we were meeting the line all the time, as much as we possibly could. So there's actually nothing wrong. I personally think there's nothing wrong with actually trying to improve constantly. However, after a while, Atlanteans sort of started doing things a little bit underhandedly. Because of the technological boom and the constant demand, there was a huge demand of energy, and also there was a population. It was bigger, more and more people, right? Living life without any kind of sense of not necessarily wastage, but there was the energy, the production of energy that Atlanteans developed to receive, like, to have electricity, to have heat, to have light, all those sort of basic things. It capped out because the technology that they were using would only go to a certain amount. It would only reach a certain height before, like, the technology itself, the devices themselves would be like, we can't go any higher than this. We can't make any more of this. So there was well, okay, we can't do it, so we'll just we'll make new stuff that can do it for us. We'll build the first we'll build a whole bunch of different things and see how it happens, and maybe we'll increase the cap, increase the capacity, right? But yeah, there was a huge drain on resources because of these. A lot of them because of these experiments, which my father was involved with. It started to get noticeable, and the first groups of people that started to notice this energy drain that Atlanteans were hoarding were other nations of the world. So they noticed it first because we started snatching it up, but we didn't. But a lot of people didn't know about that. So there was this kind of global hatred. Not hatred's a strong word, but there's like distrust and resentment towards Atlanteans, which I came to find out when I was already an adult by that point, wandering around the streets of Alchem and being like, why is everyone looking at me like they want to like cut my head off? Like, well, that's what I realized. I was like, oh no, they don't. Not a big fan. Well, would have been really, really nice to have been told prior to, but of course, it's not exactly a topic for polite conversation. So of course, no one brought it up. And like, I said, what? Hating Atlanteans? Unheard of. Anyway, so where was I? Right, the technological boom was happening. We were panicking for more resources to fund, to feed these projects. There was a development of there were these pylons that were being built, these clusters that were supposed to kind of be the answer. They were the protos. They were supposed to be the answer that was supposed to go out and not just harness energy, but they would do a whole bunch of other things as well. They would be collecting energy from nearly every imaginable source and then redirect that energy to various places. Channel that energy into various places. But they would also be the hub that would connect to, they would allow for communication, transference of data, even travel, very fast travel, teleportation maybe, and as beacons as well, like for those who are phased. So they were meant to be used for all those wonderful, wonderful things. And these clusters were built in a little area that we might know. I don't know if you guys know this place, but have you ever heard of Giza Plateau? I'm not sure. Just want to double check. If you guys don't know, look it up. It's pretty cool. They're in the shape of pyramids. They looked much bigger back in the day because of all the marble on them and the casing and now they're just decaying. But they were far more intense than when they were being constructed. So we were all joyous and really, really happy that we were going to have these pylons. We're going to set these pylons up, see how they really work for the city of Alchem, which was, by the way, Alchem, the nation, was a sister, kind of like the sister country to Atlanteans as well. So we were very, very close. Like we were almost not equals. Remember, Atlanteans didn't really have equals, but yeah, we were closest to the Alchemites than any other nation at the time, anyway. So you had this, yeah. It was all right. It was all being built. It was all fantastic. But the problem is it was going to take a very long time to build. Yet the crisis, the energy demand was happening now. So what was going to happen? So in the meantime, while they were being built, a bunch of Xeno explorers, interstellar travelers and explorers were like, hey, I heard there was this there's a species that use these particular types of, minerals, these crystals that actually kind of like have a really crazy energy output, that could meet all our needs really, really quickly and everything that we possibly could want. We should use those. We could use those for this for now. For now. So we went there, picked them up from the center of the galaxy, brought them back, and we're like, yeah, we'll just use these for now. And then all news about the energy crisis that was plaguing the generation of the time, just sort of people just stopped talking about it because they had already everything they needed. Now, we were already getting a lot of flack for using those crystals, and I'll tell you about that, why that is in a sec, but those crystals took up complete residency, like, for us. There was almost no further development on those clusters, those pylon clusters. It's as if, like, literally people forgot about it because we had this replacement, which was so much better, and it was fantastic. Now, my life. Enter Delta Umbraje. I did not have, as I said, not a very good upbringing. Had not a very good, happy home life. It was very strained relationship. The perpetual embarrassment of the family, the one who could not do. So the Atlanteans, though, we were very, very strong equalists. Like, we considered everybody to be like, it didn't matter how you looked like, didn't matter how you sounded like, we didn't have a lot of the isms and phobias that we have today. However, there was discrimination for those discrimination to those who lacked certain sonic abilities. They were known to be mundanes, and unfortunately, I happened to be hit with it. And because of that, I was unfortunately the center and target for a lot of mistreatment back in the day. Don't worry, I really retaliated. Don't worry, I made it known I wasn't content with their treatment. But because of that, it further isolated me from my peers, and therefore my family. And I had this very strong resentment that was, that was happening there at the time. So anyway, as I got older, I like to think I got a little bit wiser, and met the right people, got myself a pet, Lagish, and okay, don't think about it. Shh, stop. Okay, don't worry. Sorry, don't think about Argish. My pet bird Argish, and I actually even had a bit of a little like career happening as well at the time. I remember I was in the library, and it was like a museum. It was like a bit of a combination of library / museum. I remember walking in down those halls, and there was like a garden on the inside. It was very nice. Glass ceiling, or glass-like ceiling. yeah, I remember going around to different parts of the place, like looking at different artifacts that were found, learning about the different countries, not just here on Earth, but just other places in the universe. We actually did know about Australia, but that was the one place that we were not allowed to go for various reasons. But it wasn't actually very wildly known why. We were just told not to. We don't go to the red land. Now, I think you might guess as to you probably can guess as to why we were not allowed to go there. At some we weren't probably allowed. You can kind of get the hint where this is going. So yeah, it was for a few short years. I remember in the final years of my life, it was happy. It was almost happy. It was almost content. It was almost fulfilling. It was almost fun. And I started working as somebody who was kind of like it's not a scribe. It's not what a scribe is. It's like somebody who goes in and just goes around like recording, sorry for my language. I was almost said the S word. Recording information, just making sure, just for archival purposes, right? So we were going all around the world and just collecting data, and just to make sure that it was like we acted as like a third party who had no vested interest in either side except for just gathering data. That was kind of like the point. Atlanteans were notoriously obsessed with making sure that everything was recorded, everything was documented, there was a history there. Everyone knew everything. That's what we wanted. We wanted to have that, because without it, we felt, and this is still true, if you don't remember your history, you got no future. Well, we still do remember them, though many, many question even to this day whether they existed or not. But don't worry. If we can admit that ETs are real and are actually having contact with us, then Atlanteans, discovering Atlantis, not too far off. So chill out, everyone. Don't worry. Now, I was going around to many of these places. And one location I went to, which was seldom talked about, seldom even thought about, was the power plants that we had that were built around the nation at the time. And there was these huge, I remember there was like ball-like structures that had like all the, they were like, I remember looking at them from like, it was like this grass mound, and just like looking up at these buildings, and they were like these round kind of ball-like things, these structures, all in a row. And I'm like, what the heck? What? Why did they build it like that? Like, what a dorky design. No, there's actually a particular purpose to that. I don't know what it was for. I don't know why this construction was like that, but it was just like spherical buildings, like whatever. So we go in there and meeting people, and there was despite my mundanity, I wasn't exactly ignorant of human behavior. There was something that was not quite right in those holes. There was something that was like, there was like a band around everybody's chest. Like there was this sort of tension. And I thought, just, people being snobs or whatever. Like, I don't know, like, I assumed because you're around something that potent 24/7, it would actually do some sort of, I don't know, like nerve damage or whatever, which was actually not that, uncommon, but, it was actually a little bit more serious than that, turns out. There was a sort of, culture of apathy as well, and not just tension, but apathy. My friend and I, we were there, colleague, and I were walking around these holes, and nobody wanted us there. And that was like the first time I ever felt that, because, well, I mean, other than being in Alchem, but that was because of a, racial thing. It wasn't, this was something different. And we go in and we find something pretty shocking, in fact, that these crystals, we discovered that these crystals, these minerals, I don't even know if they would be even called crystals. I have no idea. But these things were being used by many different ET cultures. But they were always used to, for like kind of like enlightenment purposes, like, to develop, further along. And their output was wonderful. So they would sometimes use a bit of that energy to power up whatever, right? These crystals, and I remember walking into the chambers, and I remember the spherical chambers. I remember opening one door and then walking in and like opening another, and they're just like getting smaller and smaller to the center. And it's just one of them. There was just one crystal there at that time, and that plant. And going in, and in the last chamber there was this alcove. I remember walking in and like looking at it, and I was like thinking, like, is it safe to actually be this close to them? And they're like, yeah, it's fine, it's not gonna, it's like it doesn't degrade, like it's not like uranium, you know what I mean? It wasn't like uranium. It was something a little bit more specific. And I look in, and the closer I remember, like every step I took, it would just get more like intense, like it would intensify a bit more, like it would flare up a little bit more. So I was like, okay, that's a bit weird, we found out that these things, there was a reason. And I remember thinking, like, oh my god, this thing's behaving like a caged animal, like an abused caged animal. It was. We find out that these crystals that came from the heart of the galaxy, or heart of a galaxy, I don't know, I can't even remember if it was ours or not, but they were pulled from a crust of a dead world, and they had consciousness there in them. And I'm not talking about like, oh, everything has consciousness. No. I'm talking about something that was a little bit more measured. Certain ET groups who had special detections actually found out that knew that these crystals were conscious. And that is why there was a bit of a separation between humans and ETs by that point. The interstellar community was really unhappy with humanity, not just because of like, there was a lot of things going on, but one of the major reasons is like we were going way far above and beyond, doing certain things that was playing with things that we had absolutely no business playing with. And despite the many warnings, and despite the many, don't do this, the finger waving, there was, we just didn't listen, because we thought we took it as like, well, if you're obviously trying to be our wardens. What is this? Like, you can't tell us what to do. You have no right to say anything. Just you can be a concerned party, but that's about it. Our business is ours. So there was a divide happening. There was ET groups by this point, by the way. Like, I remember, as I said, when I was younger, we had ETs everywhere. Like, it was just a common thing. It was a common sight. But by the time I was an adult, there was hardly any around. They were all leaving. And no one really knew 100% why. And they were just being called back to their homes. and even some humans were being called back here. Something was going on. Something strange was happening. It wasn't necessarily just what was happening on Earth, and I want to make this very, very clear. The events that happened that led up to Atlantea's destruction, the destruction itself, remember, it's a microcosm to what was going on the outside. There was something else happening, and I'm not entirely sure 100% what it was, because I wasn't privy to that information at that time. All I know is from my contacts from the here now today, who remember this time, were saying there was a lot going on. So there was a reason why there was a lot of oddities happening there at that time. Well, synchronicities, a lot of unexplained coincidences. These crystals were conscious. Not only were they conscious, but the way that these engineers actually could harness that energy, that output, was by sending a certain amount of shock into them to release whatever they needed to release. Yeah. So it was like a little. So they would be in a state of constant tension in order to provide the energy that they could capture and then redirect to wherever. These crystals were being abused. And the one thing, Atlanteans, the one thing I will always, always, always say thank you to Atlanteans, like despite their many, many flaws, they were obsessed with rights of living things. They cared about living things. It was about rights, like we disdained slavery. We disdained we actually try to get rid of as much of that as possible in other cultures. We didn't want that. We didn't want to deal with it. It was abhorrent. It was against our nature. We cared about each other, cared about everything, even though, anyway. And that was kind of like the last final nail in the coffin for me. Like despite all of our problems, we were supposed to care, and we just stopped again. And we just stopped caring about another thing at some point. And it was in front of me. And what are you supposed to do with this? They were in this constant state of mistreatment. They were alive, and we had multiple crystals of those types at that time that were dotted around the place, because there was like a lot of cities at the time. Like it wasn't just one. It wasn't all just the main. No. There was a bunch. It's like at least half a dozen around, major ones at that. So. I didn't know what to say. And it was kind of like, it was so, that feeling when you're so overwhelmed with information, you just you just shut off. You're like, you just sort of like, you just push it into that on the shelf, or completely off the side of the table, and then just continue. But then after having processed it for some time, I was like, this is bad. This is really, really bad news. Like I wasn't anything near, like, I guess you could say the closest thing I was like, I kind of like a journalist, but I wasn't like, I could give this information to the right people. And that's what I was trying to do anyway, at one point. Nobody wanted to hear about it. Once I finished processing it, nobody wanted to know about it. Nobody cared. Not just nobody cared, it's just nobody, like, it was too heavy to talk about. It was too much to talk about. And by the way, don't worry, those pylons are being built. Don't worry, we won't use them for very long. We just, look, those crystals are just there, for a time. Just wait for the pylons. I'm like, goddamn, the pylons haven't been finished. I have been building, like, like a century before I was born. So it's like when I don't think it's gonna happen within my lifetime, dude. So I mean, it's gotta end now, kind of thing. So,
Leah, just want to give you a heads up of
Sure.
like 5 minutes. I thought I'd just spare you the questions because you were on the roll. Excuse me, you were on the roll and just absorbed in your story. So we'll just skip the questions and just give you a 5 minutes heads up, and then we'll bring Sarita in. Thank you.
no worries. Yeah, there was a sort of edge where we couldn't, like, I just because everybody else was apathetic, I became apathetic as well. It was just a natural course. It was just the way, like, how can you retain anything? Like, how could you retain care if if nobody else does? So, I eventually kind of gave in. I gave up. And then eventually I got my spine back. I was like, you know what? No. I don't care if people are gonna hate me. I don't care what's gonna. I gotta say something. You can't just. So because Atlanteans obviously don't give a shit. So okay, the next best option for that would be Alchemites, and that's where I was gonna go with my colleagues. We were gonna go there. We were gonna say something. We were gonna show them, like, hey man, this is what's up. That was that day. That was the day.
Leah, can I hit you with one question?
Sure.
This is a really good question. It's from Rick Keefe, and he says, excuse me, what advice and cautions can you share about the use of crystals in healing, meditation, and metaphysical usages, relationships between Atlantis and the use of crystals?
There's nothing actually inherently wrong with using crystals. I mean, it's just, it's kind of like, how if you want to wield a hammer as a tool to help build a house, you can use it, or you can use it to bash a skull in. I mean, it depends on like how you choose to use it. Really, it's just in the wrong hands. That's all it is. Crystals, I'm talking about, like, with the crystal, if talking specifically about the crystals that we have here, are nowhere near the level of any kind of potency, or I'm talking about, like, we're talking about things that are the equivalent to tiny little bombs, like the crystals that we use here. That just, it may abate a little bit of a bit of illness here and there. They are really, really small. Like it's on the lower end, very, very low end. Atlanteans did use a lot of crystals for many, many different things. Like, even we use them sometimes for storage. We use them sometimes for, like, data storage. We use them, to contain information and pass. Like, they use them as conduits, I guess you could say. What do you call it? Like, you can help with computers. Like, it has something to do with the computers as well. We had them in the pylons as well. We had crystals in pylons. Different crystals, different minerals. Let me rephrase. Different minerals did different things. So it wasn't just crystal. It was just a bunch of different things. It was a combination of a lot. So, that was. Let me just hang on, like, turn that off. I was making those little bopping sounds. So that's the. There's no real advice. I'm sorry, I can't really offer much anything, because it was just, like, it was. We had those. We definitely had those. Yeah, we use them sometimes.
Leah, you want to close up?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sorry. Close up. It's interesting because it's like it's never really ended, has it? It's just an ever-present memory that just cycles over and over and over again. So the day I thought I was going to actually get my shit together was the day that everything fell apart. And there was planning, of course. There was also a lot of organizing. So it wasn't completely, but it was written in the sands. You know what I mean? It was written in stone. Like this thing was going to happen no matter what. I had my bird. I had Argesh with me. We were going to leave, and it was Argesh started panicking first, and I had she was she was screeching a lot. I remember it was like, and she started attacking me, like she was flying around in circles. She started attacking me, and I was like, what the hell? Like, well, what is wrong with you? I'm like, this never happened before. It's never happened before. And I slapped her. I hit her so hard that she actually tumbled down to the ground. And I actually thought I killed her. And every single person thought, like, oh my God, you just killed a bird. How dare you? She did actually end up getting up, but she pissed on out. She left. She just flew out.
I have a question for you, Leah, and it's not to get into what's going on in today's world, but do you think that you chose to come back to this time right now because you were there at that pinnacle time back then to sort of repeat the process and redeem yourself?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Redemption is at hand.
Yeah. This anime has not finished. Don't worry. This character arc is still hasn't finished. There's a lot of baggage, but it is my baggage, and that's something that a lot of people don't understand. Despite the pain that still resides, it still lives in here. It's mine, and it belongs to me, and it's my understanding of how assuming that things on the surface is fine. That's when the core is absolutely rotten and it will cave in at any moment. It doesn't care if you're ready. It doesn't care if you want to, this is like, no. You can go at any time. When you just made that choice, anything, it was an explosion. It ended in fire. In fire. It wasn't a classic explosion per se, but it was triggering the volcanic line underneath the land, because I remember looking out when the booming started. It was panic. It was it was like everything was falling apart, and I'm running out. I was as if I'd forgotten everything. It was just like all sense just flew out the window. I ran out, and in that look, I remember looking over the city beyond that hill, where that power plant was, and that's where it was just purple and orange, and it was cracking the land. We had dead volcanoes, and they were just coming alive, like they were just as if they were being resurrected again. It was just carnage, and there was a wave, energy wave. It was like this burning thing that just ate away at everything and everyone, and I couldn't move. And that was when I realized I was going to die. I was being murdered. We were all being murdered. There were birds out there. I hope that Argesh was there with them. And I came out, and I'm thinking like it finally hit me, and it was just black, and I'm like, I'm dead. I remember thinking, oh my God, I'm dead. And then I'm like, wait a minute, if I'm dead, then why am I still thinking? How am I still processing this? How am I? That is when I realized I'm actually not. I just moved out. It was painful. I was like stuck in a cycle, and I realized that I had now entered in the afterlife, or the true form, the true existence, the true essence. And I go back to see what happened, and there was just water in every direction. I'm thinking, like, where's the sea? Where's the land? Where are the mountains? Where's the bay? It was just water in all directions. There was water everywhere. When you die, you have this sort of feeling, a hope that a bit of you would still be there, like someone would at least remember you. There would be some sort of semblance of anything. I mean, that was what the whole point of the library was. The library was built on the shoulders of heroes that we revered, like even the ones that we hated, like we remembered them anyway because they were part of our history. They were part of history, whether it be Atlantean or Alchemite or whatever. There was nothing left, as if we never existed at all. And I was like dying again. And that's what I kind of have to fight with a lot over here. It's like, oh, it was just a myth. It's like, well, yeah, we do have a bit of that memory left, which, you know, at least we've passed on into legend. At least that's one thing. But the idea where you have people who just are so ignorant, it was walking around thinking that, like, oh, you know, maybe it just spits on those who on all those people, whether be guilty or innocent, as if they never even existed. However, I will say one thing: a lot of those people who died that day are here today again, but it's their job to remember it. And I just hope for their sake that nobody will criticize them and think ill of them when they do. Because people like myself who remember their past life memories, especially that time, had to deal with it. Because, and I can tell you, it's not a fun experience to have, to remember this, to feel this. Who do you turn to? Who do you talk to?
That's a profound statement, you know, paving the way for more people like yourself. And that's incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Thank you.
Leah, that was something. I mean, that was it. I had chills when you were talking about it because I felt the emotion in your voice. And, you know, it's a tough go, but at the same time, you're learning from it. So it's not falling on deaf ears, which means that you are doing that work to recover from those points and bring yourself back from those brinks and work towards something more positive in the future, that's why I asked that question, because I personally felt like, because of that situation, and I've heard you, we've actually gone on length when we were, I think, what was it, Forgery Unmasked, we went back and forth, me and you went on, you know, an interview style kind of conversation. And this is the time, like, you chose to come back right now because of, you know, we're not going to talk about it because we don't want to get censored again, but of what's happening out there, right? So this is the moment. Like, this is your, like when we were talking about the cycles, right? And I'm going to keep bringing this up because it's prevalent. In the mid of the cycle, there's always that moment that humanity is tested to see if they should survive the rest of that cycle, or if they're going to get sent back to the Stone Age and ponder in the mud and the ash until it's time to do it again. And that's where we are now, I think. I don't know if it came early or late, but we're right in that moment, that pivotal moment where is humanity going to ascend to this, you know, echelon of consciousness, or are we going to be, shoved back down into the dirt and just totally stomped out? Like a fire that's just like only coals, and you can either throw the bucket of water on it or toss a log on it. That's about I know I'm like using a lot of metaphorical things, but everybody understands what I mean. So I commend you. I think it's the work you're doing is ultimately important. Ultimately important.
Thank you.
Sure,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Of course.
It's fantastic. I always love listening to what Leah, I told you guys in the beginning. There's a lot of emotions, and then some laughter, and then back to emotions, because it's a really powerful memory that she's sharing with us. And all of us have the ability to regress and remember our past lifetimes. But for some people, it's a little bit easier, and for some not. So thank you very much, Leah. I really appreciate it. Before I let you go, can you tell people where they can find you? Also, I've added the link to Soul Remembers. It is in the comments, guys. So if you want to scroll up a little bit, you will find it there. And as well, I've shared Leah Capitelli's Facebook page. So if you guys want to go there, check out some of her artwork and the things that she's posting, and give it a follow. That would be great. So Leah, where can folks find you? You're a creator of the mind behind Our Alien Ancestry.
Yeah. If you guys need I know how it looks like.
Yeah.
There's also this really great TikToks too.
Oh yeah, I did it. Yeah, here we go. I do TikToks these days. I haven't abandoned, but I'm not going to deal with Facebook, because I'm so over Facebook. It's a yesterday's thing. But yeah, check me out on I have the same username anyway, like @StarNovusLeah, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook as well. I check all of them anyway, so it's very easy to find me. My website is actually still being updated, so you're not going to get a whole lot from there, because she's a bit old, so I need a bit of time to update her.
I was gonna ask, is Leah putting down Facebook? That's like a very Gen Z thing to do. Yeah. I was like, wait a minute, Leah is definitely, if everything of what you told us tonight is true, you're not really Z, are you? What generation is Leah Capitelli? Do we know?
It's the exclamations. It's just an exclamation
just an
point.
Exclamation mark.
Right.
Generation.
No letter associated.
It's before the word generation was formed.
She just took Facebook and made it MySpace. That's what she just did.
Yes.
So,
question mark,
I would say the coming sixth root race, laying down the foundations for the coming star seeds and indigo children, and people like Leah are paving the way and leading the way, so that it'll be an easier experience for others that are coming in. So, kudos for that. So thank you very much, Leah. I really appreciate you. Love you very much.
Thank you. Thanks,
I will shoot you a message at the conclusion of this event, and then see you on the 28th at Chapter 13.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Love
awesome.
it. Thanks, Leah. You're great.
Thank you so much.
Ciao.
So that was fantastic, hey guys. Very powerful, very enjoyable. I've always loved listening to Leah share her experience and her story. So with that being said, we're going to bring on our next guest, and another star seed and an indigo, Saulrita Antaria. Here, let me quickly read her bio. It's not that long. Internationally renowned psychic, clairvoyant from a young age, Saulrita has long been aware of other dimensional realities and is also a UFO ET experiencer, best known as an ET communicator. Having helped hundreds of people around the world connect with their ETs and interdimensional guides, her assists them on their missions on Earth. This shines light, clarity, and brings a sense of comfort, confirmation, and a renewed enthusiasm on their soul path. Having studied kinesiology, hypnotherapy, shamanistic studies, Saulrita holds a ADV dip in health sciences. Saulrita currently lives in Melbourne, Australia, working as an author, spiritual mentor, teacher, and YouTube channel host. Private 1 hour and 2 hour readings available over Skype. And also, Saulrita is a food scientist as well. At our last conference, she gave an epic presentation on food sciences, and that was very cool. And actually, I still go back and reference that, and try to apply that to my day-to-day life. So thank you very much, Saulrita. Really appreciate you being here and giving us your time to come down here and to give us a download so that we can raise our awareness.
Thank you so much for having me. And it's always such a joy to be back, and lovely to follow my Australian family with Stephen and Evan and Leah today. It's kind of nice to have all of us Aussies together as a bunch. So I actually put together a presentation that was probably around like 50 slides. And then woke up this morning and got the download to just go into speaking. So we may get to the presentation, we may not, but there's a lot of other stuff that Spirit is guiding us to. And just got another confirmation, because when you guys were bringing me in, it was 11:11 here. So, it's Lionsgate today here in Australia. We're in that portal energy. I've been out charging up in the sun, working with some white powder gold and some ormus. So yeah, I'm all charged up and ready to go. So thank you for having me, guys.
Awesome. Just speaking of numbers, while Leah was talking, I was looking at my YouTube channel, and I was seeing 222 in like a number of different areas. So that was pretty cool.
And speaking of the sun, it's coming in from over your head again, like it did last time.
Yeah.
Like a crown. It's awesome. That's awesome.
Divine timing.
Right.
And
Awesome.
I can see a couple of familiar faces in the chat as well. So I just want to say hi to everyone watching. So basically, like what I've been getting the download on is to really, I guess my work as a psychic, it's to really maintain that frequency, to maintain that energy of what it is that we're anchoring here on Earth. So I've spoken little bits about this in a couple of the other conferences, and on my shows that I do with Jean-Claude on Beyond Mystic, which are weekly on Saturdays for here in Melbourne. They're usually Saturday around 8 a.m. And I think in Canada, it's usually about 6 p.m., I think, on the Friday night. But we'll go into it a little bit today. So right before December 21st last year, or even leading up from March last year, I kept seeing blue flame energy that was anchoring here on the Earth. And so what I mean by this is there's a lot of souls that are part of blue ray soul group. So usually Syrian, Pleiadian, Lyran. So these are three of my star heritages, all in different kind of proportions. Also connected with inner earth beings and the elvish realms as well. So there's a lot of these people at the moment that are, I guess, helping to anchor new light and to anchor new frequency, and a kind of, I guess, working with building where we're going next. Because there's so much focus on the here and now, on, I guess, what's happening on the planet, what's happening on a 3D, a lot of distractions. I really want to talk about what's available to us energetically right here, right now. Because we had, so we actually had, even I think it was just a couple of days ago, we had the Schumann frequency machine that measures that go offline again. So we're really getting hit with massive rays, not only from the sun, but also from the earth. So together, it's almost like this beautiful pressure that's coming in electromagnetically. So it's really turning us into this diamond light. So we're going from being mainly carbon-based beings into crystalline beings, which means that we're also holding more light. So you can literally go out into the sun and really connect in with this light and feel it actually giving you codes. So it's really important that we have the sun here today in Melbourne, which isn't always around. So I did pick some cards leading into this, but the message that was given to me, hi John, from Spirit is we'll do some light language. I'll do a translation. Just there's a couple of energies and frequencies that they wish to bring through. So I'll go into that and then we'll give the English translation. Ia no ya yara no yara kayana. Ia shayana ya yara takayana hala takar. Ia shayana hal ni yara takayana. Miayana yara takaya yara sutoro. Ia satayana ra takayana ra tohara. Ia shayana hayano koya. Ia yana hayara takayara no so. Ia yana hara takayana sutarana. Ia shoyono yara takayalo. Miana yara takayano sutara. Ialnira takayana hasara. Iashoyuno haratakanora. Maha no haratadirakor. Iashayana haratakayana. Ialnira takayano halataki. Miashayana haratakayana halatakaran. Iana haratukoyana harataki. Iashayana takayana haratakar. Ialnira takoyorso. Iashayana haratakiye. Iana haratakanarata. Mihasoyana hartakiya harta. Ialnira takainua sator. Iasotornara tekayano. Iashayana haratakaya. Ianera takayano asoturu. Mahnira takarna. Iashoyana haratakiyana haratakoros. Ianara takayarna harsuru. Iashayana haratakaya. Mianara tokayaru sutara. Iainara takaya surto. Okay, so there's a little bit to translate. What I was getting downloads with and what I saw was all of us sitting in council. And I mean in the galactic sense, and I mean in the sense of what we knew that we were coming here to do before entering this earth plane and before entering this third dimensional plane. And a lot of us are still operating on dual dimensions or multi-dimensional faceted levels. So this is really about connecting with that other part of ourselves and streaming that essence into the here and now. So the more that we can open up this physical vessel and become receptacles of light and become receptacles of the higher part of our soul and the higher part of our consciousness, and start really coming in from this frequency, this energy, rather than that of fear. Now, what I also saw was not only the ancestors standing behind us, I also saw various different ET collective races, and saw each of us holding certain codes and certain light and connecting all around like a grid through the planet. So that's kind of like in a little packet. I mean, there's so much more that gets imparted and encoded with light language. So each of the little syllables or each of the little words is like little starlight packets or downloads of information. So it's a language that's understood empathically. It's not one that's understood logically. So yeah, what I was seeing was it's the returning of not only our sacred knowledge and what we know that we came here to do, but it's the return of living in this frequency. It's the return of living in this heart space and meeting each other from this point of view. And there's going to be those that, I guess, drop offline or perhaps become weighed down in that third dimensional reality and forget the mission of why they came here. So we all need to really maintain our energy and frequency at the moment. And it's really important that we focus on us because there's so much distraction from left and right and all different ways that it's trying to be infiltrated at the moment. So I picked a couple of cards also going into this, because this is what I was guided to do. So where we really need to put our attention right now is on that innate wisdom. So we've got that matched up with the frequency of what we're talking about. We've also got crown chakra to come in with this. And what we also see on this wisdom card is there's wisdom coming from the sun. It's helping to shed and to bring light. And this is also a metaphor that we can use for ourselves, is to bring and stream this light, this higher source of consciousness, this extra higher part of who we are, to stream this onto the earth plane. So it's kind of like the Care Bear stare for anyone that's a child of the 80s. We'll remember the Care Bears quite well, or 90s. What this is kind of, I guess, in opposition with, or there's another energy that's affecting light workers and affecting people trying to hold and maintain this frequency is a suffering in silence or feeling that they have to do things by themselves. So I asked for some extra information around this, and what they were really trying to bring our attention and focus on was fertility. So this is really about planting that seed. It's really getting into that heart space, bringing it into fullness and nourishment. We have this beautiful shamanic card of patience that came through as well. So this was really about first developing that seed of the heart within us and within humanity and within us, not just on like a mind level, but it's on a soul level and a heart level. So it's like body, mind, and soul coming into alignment with your mission here on earth. So we're seeing the seeds being planted. We're seeing the higher consciousness and the left and the right side of the brain working together to bring that into fruition. Now, where this is leading is more into the physical, but we kind of have to hold it here on this higher plane, this higher frequency, so that we can capture, that we can interact with these higher energies. The way it appears when I clairvoyantly look at it looks like these little wisps or these little blue flame energies, and there's other colors that are beginning to come in and beginning to return. And even before that, we had beautiful copper colors and other things that were coming onto the earth plane. So we're seeing new color spectrums. There's a term that I've actually been posting about recently called tetrachromat. So a tetrachromat is someone that has the ability to perceive outside of our normal visual spectrum. So they have 3 rods normally, I guess, within the normal human visual spectrum. With a tetrachromat, or someone that's able to perceive colors that are outside of that normal spectrum, they have 4 rods. So this also links in with our psychic senses. It links in with clairvoyancy, links in with seeing auras. So when I'm actually talking about seeing these energies, these literal like floating energies I'm seeing come in on a 4th dimensional level, and even talking about this, getting high pictures. So where this is going towards, this anchoring, these seeds of energy that we're anchoring onto the planet are coming in for financial and material changes. We all know that the world is changing, or this realm is changing. We're literally on this mission, on this pathway, conduits to facilitate higher states of consciousness coming into these avatars, into these biofeedback bodies. So we need to really look at it from this way of, holding this light from higher consciousness, having that be the driving force in this avatar, not having the driving force come from this mental spectrum or coming from this feeling of the 5 physical senses. We need to really start operating from these higher dimensional planes and these higher frequency senses. So I really encourage anyone to work with the psychic senses, to work with meditation, to work with tuning into higher self, and to work with breath work and tuning into their guides, because this is what's planting these seeds for this new era that we're stepping into. And what we also got in connection with this from my Lemurian cards, which is called Beyond Lemuria. It's an oracle deck by Izzy Ivy, which is beautiful. We've got radical expansion. And this is literally what we're going through right now, is this radical expansion. So it's a very exciting time to be alive. And we also have the card of healing. So this is not only are we going through radical expansion, there's healing that's taking place at the same time. We need to hold these higher healing frequencies. And yes, this is also us coexisting with the ET energies that are also working with us, because this isn't just humans working to channel and to hold these frequencies for this ascension energy on Earth. And it's not about us going up and, ascending and literally rising up. It's about us anchoring and bringing these frequencies onto the planet, into the here and now. So if we think about the density of what we're kind of like shifting out of, what we're leaving behind, it's more of that carbon-based heavy density. It's more from living in a space of the intellect and living in a space of the mind. So what we need to, I guess, to transcend that, or to really start like integrating these frequencies, is to work more on the crystalline body. So diet is massively important, is what we've talked about in a lot of my other conferences, and especially the last one that we did with WatchersTalk as well. For anyone that's interested in Australian native bush food, superfoods, that is definitely one to check out. So what I would do is just out of my other deck of cards, I wanted to also pick some live because I wanted to tune into this collective consciousness, this frequency that we have with everyone that's gathered here, and for everyone that we are watching this on Afterplay as well. So let's have a look into advice that we can get from these higher dimensional beings that are working with us, helping to birth this new energy, this new frequency onto the earth. Okay, so I've got 4 cards here, and for you guys that know or watch me regularly know how I work, and that when I pick cards, I'll show you my little desk here. When I pick cards, I like to have them face down. Oh, you can see my little light. Just bumped it. So what we're going to do is just to feel into the energy of these, and we'll flip them over when Spirit says to flip them over. One thing that I did feel, even in just touching with the frequency of the cards, is for some of you at the moment, it may be that you feel stuck, or it may be feeling frozen in not knowing which direction to go in. The advice that they're giving is to come back to the heart. When we feel stuck in fear, or when we feel stuck in not knowing what direction to go to, the advice they're giving is come back to the heart. So it just means, or indicates, that we're going too much into the mind. So let's have a look into this. Okay, so yeah, the frequencies that I've got coming through, it feels like it's coming from outside of our realm or outside of our dimension. So if we're looking at this from kind of like a Vedic approach or realm theory, there's like higher octaves or higher frequencies that are coming down into our realm, into our earth plane at the moment. So it really is, everything that we need is available to us, but we need to have the heart open. We need to energetically be open to receive these higher frequencies. And if we look at what opposition is doing, because we are living in a dualistic realm at the moment, if we look at what the opposite is doing, it's trying to clog our pores, it's trying to energetically shut us down. And a big part of this has been done through fear. So the more that we can go into the opposite spectrum of this and energetically feel open and, you know, literally have our pores open as well. So this also means, like, you know, a really good diet, a lot of alkalinity, a lot of superfoods, a lot of green juice, things like this that help to capture this biophoton energy, which is coming from the sun. So this is why I'm a massive advocate for, you know, for not only you know, a plant-based diet, but also, you know, working with herbs and working with plant medicines and things, because this captures that energy. Thank you, Omar, for sharing that. So let's flip these cards and see what kind of advice, what advice we've got. This is just perfect. And you guys saw that I had the cards down. They're definitely reiterating the importance of working with the sun. So a couple of you may have noticed that from the time that we were young until now, the sun has changed dramatically. And a lot of people talking about the purity and the color of the sun increasing. The sun is a conscious living being. It is a portal. It's also where a lot of galactic angelic beings reside. It's somewhere that we can meditate and connect with. It's conscious in that you can ask the sun to come in to help to remove things out of your aura, to ask the sun to come in to help to charge us up. You can ask it to help, I guess in Indian culture, there's one particular religion that actually worships the sun, and they will have these beautiful vessels, these copper vessels filled with water, and they'll do an offering to the sun. And with that offering to the sun, they then will pour the blessed water onto the earth. And I think it's just perfect that we've got the sun coming in this beautiful radiant energy as we talk. And to have the card of the sun come in, it really talks about, with this little symbol that we've got down here, this represents the Hebrew letter Lamed. And what this represents is we have most of the Hebrew letters sort of, I guess, are connected to earth plane. Lamed reaches higher like a lightning bolt, or like a lighthouse, which is higher than any of the other letters. And so this is to capture this divine essence and to bring it onto the earth. It's to capture the frequencies. It's to capture this this purity and the codes that come in with it. It's to fill it up and to bring it into this heart space, and to then allow and flow that onto this plane, onto this dimension. We're literally conduits of light walking round, and we see that in many of the different kingdoms here as well. So with this, it's all about divine timing. And it's funny because we also spoke about opposition, and I just want to mention before we leave this sun card, and it's perfect because we're in the sign of Leo, which is the ruler of sun. It is the Lion's Gate today here in Australia with the 8th of the 8th. So this is total sun frequency, total sun energy that we're doing this in right here, right now. So what we see with this beautiful sun frequency, there's these little angelics, and we were just talking about, you know, angels coming from the energy and the frequency of the sun. But these angels actually have little butterfly wings, and it might be a little bit hard to see with this beautiful sun coming in. With these angels, they actually have the butterfly wings, which are about transformation. So us in this biofield, in this human container, this human body, some people call it a meat suit, we actually have the electrical system and the electrical capacity in our acupuncture system and in our chakras to hold this light. We have 12 meridians and 2 extra central and governing meridians that are made to hold these made to hold this light. It's not just to balance the human biofield. We're made to capture light too. So it's really looking at, I guess, the energetic body system on the physical level as a different way. It's not just that we use acupuncture points and we use chakras to help rebalance. We can also use them to charge up. So even just, you know, sitting in the rays of the sun like I'm doing now, you can even just hold your hands up and receive. Because when your energy system is open to receive, this is when you're receiving codes, downloads, and you're receiving this biophoton energy into the body. So what we see as extra advice, we're all aware of the interference that is taking place on the planet at the moment. So it's not about dwelling on it. It's about recognition. Okay, yes, that exists in the world, but I do not have to play into that drama, play into that. It doesn't mean not to share anything related to it, because we still do, I guess, want to wake people up with this. But this is about, we've got Prince of Disc here. This is about bringing the light. We can see here he has this beautiful sphere, this golden ball of energy, and this is Venus. This is Taurus and Venus energy with this, which is also Earth. We see that he has this golden ball of light that has a cube right in the inside of it. So this sphere represents the higher 5th dimension and beyond, with the cube in the inside of it represents 3rd dimensional reality. We're literally changing this 3rd dimensional energy from the light that we're bringing onto the planet. So it doesn't matter if you're one person and you're alone in your part of the world. You are one of these beautiful seeds, and through all of these seeds holding and capturing these lights, it's like little lights all of a sudden turning on across the realm, across the planet, and forming a network, forming a grid, as we see here around this sphere. We can see a little bit clearer now. So this is not something that has all of a sudden just turned up overnight. This is something that we've been working eons and eons to return to. And where this is leading is a reconnection back to source. It's the 2 of Cups. It's love. And that is our purpose for why we're here at this particular point in time. It's to reconnect back to source. reconnect back to this energy of love, allow it to flow in from divine source, from the universe. This is again Venus energy, and we really need to start flowing this down through the crown chakra. We need to actually allow this frequency to come in, to start occupying us, and to start bringing it down, transcending and clearing out the old debris. So for those that haven't been working on old subconscious belief systems, it's really kind of handing your homework in late, but there's still time. So we need to work to clear any subconscious or negative belief patterns, because we don't need them anymore. We really don't. It's not something that's really keeping us safe. We're really heading in a different direction. So I'll just get some clarifying cards as well, just to see if there's anything further that they wish to add to this. Just checking how I'm going for time. Okay. Oh, and the other thing that I forgot to mention is for some of you guys that are working with this energy, you may experience weird electrical things. I had 3 lights turn on in my room last night by themselves. And, walking under street lights, usually at about a distance of a couple of meters away, get them turned on and off overhead. So it's really important to maintain mood at the moment, because when we're getting energetically or emotionally wound up, what's happening is we're sending electricity offline. So myself and a couple of clients lately, the energies, what we've had is everything's been working fine. And then when the two of us connect, we've had different things crash. So it's really important to make sure that you're monitoring your electrical frequencies that are coming out. So, oops, we just had one card jump out to clarify. So yeah, the more that you can stay in a happy heart space and not let stress affect you, and really have it as a reminder to come back to heart. Even if you have that as your mantra, come back to heart, come back to heart. If you're in that space of fear or in that space of perhaps feeling out of control of a situation. Oh, that's beautiful. I just saw you have happy tears all day long. So we've got 3 cards. I'm going to flip these because they are from a different deck. So this is really beautiful. So the extra information that they've given us, this is that saying that I've had for like the last couple of weeks, hold the light. So we've got King of Pentacles coming in to solidly have a firm foundation to hold this light. It's our job. It's like part of why we came here. And I know that, and a lot of you will know this, is it really is about holding this light, holding this frequency. And for a lot of us out there, it feels like life or death. There's not a question about this anymore. In the start, we maybe could have tiptoed or danced back and forth across the borders. This is life or death. Hold the light. What we're seeing, though, when we hold this light and we connect with others, like we're connecting here, what happens is we can come together and merge this light and merge this frequency and merge this energy. We've got a card representing that kind of like celebration. We're moving forward. This is 6 of Wands as well. So we're transcending this physical plane and dimension. And I don't mean by turning invisible all of a sudden, although that is in some of the other prophecies, they talk about us going more into a higher light frequency, which I do see happening, but we're still currently in 3rd dimensional energies as well. So we do need to eat, we do need to drink. Where this is going is to an emotional point of fulfillment. So where we're really heading, it's to uphold these spiritual frequencies, to really connect with others that are like-minded and light-hearted. And then we've got this beautiful 9 of Cups energy, all of that hard work paying off. But this is really also talking to us about doing the spiritual work, doing that emotional work, not playing into drama and certain things, not having to dull your frequency down to try and fit in with others, because that's something that a lot of starseeds will do, in that they will really try and blend in, and they'll try and fit into a box. And no longer do we need to do that. We're here and we're strong and we're in such massive numbers. And if you don't have a network or you don't have a support group that you can connect with locally, it's time to kind of like reach out and connect. And, you know, whether it's watching YouTube, whether it's being part of chats like this is the frequencies getting together. And it's so beautiful. You can feel it. You can feel people in the chat. You can feel all of us bouncing that beautiful frequency off each other and really holding this network of light quite strong. So I'll just check in with you, Omar, as to how we're going for time, or if anyone wants to ask any questions about anything. We can even psychically look into something different if you guys choose to do so.
Yeah, we're doing good on time. It's we got about 20 minutes to go.
Cool, that was what I was thinking.
I'll check the comments for questions. Guys, if you have any questions for Solrita, please post them in the chat rooms. And to make life easier on us, can you please cap lock your questions so that they stand out from the rest of the conversation, and it will be easier to spot them and get them to Solrita. Thank you.
Thanks, Omar. Okay, so we've got John, who's a friend of mine as well, asking, what do I see in 2021? So perhaps let's have a look towards the end of December. So we'll have a look from now until then. Okay. Okay, so we've got my cards here on the desk, and let's check my internet connections aren't falling out from moving this. So let's have a feel into this. Okay, so the frequencies that are coming in, I'm seeing a split within timelines becoming more apparent. So those of you that are running on this higher frequency, this higher timeline, you will start to feel the entropy. And what I mean by that is there's this calling, there's this feeling like within your heart space to almost desire to drop out of society in a way. So this may have been something that a few of you are already experiencing, or feeling to kind of like move away from the herd, I guess is one way. So a lot of us have probably been feeling this for years too. But what I'm being shown by this is this feeling to kind of fall away, and they keep showing me it's like an entropy. And what I mean by this is when we fall into this space of deep self, it's kind of similar to what the Hermit card would be. So we're going through this self-illumination process. So even within the collective and connecting to other people and all of this light that we've been talking about, there's still an individual way of connecting in with your own frequency. So we need to hold the light first within ourselves over this next 6 months. This is really important to this fraction of time right now. Now, I am seeing when we do this, there's almost like putting out like a little beacon or a little, it's like jump starting warp speed is the way they're trying to show it. And that's why they're using the word like entropy, because I'm seeing it's almost like going into this introverted hermit black hole type space, so we can really start to like charge and power up. And just like the hermit, it's bringing that light out of this space. So first we must go within. It's almost like turning ourselves inside out, or turning to becoming like a physical into like pure light or pure consciousness. And I mean that in the emotional and energetic sense. What I'm feeling like moving on from that, because I'm seeing that now and over the next 3 months, and I'm seeing a lot of heart stuff coming up for you guys as well. So like a lot of green, there's a lot of heart things that we're going to be working through, a lot of things that we're going to be emotionally purging over this time. Now with August, I know that with astrology too, with Vedic astrology, we're going through Leo and Mars energy, and we're going to be coming into Virgo. This is the time to really get things done and to do it with speed. So things that will have previously blocked us is going to be kind of like a short window of opening with August. So anything that you feel that you need to sort of sign off on or move towards and kind of anchor here on this physical plane, it's a really good time to to do this. So what I'm seeing kind of like moving like from that 3 month time, I'm actually seeing when we go into this space around now to the next 3 months, the step that comes after this, and I'm seeing a lot of gold come out of not only that heart space, but I'm seeing different beings literally start to show up within our dimension. So what I mean by this is we are a third density being. We are in physical body. Now, a lot of people will say, you know, when are we going to see the ETs? When are we going to see the aliens? Not every type of being exists in this third dimensional realm. And we know that from people like myself, like clairvoyance and even Kirlian photography machines, that we can see spirit, that it's usually outside of our visual spectrum. Now, there'll be those of you that wish to see things. The way that spirit is getting us in alignment and ready and prepared for seeing some of these higher dimensional beings that are coming on to assist the earth at this particular point in time, just like we have with this card. They're really talking about getting empathically in tune with who you are as well. So the more that we work with like empathy and kinesthetic touch and feeling, the more that this helps to operate and switch on these other higher frequencies and these other psychic senses. So even working with whatever sense you're strong with, whether it's like auditory and you hear messages from spirit, whatever sense you've got, whatever you can kind of tap into in these higher realms, in these higher worlds, is going to help you to start perceiving these frequencies of these higher dimensional beings that are around us. So even closing your eyes in meditation and ask for your guides, ask for your team to come in, ask for the beings that love and protect you to stand with you and perhaps hold your hand. And you might start to begin to feel like a subtle hand or a subtle frequency holding. Now, this is almost, I'm trying to think of, it's like a rose petal on your hand. It's something very delicate, very light. It's not something that you will really feel on a physical level, although I know some of you out there will be. So they're showing me that, and then I'm just going to look into later on. Oh, also for some of you, when you'll see visual things like this, it's almost like seeing the soft glow. So just as we've got that sunlight coming in now, sometimes perceiving spirit can be even softer. So it might be to look at a wall or to be in a room that's lit by candlelight or a room that's lit by a salt lamp. These are perfect ways to start conditioning the psychic senses and the cones and the rods of your eyes and the peripheral vision to actually starting to see spirit. So you can do this by looking at a friend, looking at a houseplant, and starting to switch on that part of the brain and really like reprogramming the ropey neural network as well, because this is, you know, a high integration of the psychic senses into the physical. So we need to also boost and upgrade that computer capacity that we have within the brain. So when I look sort of towards December, what I'm actually seeing, there's some kind of like emergence that I'm seeing within the spiritual community. I am seeing more things come out, I guess, in regards to, it's almost like the divide or the difference between the separation. The word spirit is giving me is two species, which I've not heard spirit say that before. So what I'm being shown is, I guess, those that have decided to, I guess, GMO or decided to manipulate DNA. It's almost like a different species. And those that have chosen to go with that path of working with the light, and I'm seeing there's some kind of like in the middle as well, those beings that have really gone that organic ascension path, it's almost like walking in a separate world is what I'm seeing. So I'll turn the cards over to Clarify to have a look. Okay. Wow. This is really cool, guys. So what we've got for that first part where I talked about like getting into that space to bring the light, we've actually got this Knight. So this is about taking action on a physical level to move towards this light. So we see here, even though this Knight is kind of tired and they're exhausted from the long journey, because I know that a lot of you have come into the earth plane and into other planes, not just on this earth realm. You've been to many other places, many other planets, many other multi-dimensional places to help activate, to help work with ascension energies. So I know that a lot of you are tired And I know that a lot of you have been fighting for so long to bring this light onto many planes and dimensions. And what I'm seeing with this is it is that time to go within, to really like rest and restore, keep focusing on holding that light. It's almost a little bit of energetically laying low, I guess would be one way of looking at it. What we see sort of like, I guess, in connecting with your team, connecting with your guides, is really cool, because where we had that Taurian energy before with the Chariot and with the Bull, we now have the Queen of Discs coming in. So the Queen of Discs is connected on the earth, and we had the King of Discs come in before as well. So this is very much talking about physical changes taking place on the earth. Now, this queen is quite unique. She sits from a higher vantage point. She's within her own kingdom, within her own domain. And not only does she have this disc energy, I'm feeling throat chakra stuff coming up. With this, we see that she has a wand. So she's kind of in two worlds, just as we talked about. So she really is anchoring this earth energy, but she's in a higher alignment and attunement with these frequencies coming onto the planet. She's of both worlds, just as we said before. So what we see with this wand, at the end of it, it's a cube, which represents a third dimensional reality. Within this cube is the Merkaba. So this is that higher fifth dimension and beyond. It's the frequencies that exist outside of our earth realm that we're starting to anchor, and we're starting to really bring it in to the heart of this planet. It's gone from being something that's surrounding the third dimension and the planet to coming in now and anchoring within that heart space of humanity, of nature. Each of the realms is anchoring this light. You know, the plant kingdom is anchoring this light. The sun has changed. We're anchoring new biophoton energies in our food. So what you consume, you're also taking into your body. The animal kingdom is also anchoring this. So what we're seeing as a reflection of this is with animals, especially like birds and some other animals, we're seeing them not being afraid of humanity anymore. For those of us that are holding that light and holding this heart space, we're able to get up close with nature, with birds and things, and they don't fly away. They recognize that there's a different frequency, and this is happening all over the world. People are reporting, you know, whether it's deer coming into cities, whether it's cows coming up to people, all sorts of things. People are having this interspecies dialogue and interspecies communication, because the animals speak from a heart place. So when I work with animal communication, it's connecting the heart of humanity to the heart of animals, and they hear us loud and clear. I've spoken before about my experiences with elephants and different things too. So in doing this, we really are making the world a better place. So the other thing that I want to say, when we head sort of towards where I saw the two different kind of species, I guess, of humans, what we see here is the card of fortune. So why we came here to anchor and to pull this energy of ascension down from the heavens up here in the top part of the card. Now, this is Jupiter energy. This is about expansion. But what this also talks about is us on the physical level. We have this little symbol on the card that represents, I guess, on a physical level and ego and emotional level, being really in this space of humbleness and in this space of reverence and gratitude for the light that we're actually able to hold within. So even though there may be a separation or divide within species, or divide like within, I guess, like more organic and possibly like modified, what I'm seeing with this is we still have to maintain, we still have to hold this frequency. This was the mission all along. So it's to not forget the mission of why we came here. And I feel that connection with many of your hearts as we talk about this. And this is also part of this star network. This is a lot of us before coming into the earth plane, before falling into the third dimension. And we're here for expansion. We're here to illuminate. We're here for growth. We're here for abundance, because this is that Jupiter energy as well. So I'll just check how I'm going for time. Was there any other questions that we have, Omar?
I'm taking over for the moment, but you can keep going if you need to keep going. So it's all right. I'm looking through the chats now. So.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Okay. I'll just also check in quickly if there's any messages specifically for the Lion's Gate, the 8th of the 8th, seeing that it is such a significant day. Okay.
Gotcha.
All right. So we've got the 3 cards. All right. So what I'm seeing being the predominant factor that they're wanting us to connect in with this Lion Gate portal energy is nature. So it's literally receiving these energies, these frequencies onto the earth. They're also wanting me to lead up to what happened, I guess, before Lion's Gate. So we had, I guess it's more in Egypt, we had Sirius rising on the 23rd of July, which strangely enough, it was also, or not strangely enough, probably planned that way, was the start of the Olympics. So on this day, Sirius rises before the sun. So it's supposed to herald that new energy, that new year. It's also referred to as Sothis in Egypt. In American Indian culture, it's referred to as Kachina, or the blue star. So we've gone into this Syrian gateway energy from the 23rd of July to the 8th of the 8th, which I think is possibly closing of the Olympics, I heard as well. I would need to double check. But what I'm seeing with these frequencies coming in, I'm just feeling into this. It's very much getting out in nature and connecting to the heart space. So it's like letting this be the frequency of the energy of what you want to bring through for the rest of the year. So I'm just going to flip these cards and we have that message. So we've got, look at this portal. We've got the universe here and we see this light coming into the planet, coming on here. This is Taurus, which is connected to Venus energy as well. And we can see that this is very much affecting our Kundalini. So this is to get in nature and feel that Schumann resonance rising up through the chakra system. Feel it rising and cycling. And you may even want to dance, get that Kundalini starting to spiral and come up from base chakra, connecting to the Godhead. So this is alignment of heaven on earth to be that portal, to be that Syrian lion stargate that we see. So we see this in the card of virtue. So this is getting into that creative womb space energy, enlivening this Kundalini frequency. This is for abundance. This is for opening. This is for fulfillment of why we came here. So there's massive activation that's happening. Look at the light coming out of this portal frequency. So this is the card of gain. The other thing that's really important is we've had Venus energy occur twice. We also have the frequency of the sun at the top of the sun at the top of this card. This is all of that Venus energy also coming into fruition with this day. So you can use Venus medicine, connecting to rose quartz, connecting to roses, connecting to violets, various other different things that relate to that planetary frequency of Venus, because this is about having that love frequency in this portal and in this Lion Gate. Because lion is very much, or Leonian energy is very much connected to the sun. It's connected to the heart. In fact, it rules the heart when we look in astrology. So be in this space of nature, in this space of the heart, run these frequencies up through the earth and down from the divine, from the universe and from source, higher self and God. And you're that mixture or that accumulation of energies kind of modulating and dancing in that heart space. And we all know that that heart space is electromagnetic. So when we hold these frequencies within, we become this Taurus field. We literally become this portal energy that we're seeing in all of these beautiful cards together. So I think there may have been another question. I'm not sure how we're going for time. When I channel, I'm very much in the space of long time.
Just waiting for our next guest to show up. So
Yeah.
keep going. I have a question here. If you want to,
Yeah, sure.
I toss it up here. It's from our channel, The New Realities, from Timmy. Asks, the fires are consuming so much of our world right now. The smoke has made me sick in the last weeks. Can you ask about the fires? Yeah, there's like 4 fires burning around my house here. And my brother yesterday got a evacuation notice twice, and a town burnt down about 20 minutes drive from here. So yeah, there's I'm interested in this question as well.
Yeah, this is really interesting because this was coming up the other day. I've also got a friend in Greece, and I know a lot of Greece is alight at the moment too. These fires are not natural. I mean, we know from the previous fires with California and with what's happening in Australia, there's a direct map overlay of high-speed railway systems and things. People have reported and taken photographs of lasers. We also know that there's been a lot of chemtrailing and things done to the lead up to make that fuel source and that ignition. What's interesting, I think, in California was that it wasn't just, there was suburbs left with trees standing, yet metal structures were burnt and melted. So I think we know like that side is going on, but where spirit really wants to lead me is more to connect with the essence or the energy to receive a message from fire. So it's really like connecting with that salamander spirit. So let's have a look and tune in and see if there's any message that we can actually get from that spirit of fire itself. Okay, so we've got 4 cards. Let's have a look. So what I get when I tune into the frequency of it is I very much get like a dancing type energy, and I'm being shown it's almost like this salamander energy, this flame spirit that's dancing. And what it's showing to me is that it's directed by, what we would refer to, and this isn't the proper English word because our English vocabulary is so limited. What it's saying is that these kinds of fire spirits or salamanders can be directed from use of black magic and different things like this. So they can be summoned and they can be directed and used. They can also be used by positive, what we would say is more of like a white magic. Not that it's the correct word, but I'm being shown that these salamanders, these fire spirits are being directed, we would say consciously or with the use of dark magic. So I'll flip these cards, because I was asking for advice as well. Okay, so we need to come back to, it's the same sort of message with the consciousness on earth. We need to come back into this place of love. With this, we can actually kind of like negotiate or talk to these salamanders or fire spirits as well. I'll get some more advice around that, but we've got the Emperor energy, and we've got the card of the Fool, and we've got the Sun. So we've got someone who is projecting control to something that is just on a journey, just on a path, just existing. It's not that they have like a purpose or direction or anything. They're being used or channeled for a specific purpose. And we are seeing like the effects of this on the planet. So what I'm going to do is just pick some clarification cards in if there's any way that we can communicate or perhaps sort of like persuade these fire spirits too. Okay, I'm flipping these. This is really interesting. Okay, so we've got the card of strength come up. So we really have to like hold strong in our frequency, hold strong against this dark magic. We've got the Two of Cups come up again. They're really trying to tell us that we need to step into this frequency of love. A lot of this is trying to flush people out with fear. Now, of course, if there's a fire, I definitely, having lived most of my life in a bushfire zone, definitely it's always to get out, to be with your family, to be safe, to have like a go box ready. So what they're talking about is holding in that strength, holding in that love frequency, and sending that, and perhaps even in meditation, consciously connecting to that energy of the salamander, and really, I guess, communicating in a mind-to-mind or heart dialogue with that energy. I'm also seeing water coming in relation to this as well. So I feel that the water energy, the water element also wants to come in and help to restore balance to this salamander energy, because I have been shown that salamander fire energy given a boost from the dark side. But I do feel that we have that frequency or the energy of water. We're also seeing that being misused at different spots on the planet as well. So we need to come to what I would call is like an elemental harmony. We need to start working with the elements as conscious beings. Now, Manly P. Hall, Rudolf Steiner, for anyone that wants to go into looking into these elements actually having a type of consciousness, they have amazing talks and amazing books written on this. So for fire, we're talking about salamanders and fire spirit energy. For water, we're talking about, the undines and talking about these water fairies. For air, we're talking about that air element and the sylphs. And then for earth, we're talking about gnomes. So each of these guardians of these elements, really does work with this frequency, with this, I guess it's like a natural law or a natural magic. Now, darker sources and light sources. Yeah.
Yeah, we can begin to wrap up. Our next
perfect.
guest is in the green room.
Okay, thank you for that. Now, when we were talking about this coming from dark, this is the card that I get. We've got the card of the devil, which sometimes means this darker magic and things as well. So remember, it's to focus on that energy of that strength that we have within, and love being that higher power. Seeing we had it come up twice. So really to meditate and connect with these elementals. So work at cooling the fire and trying to emotionally meditate and calm that fire energy, but also working with the water for where it needs to be directed. So yeah, I hope that helps to answer that question. It's a little bit of a different answer to what some may expect.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Salrita. That was fantastic. Really enjoyed it. Great answer on those fires, because we're really being affected here in North America by those, and the smoke is spread right across the continent, and a lot of people are suffering because bad health, bad lungs, kind of what have you, right? So yeah, great advice. Thank you. Really appreciate it, Salrita. Before I let you go, how can people get a hold of you?
Yeah, so through my website, which there's two addresses, so you can just type in my first name, Solrita, Solreta, or Solrita Psychic Readings. I also have a YouTube channel, and I'm quite active on Instagram, a little bit on Facebook as well. Yeah, I guess that's probably the easiest way to connect. I just want to mention with the fires too, what I'm also getting shown is that on multiple different levels, whether it's the trees of the planet being attacked, whether it's the lungs of humanity being attacked from multiple different things that we know, whether it's fire or whether it's, through disease and illness and things, when we look at what our lungs are capable of is, if you're doing breath work, you can produce your dimethyltryptamine, which activates the pineal gland. So what is trying to stop us from getting that full inspiration, that full breath, is also trying to block that pineal gland. So whenever you can, and when it's safe to really work with breath, we need to be activating this pineal gland. We need to be making that shift. But yeah, thank you for having me.
Thank you very much, Salrita. Really appreciate it. And I will be in touch with you over the next couple of days.
Thank you. And thank you, everyone, for watching, too. Lovely to see you guys again.
Thank you, Salrita. Great. Absolutely
Have a great evening. Bye. Love you.
You too. Bye. Love you.
Oh, how are you, my friend?
I'm good, good, good. How are you?
I'm good. Can you hear me? Everything's good to go, ready to rock and roll?
Yeah.
Excellent, excellent. So, guys, this is Ol Demigard, and if you don't know who he is, I'm going to read you a quick bio. He is a truth seeker, code breaker, and peacemaker. Ol Arjuna Demigard, awarded the Prague Peace Prize and adopted by the Apache Nation. And he is an author of an international speaker, former journalist, musician, 2 solo albums, composer, TV shorts and short films and TV, artist, inventor, investigator, who dedicated the last 40 years to researching many of the global conspiracies. Ol has given some 1,000 international interviews, and millions of viewers and listeners around the world have taken part in his impressive findings and presentations. His main focus has been to find out the truth about the main top political assassinations, such as JFK, the Swedish Prime Minister, Olof Palme, Robert Kennedy, Martin Luther King, John Lennon, and other high-profile targets, plus the hundreds of alleged mass shootings and terror attacks around the world, such as the Las Vegas mass shooting and the Bataclan massacre, the Boston Marathon bombing, 9/11, Sandy Hook, Charlie Hebdo, the Stockholm, Berlin, and the Nice truck attacks, the Norway mass shooting, and the Oklahoma City bombing, all the London and Manchester attacks, and many, many more. He was also crucial in exposing 2 of modern time's worst serial killers in cooperation with Professor Jim Fetzer. Oh, pleasure to have you on, my friend. Always a pleasure to see you. I love all your work.
Thank you, sir.
And I feel good. You know,
Thank you so much, Rob.
You've been on Full Spectrum Universe, and every time I see you, it's like it lifts my spirits up. My energy goes up. I feel like we have a real connection. So,
thank you so much, Rob. It's really nice to be back.
Oh, it's great to have you. Great to have you. So let's get into, for the people who don't know you, because now we're on the event, which we're talking about things that are positive and uplifting, but we also want to give people information, right? We're trying to stay away from some of the modern key terms that will get us banned off, off these platforms. But I want to go into first how you got started into investigating these specific conspiracies.
Oh, I think I was born into it, actually. I come from a family that I recently found out have been living a double life, where it seems like my father and possibly my mother also were secret assets for NATO as part of building up a ghost army called Gladio. And anyone who's been looking into false flag terror attacks from the mid-60s and onwards, actually a bit earlier, will have stumbled across this name. It is an organization that was created by all NATO nations as a defense mechanism, a really brilliant idea when it came to how to defend themselves from an invasion from the East. And in those days, it was from the Russians. But then in the mid-60s, this organization was overtaken by the CIA and other intelligence agencies, and they turned it into a terror tool. So many of the alleged terror attacks we see and many of the alleged mass shootings we see today are carried out of that exact organization that my parents seem to have been part of from after the Second World War and onwards. So when I was born into this without knowing it, and it's only a few years ago when I found out that this was actually happening in my own family. After so many years that I've been digging into this, I couldn't even see my own life. I couldn't see it in my own life. Unbelievable. But there you go. That's brainwashing for you. You know, like you just can't believe it, or I just couldn't see it. But really, it was the JFK assassination that was the one that really got me going. I remember the date exactly. It was 1980. I was watching. It was the first time I saw the so-called Zapruder film, where you see the assassination of JFK, and that is where you see where the final headshot hits him and throws his head back into the left. Meaning, I mean, simple physics, Farmer Brown logic, is like the shooter must have been standing somewhere in front and to the right of him. Otherwise, the head wouldn't have been thrown like that. But here the official story is the exact opposite, that the shooter, the alleged shooter, was up on the 6th floor in the Texas School Book Depository, firing down through a tree, branches of a tree, and managed to do an absolutely impossible task. But the last shot hit officially from behind up and to the right, meaning that the head should have been thrown forward and to the left. This is the exact, that's not what we see. So, I mean, it took me like 22 seconds to figure out that, whoa, that's weird, you know, because that doesn't make any sense. And this was like 20 odd years after the assassination of Kennedy. So I was like, I couldn't figure out why the hell that these heavyweight researchers and documentary makers and, you know, like Dan Rather and very heavyweights in the media, why are they backing something that is obviously not true? And then I started looking into it because I just started my work as a journalist at that time. And I just couldn't understand, because I really respected, you know, these heavyweights, you know, incredible people, I thought. And then I found out that they must either be somewhat brain dead or they're part of covering something up. And I just couldn't understand what that could be. And I mean, this was way before the JFK movie. This was way before the internet. This was so, I mean, in those days, I had no idea about the bigger picture at all. And neither did none of, I would say, more or less every one of the one you listening out there. In those days, we were not aware of the bigger picture. And so I started getting down this rabbit hole, you know, trying to just first of all figure out why are these reporters lying? What interest would they have to be part of something that is not true? And that took me into a very dark world, you know, where I started looking into other assassinations, and I became absolutely obsessed when it came to the JFK assassination. And I mean, I traveled on my own to England, to the States, to try and track down people, witnesses, filmmakers, you know. And then, so at that point, I started seeing that, you know, after a few years of spending thousands and thousands of hours looking into these areas, I started also looking into the assassinations of Robert Kennedy and Martin Luther King and Abraham Lincoln and Malcolm X and so on. And after a while, I started thinking that it's like at that point, I had no idea that these things were connected in any way or form. But then I started seeing that it was almost like there was a bulletproof, like a template being used in how to get rid of people that were standing up for something against the dark agenda. You know, how to get rid of someone, blame it on a lone crazy patsy. And then, you know, I mean, and what I want to say is that I started seeing that there was something being used the exact same way, you know, where the investigation is part of the murder, and then when follow-up, the commissions are part of the conspiracy as well, and that some of the reporters, handpicked reporters, are part of the conspiracy as well, and that the lawyer and the attorney and the judge in the courtrooms, if there is a court case, that they are part of the conspiracy. It's like mind-blowing. So it was like very, very weird for me to start seeing a whole different aspect of society. And then also I started seeing that this goes way back to the old Romans, I think. I believe that the Romans were the ones that created these templates on how to get rid of uncomfortable opponents of their political agenda, but also how to control the people, how to control the population. Because the old Romans, I mean, there were only a handful, if you look at it, in a city called Rome. And they controlled an empire the size of, it was massive. It was absolutely massive. And this was way before phones and faxes and Twitter and Facebook. I mean, how could they do it? And that's when I started seeing and understanding the different ways that they were controlling the population, and how this has been used ever since then, just upgraded a little bit of different technology and so on. And then suddenly you have what we're looking at now. And the key element in this control mechanism is fear. it's always only through fear that they can control us. So it's like, if there isn't an outer enemy that they can scare us with, they just create this outer enemy. And this is one of the ways where we see so-called false flag operations, or operations that are built on problem, reaction, solution, that old template. Diversion is another one. Divide and conquer is another one. They've only got a handful, but this is what is being used against us over and over and over and over again. So once I started seeing that, oh my God, what the hell is this? Because what you're looking at, it's actually just psychological marketing, you know, how to get into your mind and do as they want you to do. And I've been touring quite a few countries, and a couple of times people in the audience have stepped forward and said, you know, it's pretty amazing, because what you're talking about, you describe my job. And so 2 times I've asked them, so what is your job? And one time the guy said, I'm a magician, and the other one said, I'm an illusionist. They said, what you're describing are the tactics we use on how to divert the attention. Look over here, look over here. Choose one of the fingers. It's your choice. Which finger do you want? We don't understand. All the fingers belongs to the same hand. So we think we're making a choice when they actually have made the choice for us. We are just given options of their selection. So once you start looking into it and understand that it's actually, sorry for my friends, a mind fuck we're up against. We're up against them messing with our minds in many different ways so that we will accept their control, abuse, rape, plunder, and even applaud them as heroes. And I say, I've got another one for you, and this is this one, because I believe in freedom. I believe in liberty for all, you know, equality, freedom of speech, freedom of creation, freedom of creativity, whatever it is. You know, we're here for a reason. And one thing that I do not like are bullies. And even worse, when they come to, on a higher level, when it comes to when they actually hurt people or kill people. In that case, not on with me. And so I've devoted my life to uncover and expose these forces and assassins, but by the way of a non-violence way, where I let the truth, find the truth, shine the truth into the belly of the beast, and then that will do the job. You know, because these criminals can only work in the dark. They can only work in the shadows by us not understanding it. If we understand what they're doing, it's game over. It's just like you see a magician, you see David Copperfield on stage, and he's doing something, whoa, 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 boom, a rabbit, magic. Or is it, you know, the first time, oh my God, that's unbelievable, it's magic. I don't think so. It's something, but not magic. So what I've been doing with all of these things is I look from every single little direction, you know, every angle. And then when you start moving, I tell you, if you start moving around David Copperfield or whoever it is, at one point, suddenly you will see, oh my God, I saw it, I saw it. He's not doing it with his left hand, he's doing it with his right hand behind his back. So what I've been really trying to do is say to people, expose the methods and just say, don't look at the left hand where they want you to focus. Look at the right hand or whatever it is. Look over there, stand by, on standby, and boom, there it is. So that people, once you see it, it's like the spell is broken. And you go, oh my God, I had no idea. How could I not see it? But once you see it, you cannot unsee it, you know. And so because of that, I've been able to reach many people. We're talking in the millions, who have become really good at helping me point out these things and see them, because it's like, you know, like putting together massive big jigsaws, but with the pictures side downwards. So you can't see what is actually going on until you get enough pieces so you can start turning it around and like, oh wow, that is not what I saw. And this is what leads us into the reality we are in at the moment, where I would say this is, for most of us, an inverted reality where everything is upside down. This is how the Satanists have been planning for many years, is that whatever we believe, will be built on lies. What we are being told is bad is good, actually good, and what we are being told is good is actually bad. And I heard this presentation a while ago that I thought was really, really good. He was talking about 3D reality, 4D reality, and 5D reality. And 3D reality is where many of us have been for generations, where we believe in what we're being told, we believe the media, we believe the government is our friend, we believe the police is there to protect us, the soldiers are there fighting righteous wars for freedom and democracy, the whole shebang, and that as long as we pay tax and follow the rules and don't walk against what do you call the red guy, you're not allowed to cross the street without his approval. As long as we do that, everything is fine. 3D reality. The media would never lie. There's no corruption and so on. Vaccines are great for you. 3D reality. And that is a very comfortable, but is it a true reality? That's the question. Because this is also where a lot of things happens, of bad stuff, I would say. Then some of us, through inner work and trying to sort out our own crap inside and go to workshops and whatever to deal with our traumas and whatever spices our lives up, we come to a place where we start raising our inner frequency. And it's almost like changing on a radio receiver, going from one radio program to another one, where in 3D, let's say that they're listening to a radio station where you got Beethoven. The exact same radio that you have, the receiver you have in front of you, when you start changing the frequency, you go into an area of, I would say, confusion is where you go from 3D reality. And then you go through like a confused time where you like, I don't get it. I feel strange. I feel confused. Nothing makes sense. I'm not feeling well. What is this? And then you come to 4D reality, radio station, different radio station. Maybe this is a rapper. Suddenly you're listening to rap music. 3D reality is listening to Beethoven. It's the same radio receiver. And you're starting to say, have you heard this rap music? And they're like, what are you talking about? It's Beethoven. No, it's not. It's rap. Can you not hear it? No, you're turning weird. What's going on with you? Have you gone into some kind of musical sect, a rap sect, or what is going on? Why are you saying these weird things? We're listening to Beethoven and you are saying weird things. So in 4D reality, it becomes very difficult to speak to the people that you used to know in 3D reality when you were listening to the same radio station. Now you are on a different frequency and it doesn't make any sense. And so in 4D reality, you start finding out in a very painful way that things they're actually upside down. It's a 180. If you don't understand the world, try a 181. So the Children Protective Services are actually kidnapping children from the parents and selling. It's like, what? You see politicians that they robbed. I mean, well, we've lost $2.3 trillion, but don't worry, we will find them. What? And nobody's looking into it. And then they get promoted. It's like you park your car wrong, and they will track you down, put you in jail if you don't pay the fines. $2.3 trillion that can save major nations. That is a lot of money. Well, we're very sorry, but we are looking for it. We will look for it. And then boom, the towers came down. Nobody really looked for it. And we could just go on with life. You will see that so many things, vitamins needs to be banned. Vita actually stands for life. Vita means it is necessary for you to live. No, colloidal silver is the best thing ever. Ban it, ban it, ban it. And then you start standing up and saying, I don't understand. I mean, I don't understand what's going on. I need to ask some questions because I'm confused here. And you start asking questions. And the more direct questions you ask, for instance, you become like me, suddenly you're being threatened. You receive death threats. You have people killed around you. What the hell? I'm just trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Yeah, but you're asking questions that should be illegal to ask these questions. I was sort of the impression that a free mind, what is the danger of asking questions that is actually, they say that journalists were sort of the third power in society, because journalists were looking at the power structure saying, listen guys, we see you, so you better behave because it's our money, you're working for us. Don't get your fingers down the cookie jar, you know. Don't get tempted because we see you. And then suddenly you start seeing that now these journalists are attacking people like me. Like, what? I'm just trying to figure this out. Why are you doing that? Because I care about people? Because I don't like to be raped? Is that wrong? I don't like to be robbed? I see what you're doing to children. I see what you're doing to that. You're saying that war over there was built because of freedom and democracy. Really? And that's why you're bombing the living bejesus out of that country that did nothing. The only crime they did was to have oil and uranium and whatever, or strategic locations for your big bombers to land at. That's their crime. And you call it Operation Stardust or Operation Freedom? What the hell is that? So that's 4D reality for you, where you are like, what is going on? And you will see, you know, like when the human eye, you got the light that comes in through the lens. And then what actually happens is the lens turns upside down. So on the retina, you have an upside version of the world. But your brain have said, no, that's very uncomfortable. So the brain has just said, I'll turn it upside down for you so you don't have to feel dizzy and so on. Now in 4D reality, it's like that thing is taken away. So we start seeing the world for what it is. And it's like you have all of these weird reactions. And most people go through a very similar process of first being very confused, then upset, angry, you get frustrated, you get depressed, you get sad, you just want to give up, you go suicidal. It's like you go through also these exact, like the same as somebody close to you have died, you know, denial, then anger. Why did you leave me? Why did you die? Frustration, and it's in 4D where you have to start looking at yourself and say, whoa. I have a lot of unhealed things inside of me that I need to deal with before I spread it to someone else. So this is where inner work is needed. It's mandatory, because otherwise you become part of the problem. But in 4D reality, which is also, it's like almost the world has been almost divided now very clearly through this thing called vaccine, which is actually a bioweapon of mass destruction. So you see the 3D reality, who believes what they're being told, are the ones taking the jab with no questions. Yes, sir. No, sir. Oh, it's good for me. Give me 2, give me 3, give me 4. Doesn't matter if you can't even say one thing that is beneficial with these vaccines, but there are 1,000 things that it seems to be.
I just want to stay away from those words, the buzzwords, please.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, sorry. So
go ahead.
No, don't worry about it. Anyway, so but there is this separation now going on, where this has helped to clarify, who are you? Who am I? And it's almost like this Operation Corona has helped us to clarify who we are, because every single one of us have had to look in the mirror. It's like 2020, I say, which they say the Great Reset. I say maybe it was the year of the Great Retreat, because suddenly the world came to a full stop. Never happened before. The world has never ever been able to agree on something at the same time. And here suddenly the whole world puts on mask, whatever, and stay indoors. Lockdown, as they call it, which is a prison term, which has nothing to do with medical things. But it was at that time, which was in one way the worst thing that has ever happened. But indirectly, it could also be seen as a blessing, because we suddenly had the time to sit down and be forced to look at our lives. You know, what happened? I was 18, I had all of these dreams, now I'm 42. Who are these people in my house? They used to be babies, now they're teenagers. I don't know them. You know, like maybe we should talk to each other. Maybe turn off the TV and you know. And by the way, who's this woman? It's like we have lost ourselves. Many of us have lost ourselves, and also the whole rat race. You know, is it really that important to get like 4 different microwave ovens when I'm feeling sick inside and I'm, you know, I've lost my will to live? Is that what life is all about? And many people have come to the understanding that, whoa, this is not what I came down to. This earth may be round or flat or whatever it is. That's not why I came here. I came with a spiritual purpose. I had a reason to come down here, and I need to find myself back on track. So indirectly, I think it's been a blessing. Very confusing, very challenging. We're still going through this whole thing but it is intense, and it's the last thing you can call it is boring. Whatever you want to call it, it's not boring. That's for sure.
That's for sure. You know, I totally understand you too, and it's a straight assault on logic, you know, and that's what you're talking about before, is where, hey, look over here. What they're telling you is good for you is actually bad for you, and what is good for you, they're telling you is bad for you, and you eat it up like, you know, people eat it up like crazy. And to me, it is, and that moment to stop and reflect was very important, because now, as we get towards these future moments where stands need to be taken and we get more chances to shine this light on these dark places and rectify situations with information, as opposed to doing it any other way. And, you know, and I can only imagine in the 80s when you were going into journalism thinking that, or you were a journalist thinking that, oh, this is going to be amazing. And then you find out what really that underbelly looked like. You know, you went straight to the bottom really quick in that sense and finding what it was about. And that had to be such an emotional shock for you at that moment, because of course, anytime anybody wants to do something, they go all in. They get amped up, they're ready to roll, then they see it, right? And now it was a microcosm of what this macrocosm is right now, because it forced you to look at something you didn't want to, but you knew you had to do something about it. And it also had you reflect on, is this the person I really want to be? Do I want to be with these people? And do I want to be considered one of these people? You know, and so many things you said resonated during what you just said too, is where when that logic sort of comes back to you and you get to that 4D spot and you're all alone and there's people telling you one way from Sunday and what's this, what's that. And now they don't talk to you anymore because you guys don't vibe anymore. It's over. They're listening. You're not. So now that work that goes through you, you know, some people call it shadow work and all that. And it truly is breeding people for the next level. This next 5-10 years is a make or break moment for sure. Either we're going to submit and give in a majority wise, or we're going to each one teach one and spread like tree branches that are growing, and a new branch is going to grow a new branch, or an umbrella, and try and cover those that maybe don't know, you know. And ultimately your name is so fitting to the name of your website, which is lightsonconspiracy.com, right? Lightonconspiracy.com. And you're shining that light onto dark places, and you've been doing it for so long, so much so that you got the 2016 Prague Peace Prize. And essentially the work you do is important. And one of the things that I can say is that by looking at your work, I have been able to become more thorough and honestly not believe a word of what I was told, unless I could see it and research it and figure it out for myself and vet it through more than one source. It has ultimately made me a better investigator. And I remember I was talking to you one time and you said, I don't call myself a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy investigator. And I actually adapted that myself, because I'm not a theorist. I'm investigating what is, not what could be. That's, I don't know.
The word conspiracy theory.
Go ahead,
the word conspiracy theory is actually a creation by the CIA. in 64, between 64 and 67, they expanded this whole thing as a weapon against people that ask questions. So because as soon as you add the word theory, conspiracy theory, then there's a doubt. And conspiracy theorist, once again, there's a doubt. And then on with the tinfoil hat, and then you can ridicule that person. Doesn't matter what they say, you can just throw that at them. And in these days, they have, that's what they have, but it's not working really well anymore. So the only thing they've got left is the Holocaust denier. So and I think that's really interesting as well, because I saw this, there was this construction engineer from, I think he was from the Netherlands or something like that. He was being interviewed on American media, one of the big channels, about 9/11, and how these buildings could fall down free fall. I mean, how is that possible? It is not, naturally. And so he was saying, it's actually not, you cannot do that. There will be some kind of resistance in, even if you go a pancake model, it will go bump, 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 bump. It will slow down. Free fall, you can't do it. And so he was just talking from a point of construction. And then suddenly the reporter said, you're a Holocaust denier. It's like, what? What? But that's how they use it. And this is also, I saw the former foreign minister of Israel talking about this whole thing about, if we can't shut them down with anything else, we just take the joker, we just throw that at them. So it's really interesting to see how people are being shut down. It's like, Rob, I am being called a fascist, I'm being called an anti-Semite, I'm being called a, what else was it? But it goes in those areas. And I tell you, it's also, I get, just my name gets me shut down. I've seen that there's algorithms now for many of us who are sort of taking a real step in the front line here that just shuts you down. And I'm being called, I'm being shut down for hate speech and bullying. But as far as I know, Rob, I've done like 1,000 interviews. Please point one out where I've been hateful. Tell me one time I've said something racist or anything like that against ordinary people, against normal people, against the people, the bad boys that are behind these things. Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. I am so on their case with a flamethrower up their butt, tracking them down. So yes, but so like Voltaire said centuries ago, he said, to find out who controls you, find out who you're not allowed to criticize. So I very much think that it is of great importance to see when we are being shut down now, even ordinary people are being shut down because they posted the wrong thing about how to grow carrots or whatever, you know, so they are also starting to see, whoa, something strange is going on, which is a blessing in disguise. But it's like, you had to ask yourself, community guidelines, you've just broken community guidelines, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Patreon as well, now BitChute as well. Community guidelines, what does that mean? What are these guidelines? Who makes them up? When you are not allowed to say things like this, but you are allowed, if you look at Facebook, for instance, you will see there's videos of absolute horrible violent things when it's like Muslim kids are stomping and beating up a white child or whatever it is that works for their agenda, pointing out a group that can be labeled as terrorists or whatever and used as patsies for their scapegoats in their operations. In that case, you will see all of it is allowed to stay there. Then you have someone say, I don't believe that. And bam! What is that? And then independent fact checkers up my butt, I tell you that. Independent fact checkers, when you start tracking them down, and there are hundreds of them, hundreds now, that are being funded by the same sources of forces that you are starting to investigate. They are the ones funding them. And then I find it really interesting, you know, like I've been looking into the Kennedy assassination for more than 30 years. It's more, 35, 40. And I've been a speaker in Dallas several times, you know. I know Lee Harvey Oswald's girlfriend, she's a close friend of mine. I know E. Howard Hunt's son, who was part of the assassination, his son, St. John. I know the babushka lady, I know this. I would say if I devoted so many years into it, maybe I found out stuff that other people are not aware of that could be of value, because apparently the whole world seems to be interested in finding out what the hell happened to JFK. So then when an independent fact checker in some little obscure city says, no, that's not true, I would say, thank you so much for being so clear in your opinion. So please step forward and help me. What exactly is it that you know that I don't know? Because please share it with me. I would love to learn more. But it's just, no, satellite, boom, and you get shut down. So it's, yeah, these independent fact checkers really, really upside down inverted reality. They have no clue. It's censorship, censorship, censorship. That's what it is. And so if your voice was not important, why are they going into such lengths to shut you up? Why, if we are that, if powerless, they say, what can one person do? What can one person do? You're powerless. You have no chance. They are so big. They're so strong. They got all of these armies. You might as well quit, lie down, and die. I say, if that is the case, why do they fear us? Why is that censorship so brutal at the moment? If what our strength and power was of no value, but this is the thing. You think they're trying to build up this illusion of them being invincible in this incredible power. You have no chance. It's the Wizard of Oz. That is what it is. The Wizard of Oz. All it takes is a young, strong individual like Dorothy, who's not afraid of meeting her inner demons, her inner things. Look at that. It's so symbolic. The Tin Man and the Lion and the Straw Man. What are they looking for? In intellect, heart, bravery. These are the things you need to find your way back home. There was this tornado in Oklahoma, bye-bye, and boom, we landed in where are we? Corona land? I mean, zombie land? Where are we? All of us just want to go back home to Oklahoma, but how to find it? The yellow brick road, whatever that is. And then on the way, you will be faced with different challenges, the hero's journey, but also ultimately you have to face the fear, your fear, which in this case, I believe was the Wizard of Oz. And she faced her fears. When everybody else was backing down, Dorothy still went for it, saying, please show me. I just want to go back to mommy or grandmother and grandfather back in Oklahoma. And there's this voice, you have no power. I'm powerful. You're not. Okay, fine. So what does she do? She sees this little cable going in under a curtain, and she walks up there and she pulls the curtain, and what does she find? Does she find this Wizard of Oz that is massive? I mean, one big Arnold Schwarzenegger on steroids. Was that what she found? No, she found a tiny little old man with a microphone and a massive amplifier, which is the media. So what are we up against? A lot of old, very weak men, most of them, impotent, no creativity, most of them so super psychopaths, you know, you can't blame them because they're born like that, or broken down, so they're sociopaths. But these are individuals that are said to be at the top of the pyramid. Little correction here, the pyramid is actually upside down. So what we're looking at is the bottom of the bottom of the bottom of the bottom when it comes to human quality. These are the people that we have been scared, letting ourselves be scared into obedience by. And when you look at it, who are these leaders? You know, like, look at Native Americans, whatever that word means. I mean, the people who were there before Columbus came there, and the only thing he actually discovered was that he was lost. But otherwise than that, these people, they had this thing, you know, like a war chief. What did that mean? It was like if Red Cloud said, let's go right, and people followed him, he was the leader. If Red Cloud said, let's go right, and people said, no, wait, we're going left, he was no longer war chief. That is natural leadership, you know, where people lead by example. They put themselves in the first line, they take incoming fire, they you know, put themselves at risk for the weaker ones, for the children, for the elders. Natural leadership. What are we seeing now in the world? oh my God. Oh my God, the quality of jelly and yogurts mixed up. That's it, but with a nice little, surface, polished surface that will tell you anything you want to hear. Freedom, liberty, equality. Yeah, and as soon as you elect me, I will rape you. What the hell is that? We were warned by our parents, do not take candy from men that you don't know, And this is exactly what we're doing with these politicians or whatever, who are no way the real people in power position, but they are the ones tricking you into the car. Would you like some candy, my dear little child? And in you go, and boom, they take over. And suddenly you find yourself in this invisible prison where you're locked in by glass doors and you don't, what happened? It's another brick in the wall, but the wall is made of glass. And now it's for us to see that it's actually an inverted reality where it's up to us to go into 5D. Here comes 3D, 4D, and 5D. And 5D is where you come up on a spiritual level where you start understanding that, oh my God, there is no really good or bad. There is no up and down. There is no left and right. All of it is for us to learn from. It's a university. And the worst assholes that you have in your life, the better the teachers. So we should be aware of, careful not to blame too much, because it's actually through them that we are learning a lot. So hadn't it been for a super psychopath like Bill Gates or Kill Gates or whatever you want to call him, and others, there's a lot in the same club, we wouldn't have met Rob. All of these beautiful Indians, your real tribe that is now standing out very clearly, we would never have met them. Never, ever. So indirectly, on a higher spiritual level, we should thank them. I've written a book called Remind Me, like Reboot Me. And in it, I talk about what I call black angels, which is exactly this type of individual. These super psychopaths that are there pushing all our buttons, forcing us into becoming the best version of ourselves, or go straight down the drain. You don't want to be in it, fine, but this is what you will end up with. Humanity is pushed into a corner right now. It's down or up. That's it. No options. There's no gray shades anymore. 50 shades of gray? I don't think so. It is choose. Who are you? Who are you? Are you going to be one of them who rape and torture and look the other way when people are getting hurt and damaged? Is that you? Or are you going to go this way, where you stand up for what you believe in, whatever that is? Will you have the courage? This is a time to get the thumb out, get off your butt, out of the sofa, and stand. Put your actions and word into one, and see, who are you? I mean, maybe you are one of the bad boys. I tell you, very few people wake up and say, everything I do is wrong, and today I'm going to do evil stuff. The evil people, I think, are looking to do good stuff, but in their version of that. So this is also, everybody thinks they're right. Well, we're about 8, 9, 10 millions, depending on what numbers you want to believe. If all of us are right, how is that even possible? So you can't blame each other, And I want to put also this 3D, 4D, 5D reality. There was another bearded guy many years ago, a guru type, who I think it was in 2010, he was talking about that humanity, by the year of 2012, there will be a beginning of a division, a diversion, where humanity is starting to separate into two groups, just like on a train station and on a train. I would say 3D reality, 4D reality. He said by the year of 2012, the train will start moving up, but there's still time, if people want to get off the train or on the train or whatever, no problem. 2015, the train has started getting momentum. So it's harder for them to, if you want to catch up with the train, go for a runner, you can still make it, or get off the train. By the year 2020, no chance. It is, the train has left. And, and here we are in 2021. Where it's like, it's almost like we're standing screaming to each other, hello, hello, I see you, you know. And the other ones are on Titanic, you know, going whatever Titanic happened. I mean, it was a sister ship that went down, but otherwise than that, yeah. And it's sort of like, so I think there's so much frustration and conflict for no reason, instead of us understanding we are on separate, different paths. We have chosen different paths for some reason. And 3D reality have chosen this is where they want to be. 4D reality, this is where we want to be. And this separation is within families, within couples, spouses, you know, people you were so close to, and then suddenly you can't talk to each other anymore. It's because they're over here, there, we are here. Hello, hello. So you can talk about golf or X Factor or, you know, Hell's Kitchen, these type of things you can talk about. But as soon as you get into what is actually of importance, you have this diversion. It's gone.
That falls in line with the Uluru prophecy too. The Uluru prophecy out of Australia actually has. We had a event on December 21st of last year of 2000. I think it was 2020, and what it is essentially there's two worlds. They're on the same plane of existence, but you will no longer be able to see each other. The higher frequency people will go one way, the low density people will go the other way. Not to say that while incarnating, you can essentially move to the next one, but you have to be incarnated there, right? And that's part of this prophecy. So it sounds eerily similar to what you're talking about with the trains and how it started on this course, and now there's this great separation. And it's more and more prevalent as we go forward, because the people who want to just capitulate and be a part of, they're getting dragged down. They're not the bad people, but they're capitulating and co-signing whatever those bad people are doing. And that's the problem, you know. And you're right. There's people who stand up and wake up, and that I just wanted to say that because I think it's super important that they both align with each other. So it's not just one place saying the same thing about this split.
You know, they say as above, so below. And when you look at nature, for instance, you look at the intricate system of veins, you know, like the nerves, or it's exactly the same pattern as on a leaf. Or if you go higher up, you'll see a river delta. It's the exact same pattern. So it's like really like this matrix or whatever it is we're living in. It's using the same software type thing on different levels. And so above as below, when you look at how life is created, you got like a one cell, and then it comes to a point, suddenly this cell decides to let's separate, and then suddenly you have two cells that separates and go on their way, separate lives that's still in the same organism. And so is this what is happening now? Because there is like we're being separated into two different entities, no judgment, no wrong, no right, it's just different. And I believe this is more or less what is happening now, that we are in a process of saying bye-bye to each other, to go through a separation process where there's a lot of grief and also a lot of frustration and anger and I don't know, all of these feelings. Instead of, if we could start seeing that maybe this is a natural process, that we come to a point where this is happening whether we want it or not. It's happening. We cannot stop it. So why not bless each other instead and say, listen, my friend, I have no idea what you're talking about. I so don't understand it because I'm listening to rap, you're listening to Beethoven, but I bless you. I'll be here for you. Anything I can help you with. You know, this is when I see people, their 89-year-old father is about to die, and then you have people standing shouting in his ears, the world is rotten, everything is hell, everything you believed was a lie. I mean, really, is that kindness? Is that being gentle and loving to this person who have assisted you his whole life? You know, is that a way to a good way present? Yeah, and by the way, everything you did sucks. Now go away. Or say, I'm so grateful for everything that you have taught me and showed me, whatever bad way or good way or whatever. And then let's part as friends and in love. I think, so much is being done for the wrong reason at this point. Don't judge each other. See if you can let go of judgment and just start walking your path, your way, whatever is your way. Be true to that and get out of the head into the heart. Let the heart decide. The heart knows what is your way. And whatever gives you goosebumps, that is like a GPS showing you the way. They call it spirituals or whatever. I can guarantee you that it's not going to be an easy way, but it's your way. It is your way. So whatever people say, that is the way you should go. It will be filled with challenges and hardship. That's part of the game. That is part of why we're here. But it's still your way. And then don't judge others for going another way. I mean, we have people very close to us who have decided to take the thing that we're not allowed to mention here. And in my way of seeing it, it's like, oh my God, you have really, really, really damaged yourself. And I'm so sorry, and I don't know what to do. But they have chosen, no, this is the good way for me. That's the good way for them. I say, if anyone got close to me with one of these pinpointed things, I would fight that like it had been a bazooka. In my world, that's the same. But apparently we are on separate ways. And they say that we're going to die. That is actually part of this whole circle, they say, the circle of life. So maybe they have chosen to leave earlier than me, by doing that. It's apparently their way. And if you believe in reincarnation, not a big deal. Okay, boom, you're out, boom, you're in. So maybe we should try and lose the drama a little bit and focus on, parting in peace. Just like if your family got on a ship, and you're standing at the shore, bye-bye, thank you so much. I'm so grateful for the times we've spent together. Apparently now is the time for us to part. But I will love you, I will miss you, I will bless you. But here now, we pass. Instead of fighting each other, you don't get it, you're stupid, you're in some kind of weird sect, I'm going to shut you down, you're a racist, you're this, you're that. I don't think that's the right way to go.
Definitely not going to work. And I like what you said. It's like reincarnation is like, all right, do over. Or it's like the coach taking you out, he takes you out and then the guy comes off the bench. Then you're a relief player off the bench in 5 minutes, So we got about 3 minutes left. You're a man who gives a really great message. And this whole interview has been a great message. So I want to give you the last 3 minutes to just say what you feel you need to say to the people listening out there.
Whatever the problem, love is always the answer. And that sounds really like you. But when you look at the love as the highest frequency in this universe, matrix, whatever, and you look at the lower frequencies, such as fear, which is a very low, pure terror, absolutely one of the lowest ones. If in a laboratory, if you take the two and let them meet, it's not like they start fighting and they sort of come out in a gray zone in the middle, 50-50. No, the lower one gets annulled by a higher frequency. And I believe that there was this long-haired, bearded guy called Jesus years ago. I call him maybe the best super hacker ever, who found out this and said, oh my God, if that's true, if a higher frequency annuls a lower one, well, why don't we solve any problem with that? Whatever the problem is, solve it with a higher frequency. And problems are lower frequencies than solutions. And I think what he said, well, let's make it easy for ourselves. Whatever the problem is, meet it with love. He didn't say be a wuss. He didn't say turn over, pull down your pants and say do whatever you want. That was not what he said. He stood up for that truth, even that while they said, well, thank you so much, we're going to nail you to the wall. I mean, that's our way of thanking people that have been standing up saying the truth. But I still think that is the way. So at least in my world, that is what I try to do, is to follow that and purify my mind as much as possible so that I can be of service. And the more you get into selfless service where you don't expect anything in return, the better you can become the more of use you can become for your tribe, whatever direction you're going in. So instead of seeing I, me, and mine, which is a minefield, think, what can I do for us? We, us. Many native people, they don't even have names for I or please. It's us, it's ours, there is no separation. And so I really, really, really hope that this is leading us into 5D reality, where I hope that duality will stop to exist, where it's no longer I, me, Rob, you are over there, my meat suit is over here, but that we see, oh my God, we're part of the same matrix. It's all one. It's just a trick of light. And everything is good at all times. We just have to remind ourselves, everything is fine. Don't worry, be happy. Don't close your eyes, see what is going on, but don't let it affect you in a negative way so that you spread negative things. And then, boom, we might be able to transcend this thing. This is my interpretation. And I tell you, my vision from, I think, the day I was born is I want to get back to paradise, from prison to paradise, which is also the title of my solo album. I want to get back to paradise the way it was meant before some stupid took a bite of the apple and got into the whole greed and ego scene. We're meant to be in this beautiful, beautiful, beautiful paradise where everything is given freely. Look at Mother Earth. How generous is she? It's unbelievable. Instead of us raping her, get back to that total equality, harmony, peace. That's what I want. And people say, how are you going to accomplish that? I have no idea, but one step at a time. And maybe I'm going to be part of it. And in that case, yeehaw, baby, we made it. Or maybe not. And then at least I tried and did my best. So my website is Light on Conspiracies. That's plural, actually. And I just want to finish with a prayer. It goes like this. May the entire universe be filled with peace and joy, love and light. That is, the entire universe be filled with peace and joy, love and light. May everyone, and especially the ones who hurt us, be filled with peace and joy, love and light. May the light of truth overcome all darkness. So victory to that light. And there you go.
Excellent. Like I said, you have such a positive message. I've had you on the show. I've looked up to you since then, and I follow your work, guys. It is worth your while to follow Ol's work. And I can't wait. I look forward to doing more in the future together. I think that we can, like you said, overcome anything. And I want to be that team player and help out with everybody as much as I can. And that was a powerful message, Ol. I appreciate you, and I thank you for coming on tonight. I knew it would be when I asked you to come on. I said, we got to have him. We got to have him.
Thank you very much. It's always a pleasure speaking to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Oli. That was brilliant. Really enjoyed that lecture from you. I really resonated with that. Everything that you were saying, I was just nodding my head.
That's what I was doing too.
Yeah, monitoring the chat, and everyone else was nodding their head, and just great comments coming in.
We were all dancing together, head banging a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you, Oli. I really appreciate it.
But this is the thing. Thank you so much. The thing is, the truth is the truth, and it's just that when somebody says it, if it resonates with you, then you have this nodding thing, and that is the thing we're looking for, So just speak the truth, and people will start nodding.
Always. Unabashedly truthful. That's what I love to be, and that's how I stay too, because I can't hide it. It sits on my face anyway. You know what I mean? It just doesn't work for me.
I know.
But thank you so much, Ol. We appreciate you. We look forward to speaking to you in the future, and we will let you have the remainder. I think it's your day over there, right? It's the daytime for you, so we'll let you have the remainder of the day and hang out and relax. And we'll talk to you next time. We're going to bring in the next speaker, and we'll be in touch soon.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too. And there we have it. We have our next speaker, Paul Wallace, the sponsor for the
Paul
Eden series.
Wallace is in the house.
What's going on, Paul? How are you?
G'day. I'm enjoying the day, and what a pleasure to sponsor and be part of this event. What a kaleidoscope of speakers, and listening to all. I'm almost embarrassed to go on next because it feels like we should be sitting with 30 minutes of silence just to reflect on what we've heard. It was so inspiring. How are you guys going?
Great.
You're keeping the energy up. This is wonderful.
Great. That's what the replay is all about too. So we don't have to take that 30-minute pause. They can go back and watch it again on Paul Wallace's YouTube channel to put the views up. That's how we do it.
That's it.
It's been a wonderful day, wonderful weekend. We're 3 days in, and have had some really top quality speakers, and the universe really worked it out for us. And it's just been wonderful, and I'm looking forward to the next 2 days, because tomorrow we have a fantastic lineup, and same thing on Monday to close out this event. So wonderful. Let me read Paul's bio really quick here, and then we'll get rolling. Okay, so Paul has a little bit of a bio, and I'll read a brief bio. Born in Buckinghamshire, England, Paul enjoyed periods of life in Bath, Nottingham, Portsmouth, and London. As a youth, he commuted for a 10-year period between the UK and Canada, later settling in Australia. His travels have included horse trekking in the depths of the Grand Canyon and the heights of the Himalayas, swimming in the Amazon, parachuting in Australia, and surviving a charging rhinoceros in Zambia, along with more peaceful pilgrimages to Egypt, Zimbabwe, France, Portugal, Spain, Italy, Greece, Turkey, Germany, Switzerland, Belgium, Hong Kong, Singapore, New Zealand, and Kashmir. Paul's studies in languages, linguistics, and theology took him to the University of Bath, England, in Meshi Valley Institute in Florence, Italy, St. John's College, and the University of Nottingham in the UK, and to Brazil's Instituto Pastoral Regional in Belém, Amazonia. In the 80s, 90s, and early O's, Paul's work centered in establishing foundations in faith communities, being instrumental in planting 6 new churches in Anglican and Charismatic Springs. Since the late 90s, Paul has designed and delivered training for pastors of churches in the UK, Korea, West Africa, and Australia. In Australia, Paul has delivered courses on the history of Christian thought and biblical hermeneutics, principles of interpreting texts, and has served as a community doctor in international interim ministries and as an archdeacon in the Anglican Church in Australia. Paul's books draw on diverse sources to explore the realm of spirituality and mysticism, probing the world mythology and ancestral narratives for their insights into human origins and the releasing of our potential for a better, more conscious human experience. Paul practices personal coaching with a few clients each year. He is a musician, a mystic, a healing practitioner in the Christian tradition, an enthusiastic chef, and a barefoot walker. Paul is married with 3 children and lives in Australia. Welcome, Paul.
Thank you, Omar. I'm exhausted listening to that summary of my own life. It's all true. And we just recently moved house. And when you move house, you go through all these boxes of stuff that, yet again, you can't bear to throw away. And I look at these boxes of notes and I realize, oh my goodness, yes, I really have done all that. So where I'll get going is in that bit of the story you shared, Omar, where I was involved in training pastors, courses in the history of Christian thought and in hermeneutics, the principles of interpreting ancient texts. And it was while I was doing that, if you're happy for me to get rolling.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, it was while I was doing that I had a colleague who was older than me. He was in his 60s, and he was part of a really lovely family. He had a number of siblings, and his mother had just passed away, I believe. And so the whole family had come together to mourn the passing of their mother, to arrange the funeral, to arrange her affairs, so on and so forth. And they reminded each other of what an amazing story they had had as a family, the experiences they had had, the places they'd gone, and they were quite rightly proud of what they'd been able to achieve in their lives, the work they'd been able to do, the things they'd been able to accomplish. But as they went through this process of sorting out their mother's affairs, something happened. Some information came to light that totally upended their whole understanding of who they were. It emerged as they went through their mother's affairs that they were not the first family of their father. They were the second family. They were part of a story they knew nothing about. Their name was not what they thought it was. They were not who they thought they were. And it's quite something to reach your 60s and suddenly have the experience of discovering you're not who you thought you were, your name isn't what you thought it was, and your parents aren't who you thought they were. And it was really difficult for them to deal with. Deeply difficult. I mean, real struggles of depression and disorientation and a sense of confusion and meaninglessness about their lives that they had to get their heads around, find their feet again. And I would say, to be fair, it probably took a couple of years for them to work through this moment of realization that they were not who they thought they were. Now, there was nothing wrong with their lives or the lives they had lived, but there was that feeling of, if we had known who we were, would we have lived differently? And I remember being quite, I felt very sorry for them as a family. Although they'd lived good lives and had a good experience, I could see how disturbing it was having to go back from scratch to ask the question, who am I? Who is my family? And I liken that to what has happened for me as I've gone through the research journey that's led to Escaping from Eden and The Scars of Eden. Because in those books, I go back to the stories we have told ourselves about who we are as a species, the stories we've told ourselves about our origins and our place in the cosmos. I spent 33 years in church-based ministry among people who would have like a twofold track to answer those questions. You have the mainstream scientific answer of who we are. Well, we are beings that evolved on this planet from primates, gradually, slowly, through chance and survival. We became the dominant species, and we become smarter and smarter with every millennium and every century. That's who we are. And then you have the religious answer. For me, it was the mainstream Orthodox Christian answer. Well, we are the special creation of God, put on this earth to love one another and to love God. So those were the answers, except that I followed a white rabbit down a rabbit hole. I took a red pill, and those processes were my moments of disclosure that opened for me a whole other story, a whole other explanation of who we are and where we've come from. Now, different people have these moments of disclosure in different ways, where they have to reassess who we are, where we've come from, where we're going. So Ol talked about the realization that all the historic assassinations that he knew of followed parallels. They were all about checking progress away from covert forces of darkness, and he could join the dots and his world began to change. Different people have different red pills, follow different white rabbits. It might be they suddenly work out who was involved in the JFK assassination. It might be they suddenly work out that they've been lied to about fat, or believed all the entrainment from the sugar industry or the tobacco industry, or it can be anything. They might look at the footage of 9/11 and suddenly realize that's a controlled demolition, and their world begins to change from that. I'm in contact with people from week to week who have gone to war, who have gone into the theaters of war, laid their lives on the line, thinking it was for the published reasons, and then finding out there's something else going on here that has nothing to do with an international conflict. And that's blown their worldview out of the water, and they have to come back reassessing who they are, what their country is, who's running the show, what it's all about. There are all kinds of different red pills that people find they have taken, or different white rabbits that people follow voluntarily. And the white rabbit that led me to this other explanation of who we are, where we've come from, what our potential is, the white rabbit I followed was translation. It was my work of interpreting ancient texts. And many of you listening will know that I came to the moment where I had some time. I had an ultimate frisbee injury from which I was convalescing, and it gave me the time to drill down into some translation questions in the Hebrew texts of the Old Testament. And as I addressed some translation questions, I realized a whole other story is hidden in plain sight. And it's a story of paleo contact, and stories that we've long believed and translated as stories of God turn out to be stories of our ancestors' contact with extraterrestrial civilizations who came to our planet in the deep past, occupied the planet, colonized our ancestors, and then had a hands-on role in developing us as a species. Now, as I've read ancestral narratives from all around the world, I find this story repeats. These stories finesse each other. And one of the things that correlates in this other story of beginnings is the explanation that we were modified from a primate ancestor in a number of stages, that some visited us and upgraded us to this point where we were smart enough to work in someone else's mind, but not smart enough to run our own society and build farms and cities and civilizations. And then a couple of 100,000 years later, there's another intervention upgrading us to the point where we can farm and build civilizations. If we go back to the texts of Genesis, there's a memory of a moment where we are being engineered, where we start off as clones, an all-male society, and then males plus females, but we're infertile. And then we're upgraded to a fertile sovereign species. That's the memory that is recalled in the Genesis 3 story, what we have often referred to as the fall. A fall from innocence is the way it's translated at present. Do the translation work and you realize it's about an upgrade to our intelligence. So here's the pattern. Visitors come, upgrade our ancestors, upgrade again, and then all around the world, whether you're listening to the stories from ancient Greece or from Africa, from the Efik people of Nigeria, or if you're listening to the Mayan story from out of Guatemala, or if you're reading the Hebrew story from the Old Testament, the Hebrew canon, they all say there's a moment where we're downgraded to a point where we can be managed. Now, I'll give a quick for instance of that from the Efik story that says that two powerful beings, Abasi and Atai, were involved in engineering our species. They got us to the point where we're a fertile sovereign species, and they say, that's great, we've done our work, we can go on holiday. So they go on holiday for we don't know how long in human years, Earth years, and when they come back, there's a thriving human civilization, and they're horrified because they say, how can we manage this? They're so smart, they're going to rival us. And so they have an emergency meeting and decide that if they release devices into the environment that will damage our mental acuity and our mental health so that we're always a bit anxious and a bit sick, then we can be managed. And so that's what they do. It echoes the Mesoamerican story where Quetzalcoatl develops a vapor that, when sprayed over human populations, dumbs us down, brain damages us to the point where we're limited to our 5 physical senses or to what an authority tells us. And they found they could manage that. Now, these stories, they're pretty grim stories, aren't they? Why would anyone invent those stories? They don't glorify the powerful ones or the gods. They don't glorify humanity. Why are we being told? Well, there's actually a positive takeaway from those stories that relates to the question I'm often asked, which is, so what? My subtitle of Escaping from Eden was, does Genesis teach that the human race was created by God or engineered by ETs? And some would want to say, what difference does it make? The subtitle to my book, The Scars of Eden, is, has humanity confused the idea of God with memories of ET contact? And people might say, what if they have? What difference does it make? For me, the difference it makes is twofold. Firstly, what do we believe about the cosmos we live in? What beliefs do we have about God? Are they helpful or damaging? And what do we believe about ourselves? Who do we think we are? Because we will live in the light of who we think we are. Now, if we go with the Christian Orthodox idea of who we are the special creation of God. Our level of intelligence has been determined, and we've been plopped on the planet to live out our lives until we expire, hopefully loving each other and loving our Creator. Now, by that explanation, really our intelligence is fixed. Our level of consciousness is fixed. It has been decided by an almighty. End of story. Get on with your job. So there's something rather static about the conventional religious answer. If we go to what we could say is the mainstream scientific view, that we have been on this planet a long time, slowly evolving, gradually improving over the millennia, then we're not fixed anymore, but we're making slow progress. And maybe there might be a few lucky people here and there who have a bit more intelligence, a bit of a higher consciousness, and they might be able to help us as teachers or healers and nudge us along the way. There's that story. But if we go to this other story, hidden in plain sight, told by our ancestral narratives all around the world, buried by translation in the Bible, what that tells us is that our natural abilities are up here. Abassi and Attai had to release devices into the environment to push us down, or Quetzalcoatl had to spray a vapor into the environment to push us down, because our natural abilities are up here. Now, that caught my attention when I read those stories, because it correlated with something that I had been reading about in the field of neuroscience. And it is a field of study called acquired savant syndrome. Ben McMahon lived just down the road from me in Victoria, and he was happily living out his life until one day he was in a car crash, which put him into a coma for about a week. And thankfully, he survived. But when he regained consciousness, it was very painful in his body, and he wanted to be adjusted. And so he beckoned the Chinese-looking nurse in his room to come and assist him, and was rather confused when what came out in fluent Mandarin. So we called her again, and it came out in fluent Mandarin. And they begin a conversation in Mandarin. Now, like a lot of Australians, Ben had learned some Mandarin at school, but had certainly never been fluent in it. So this was bewildering to him. Why wasn't his speech coming out in Australian English? And how was he suddenly so good at Mandarin? So he used sign language and said, could he have a pen and paper? So he wrote a message, and it came out in Mandarin. Now, thankfully, he did regain his Aussie English after a couple of weeks, but he retained this higher faculty in Mandarin from that day to this, and it's in fact a part of his work to this very day. That's a pattern. Acquired savant syndrome is where an accident, an injury to the brain, or a central nervous system event like a stroke suddenly unlocks prodigious skills. It can be mathematical skills, artistic skills, language skills, but something that you would look at and say, how is it possible that you suddenly develop that ability by accident? An injury to the brain should diminish your acuity, not heighten it. And so we have serious, credentialed neuroscientists around the world studying this phenomenon. Darrell Trefford at Marian University, I think he studied more than 70 of these cases from around the world. Dr. Drago did an amazing experiment where he invited a group of art critics to survey the work of an artist. He told them nothing about the artist or the work they were looking at or when it was produced. There was no date or timeline for them to look at. They were just asked to critique the work. And then the researchers collated the art reviews against a timeline. And what the reviews showed was that every measure of skill and creativity was lifting in this artist's work across the timeline. But what the art critics had not been told was that the timeline they were looking at was a timeline where dementia was taking hold of this artist. And as the dementia ate away more of her brain, so every ability she had as an artist was lifting. And they were fascinated by that. And they said, clearly, there is a disinhibition of several of the brain systems happening with this injury to the brain. Now, any layperson listens to that and says, disinhibition? What are inhibitors doing in our brains that they can be switched off by accident or by an unfortunate illness or by a blow to the head? What are abilities doing in our brains in the off position? Well, our ancestral narratives of Abassi and Atai and Quetzalcoatl tell us that we all have those abilities in our brains, and that those who last tweaked our development as a species tweaked us in a downwards direction so that whole sections of our brain were disconnected and switched off. It's a mind-boggling answer to a mind-boggling problem, but the neuroscientists are very honest that it's baffling, and they want to know if we can switch these abilities on without suffering an accident. And the reason I've come away from my research for the Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden with such an appetite on me and so hopeful is that I'm learning, yes, you can switch those other abilities on. And the cultures that have curated these older stories of our beginnings have also curated mystical and shamanic traditions that are all about heightening our consciousness, heightening our intelligence, switching our brains back on so that we've got better precognition, better ability to foresee, better telepathic connection, better remote viewing, better self-healing as a result of all these things, better sovereignty over our state of minds and our bodies, so that we can not only have a better human experience individually, but live more conscious and more intelligently on the planet. So that contrasts with these other explanations. The creation version where God creates us and dumps us on a planet and it's fixed. That's who you are, live with it. And then the evolutionary story that says, well, you're evolving very slowly. There may be a lucky few who, by mutation and chance, are a little bit brighter. This other story tells us that we are all able to evolve in our own lifetimes, that we're all able to switch inhibitors off and live more intelligently, more consciously. I want to talk about a couple of those inhibitors and what it means to switch them off. But one, therefore, that flows from this different story is our psychology. If we stick with the traditional religious story of an almighty God who has put us at a fixed level of intelligence on the planet and is a kind of a puppet master over the universe, it puts us into a state of dependence. So that if I want more information, more understanding, better health than I have got access to, I have to call on the mercy of God. I'm utterly dependent on the whims of an invisible, inscrutable God, either granting me a favor or not. And in that way, traditional religious views can be very disempowering, because we have religions that are essentially about deferring to the superiority of our God concept, where worship is all about lowering ourselves to the other's highness, of counting ourselves as nothing. And our liturgy of worships drum this into us from the get-go. And I find it quite painful these days listening to some worship songs. I find really inspiring, songs that are songs of love and enjoyment, of connection with God. I like those songs. But I hear heaps of songs that are saying, I'm nothing but a worm, I'm nothing, I'm miserable, I'm a sinner, I only deserve destruction, please have mercy on me, Lord. I was listening to a song the other day that was saying, please have mercy, don't kill me, I'll serve you every day of my life, just please don't kill me, even though I deserve it. And that is the background tone of a lot of religion around the world, and it's deeply insulting to humanity, and it makes us dependent and servile. When we go back to the Elohim stories and realize, oh my goodness, those are not God's stories, and we have to reframe our idea of God, for me, I come away with a far more positive vision of the cosmos and of God. And I go back to the definition of someone like Apostle Paul, who had to define God from scratch when he was speaking to a non-religious audience one day. So he couldn't appeal to Jewish ideas or Christian ideas. And so he said, by God, I mean that which created the cosmos and everything in it, the source of the cosmos and everything in it, that in which we all live and move and have our being. And I love that definition, because there's no separation. There's no anxiety. Religion trades in separation anxiety. You're separated from God. You need to claw your way back into his presence. We, the religious leaders, will show you how. There in Athens, Paul says, no, we couldn't be more intimately connected with the source. We're all emanations from the source. We're all expressions of the source. And these other stories of our beginnings say we can switch ourselves on, actualize more of our humanity for a more powerful, exciting, positive experience. It's not a matter of being dependent on someone granting you a favor. It's learning to operate your human body, learning to operate your human mind, and to connect with the source in every way that's possible. So that's why I find it empowering. That's why I find it exciting. That's why I go back to mystic and shamanic traditions and say, tell me more about how I can be more alive, more conscious, more intelligent with the rest of my life. So I find these stories empowering. Now, one of the great inhibitors, I think, over our lives is fear. I was talking to a friend just the other day, and he had had an experience of an altered state of consciousness. He had a psychoaffective tea at a tea ceremony that had blown him away. And the take home from that experience for him was realizing how much of his life was defined by fear, how many decisions he had made based on fear. Now, I believe that as material beings, I've bought into Plato's great vision of the hero's journey that we're all on, that we begin as aspects of cosmic consciousness, then we individuate as conscious beings and incarnate as human beings. So we're on planet Earth having a material experience, a human experience, here to learn something. And then after this life, we go on to pool what we've learned. And I think when you go from being a conscious cosmic being to a material being, suddenly you've got this background anxiety of the fear of non-existence, the fear that this body could be destroyed or dissipate and then where will you go? And every living creature lives with that anxiety, whether it's a plant or a fish or a mammal or a human. And so that fear translates in a myriad of ways in our human experience. The fear of non-existence becomes a fear of sickness, a fear of poverty, a fear of violence. And my friend realized that so many of his decisions through life had been driven by fear. Now we have a part of our brain, it's called the reptilian brain, the most primitive part of our brain, that is there to generate fear. It is our flight, fright, or fight response center. And if our higher functions can be attacked or diminished, whether by devices in the environment or a vapor sprayed over us, or constant messaging from authority figures, just to go back to those ancestral stories, then our higher functions wobble a bit and we're back to these primordial drivers of fight, flight, fright, and it makes us very easy to be manipulated. One of the reasons I would like everyone to read The Scars of Eden and Escaping from Eden is that the confusion of God with what these Elohim, these sky people, these ET colonizers did to us in the distant past, that confusion has led to millions of people living in a world where there is a fearful, violent, implacable God at the top of the tree who will punish them for eternity if they get it wrong. And it shapes the whole of our lives, where we live tiptoeing around, anxious we might offend the Almighty, desperately we get it right, that we don't fall off the tightrope of his will. And it's a really destructive way to live. You may know families where there's a very overbearing parent, or maybe a parent with mental health issues or substance issues, and you see how that eviscerates the confidence and self-esteem of the other family members. Well, that's been done to humanity by creating God in the image of violent Elohim, sometimes violent sky people who aggressed over our ancestors for thousands of years. So there is a fear response built into us and an assumption that we have to tiptoe around to live this life right. I want to unravel all that and say that's not right at all. That's a story of what ET invaders did to our ancestors. That's not a story of a present God. And we need to live more confident than that and live a more self-fulfilling life and not be manipulated because we're in a constant state of fear. Our ancestors told stories that suggest that we are living in a populated universe and on a populated planet, that there are other presences around us that are interdimensional beings, extraterrestrial beings, energy-based beings. And if you go to the Gnostic texts, which were buried for centuries for their protection, because Christian Orthodoxy had narrowed down, been militarized as it got adopted as the Department of Religion by the Roman Empire, and these other narratives were now considered subversive. If you're out teaching these things, well, you were sowing disunity into the church, which was part of the means of feudal control in the empire. So you're an enemy of the state. And so priesthoods were literally burying these texts to preserve them for future generations. Well, those texts talked about energy-based beings that are around us and that feed off heavier emotions, such as Ol was mentioning earlier. Plato talks about the lessons we need to learn in this life about shaking off heavier emotions. Heavier emotions, he meant things like hatred, anger, rage, ambition, resentment, unforgiveness, trauma. We have to process these things, get rid of them, not live manipulated and controlled by them. Because, say our ancestors, there are these parasitic entities called archons that feed off all the heavier emotions that biological life forms put off. And so these energy-based entities manipulate humans into fear and anger, warfare, so that they can feed off that negative emotion. Now, whether you take that quite literally and say, yes, I'm well aware of those beings, or even if you take it figuratively, the application is the same. And the application is you need to be a sovereign person exercising sovereignty over your own state of mind and over your own emotions. That you are very careful about looking after your mental state. That you don't let yourself get sucked into fury, rage, indignation. That you look after your emotional state, that you are deliberate every time before you get out of bed in the morning, before you step out your front door, that you've decided what energy you want to put out into the universe, what energy you want to give to others as you interact, how you are going to perform yourself and perform your role today. That's the take home from these archonic stories. And I believe our ancestors told these stories because whether you're looking at archonic interference or even the way we're governed over, you are going to be at the mercy of others if you are not deliberate and careful about looking after your mental state, looking after your emotional state. There's a proverb that says, guard your heart because it is the wellspring of your life. Well, it certainly is. As long as your heart is beating, you're alive. But it's speaking to your emotional and mental state. You decide what that's going to be and let that generate your response to everything. I look back to my younger years in my career and I realize how much fear I carried in my work. Again, fear of non-existence, fear of not keeping a job, fear of losing the approval of my bosses or my congregations. And you therefore want to try and control the environment in which you're working. And it takes a few decades of life before you realize you can't control anything. You can't control others. You can't control the environment. What you can control is what you will bring to the situation. And I found it a tremendous relief and enlightenment to realize that's how I handle these things. I may walk into chaos. I may walk into behavior that I find utterly bizarre and unpredictable. I can't control that. All I can do is answer the question of how does Paul respond in these situations? What does Paul have to offer in these moments? And then make that contribution. So it's a way of switching the fear off. And there are practical ways in which you can do that. There's something I've learned from NLP that I found really helpful. I don't know if you know any NLP skills, but probably the one I most frequently use is if there's a situation either in the past or a recurring situation that I find makes me anxious or upsets me, then I learn to look at the situation as if I'm watching it on a TV screen. And then I push the screen further away. And then I turn the volume down. And then I put it into black and white. And as I do all this in my imagination, what I'm doing is creating an emotional distance between myself and the thing so that it stops fringing my reptile brain. I can get back into my higher functions and say, what will I now bring to this situation? And that's, for me, it's a very practical way of dialing down one of these inhibitors, dialing down the fear to a point where I'm freer to make decisions that might otherwise terrify me. There's another reason I've been really passionate about getting the Scars of Eden out and Escaping from Eden out for people to read. And that is that when we misunderstand the old stories of the Elohim and translate them as God's stories, we put ourselves in a feudal world where everything is about serving superiors. And that's really how Christianity was framed by the empire, where you've got God and the emperor at the top, and then you've got the Senate and the bishops who are at the level of the Senate, and then you've got everyone else at the bottom. And we're living in this feudal society where your role is to work for your boss, or to labor for the landlord, or to bring in the harvest for the landowner, so on and so forth. Always striving to serve superiors. Well, in that speech the Apostle Paul gave in Athens, the one I mentioned earlier that defined God, he mocks the idea of sacrificial religion. The idea that we need to serve God. He says it's a joke. If God means the source of the cosmos, the source doesn't need us to provide it with anything. It's totally the other way round. And yet we have made it an inherent thing to religious thought, which has shaped thought even in secular societies to this day, that we are here to serve superiors, to serve bosses, to serve our government. I thought it was the other way around, but it's very, very deep wiring. If we go back to the Sumerian stories and the Mesoamerican stories that talk about our engineering, it says we were hardwired, engineered to serve them. Quetzalcoatl was given the task of engineering for ourselves, say the others, avatars that will do the work for us and bring us our food. That was the whole purpose of Quetzalcoatl's genetic experiments, to produce us. And it's a very honest story that says it took a long time to get right. They made a lot of mistakes. I mean, imagine engineering something like a gorilla and then finding it has no interest in serving a superior or bringing you food or working in your mine. It was that level of mistake. Well, finally, they got us willing to work for superiors. And then in the Sumerian story, there is a note that suggests if we can make the humans perceive their service of us in religious terms, so they see it as worshipping superiors, then they will count it as a virtue to serve us, and it'll be easy for us to manage them and exploit them. So in those stories, we are hardwired to serve superiors, and that hardwiring has served us very ill through the ages. It makes us very easy to manipulate and manage and exploit, as we have seen in the stories of empire and conquest and harsh governance through the ages. My grandmother grew up in the Downton Abbey generation, and her first job was working in the big house for the grand family who occupied the big house on top of the hill. It was a family of 5 people. It took 50 ordinary people to work every hour of the waking day to maintain the luxury and lifestyle of those 5 people. And those 50 counted it a privilege to work in that house and serve the 5. And I remember seeing an interview with people who had begun their career that way. And by the way, parents would see it as a great opportunity for their teenage girl to go and work for the 5. They saw it as a good break. Even though you're working all your waking life, you're not allowed to leave the property without permission of the 5. You're not allowed to have a relationship without permission of the 5. Not allowed to marry without permission of the 5. You're allowed half a day off once a week, and it was seen as a great opportunity. Where does that thinking come from? Hardwired in us. And I saw an interview, I was saying, with some elderly ladies who'd begun their careers that way. And the interviewer said, oh, you talk about this family of 5, as if you think they were better than you. And the answer was, oh, well, they were. Well, that's how deep the wiring is. Well, of course they were better. It was our privilege to serve them. Well, our ancestors tell us why that wiring is there. And then we have greats who come along and help us, people like Jesus, people like Buddha, who say, that's no way to live. Jesus came and said, you have no superiors. Call no one on earth your father. Call no one on earth your leader. You are all brothers and sisters. And he reframed the idea of serving God as we serve one another. Reframed the idea of worship as we love one another. And that's the rewiring he's offering us. And I think if we can do that, if we can switch that inhibitor off and say, I believe in service, it's that we serve one another. I believe in love, it's that we love one another. Then I think we have a more intelligent and more conscious way of living on the planet. I think our ideas of leadership were framed at that distant time in our deep past when we were governed over by entities that had no empathy with us at all because they weren't human. No fellow feeling with us because they weren't human. And it's why they could send us to war against each other with no thought to the human cost. I think we can snap out of that. We're still living with an idea of leadership that's rooted in that, so that when someone comes along who is going to force things through, no matter what the cost, no matter what other people think, we call it strong leadership because of that primordial experience of leadership. And if someone comes along and says, we're not going to make any decision here until we have heard from every party that's going to be affected, and until we have come up with a solution with which we are all agreed that has a benefit for all of us, then we'll move forward. We regard that as weak leadership. Why on earth do we regard that as weak leadership when it takes far more skill to pull that off than the brute force model? And I think it's because of the confusion of God with paleo contact. Again, we need to be more sovereign than that and say, no, well, this is how we're going to live. We're going to love each other. We're going to serve each other. We're going to pursue the common good and be a little bit more intelligent about how we go at things. I think if we can be more emotionally intelligent, then we can't be manipulated by fear-mongering. We can't be manipulated by a demagogue. I think if we are more deliberate about being harmonious and more loving, we can't be manipulated by a xenophobe. And so that attention to how we're thinking, how we're feeling is really important to the experience that we have as a society. I talked about the way the Elohim, the powerful ones, would send humans to war against each other. And the way archons would do this and then feed off the emotional carnage that results. I think we need to be really thoughtful about that in the 21st century. We have memes sending us to war against each other right now. We're all falling into binaries of believers, non-believers, woke, asleep, enlightened, sheeples. You're one or the other. You fall on this side or that side. And you treat with utter disrespect someone who thinks something different to yourself. Memes are setting us at each other's throats. And you can bet your bottom dollar if our governments decided they wanted a real war, so it's no longer feeding off emotional carnage, they want actual carnage. They want to send us into Vietnam again, or into Korea again, or Afghanistan again, or into Iraq again, or go into Syria, or wherever it might be. You can bet your bottom dollar memes will send us to war first. Memes will sow the fear, will sow the hatred. And it's only the modern day version of what was done in the lead up to the Holocaust of the Second World War, manipulating our fears and our hatreds so that we will then run headlong into something atrocious. Again, let's look after ourselves, look after one another, not be manipulated by memes, which are there to keep us in a perpetual state of exasperation and outrage. We look after ourselves. And I do believe that when we do this, when we are very deliberate about the state we put our bodies into, the kind of brain waves we allow our brains to occupy, that is the first key to heightening our intelligence and heightening our consciousness. I did a workshop the other day on the Paul Wallace channel on YouTube, and if you want to sit in on it, become a premium member, and you can watch the rerun of where I do, and I'm going to do another one as well coming up, controlled conscious breathing, because that's a modality that's used by people of all kinds of traditions all around the world that focuses on the body, pulling ourselves back together into the present moment, which pulls us out of anxieties, pulls us out of rage, pulls us out of uncertainty, pulls us out of a place where we're being peppered by stuff. We slow our breathing. We make it controlled, conscious breathing. I learned it from the Hesychast tradition of Eastern Orthodoxy. And practitioners of that through the ages have discovered not only is it very refreshing, but that what follows is heightened experiences of precognition, remote viewing, telepathic connection, self-healing, all those things that Quetzalcoatl's vapor was designed to take away from us. So that's just one method. I talked about my friend who did his tea ceremony, just as Plato did 2,500 years ago, did the Kykeon ceremony in Athens, that alters our brainwaves, alters what our bodies are doing, so that we can download some information, process our lives at a different level. These are all ways of taking our sovereignty back, being more deliberate about the state we're in, and processing some higher thought. Our ancestors told us to expect and believe that we are in company, that we've had company from the beginning and we have company now. Some of it negative, and I have focused a bit on the negative, but some of it deeply positive, because many of our ancestral narratives of paleo contact were of beings coming to Earth from other regions of space, and a number of regions are named, the Pleiades, Sirius, coming and nurturing our ancestors' lives, teaching us agriculture, what plants are good for cultivation, what are good for food, what are good for medicine, what do we do for sanitation, how do we occupy the life of this planet in a way that's in balance. We were taught these things by visitors. And so we've got positive company. Some energy-based beings are positive. In the New Testament, there is a surprising to some verse that teaches us to expect input from our neighbors. The writer, John, 1 John 4, says, test the spirits. Do not believe everything a spirit tells you, but test it. If any spirit comes along that trash talks Jesus, don't take any attention of that one. And in that moment, what he has affirmed is that the early Christians were in contact with other entities that they didn't know what they were. And he doesn't say, oh, that's channeling, you don't want to do that. No, he expects them to be channeling. But he says, keep your sovereignty. Just because there's a being advanced enough to communicate directly with your mind, don't give up your sovereignty. You know, it's never a reason to say, oh, I did A, B, and C because voices in my head told me to. That won't stand up in a court of law, and it's not very sensible. He says, keep your sovereignty, weigh it up, use your own mind, work out what you think is going on, but you're going to be getting some good information. That's why he doesn't shut it down and say you could be deceived, don't do this. He expects good information to flow. That was part of the primitive Christian experience that got edged out as orthodoxy narrowed down. And interestingly, John doesn't say what those spirits are. Are they the spirits of ancestors? He doesn't say. Are they energy-based beings? He doesn't say. Are they physical material beings just like us, but who communicate telepathically? He doesn't say. Are they ETs? He doesn't say. It doesn't matter. Apparently, what matters is that whoever's talking to you, you weigh it and you consider it for yourself. That's his agenda. And so we can go back to that and realize we're in company, according to our ancestors, and we should expect help. We have places to go and take our questions and expect positive input. There's another verse often forgotten from Hebrews chapter 12, verses 1 and 2, where the writer says, since we're surrounded by such a great cloud of witnesses, let us run with perseverance the race marked out for us. And there he is talking about ancestors who apparently take a great interest in our lives and how we run our race. And again, the expectation is you've got company, it's here to help you. It's here to applaud you, to cheer you on, to give you input when you need it. And so again, there's a far more empowering story about who we are. We're part of a cosmic family. I'll finish with this illustration. I talk in the Scars of Eden about a cruise that I went on to Greece when I was 20 years old. And it was on that cruise that I learned that the whole of Europe was named after an ET abductee called Europa. On that cruise, we saw amazing vestiges of previous civilizations. And we went on the most amazing tours of ancient sites. The cruise was a gift from the owner of the shipping line, Andreas Potomianos, and we were thrilled to have that experience. Well, at the beginning of the cruise, Dad said, now look, the cruise was a gift to us. I don't know if we'll be able to afford all the tours along the way. So just be prepared. We might have to just pick and choose what we do. But when we came to the first stop off, we thought, oh, we can't miss this tour. So Dad went to the tour desk and he said, I think we'd like to pay for this excursion. And the girl behind the desk said, oh, no, Mr. Wallace, all your excursions have been paid for. Well, Dad came back from that and he said, I am so glad we went to the desk at the beginning of the cruise because we wanted to go on this excursion, because we might not have known. We might have gone through the whole cruise not doing the excursions because we didn't know what was possible. And that's kind of where I am now. As I read our ancestral narratives and realize we can live more conscious, more intelligence, we can have better self-healing, we can have a better human experience. I don't want to miss what's possible. And having made these discoveries this late in life, I'm almost looking at my watch thinking, how much time have I got to explore the human condition and find out what's possible? That's my heart, that's my appetite, that's what excites me. All these narratives, they have dark aspects to them, but there's a positive takeaway from them all, and that is that we have so much more to learn and discover. That's why I love events like this, and that's why I absolutely agree with the premise of total disclosure, that it's a fool's errand to sit around and wait for our governments to disclose the reality of our life on Earth, our life in the cosmos, what company we have or don't have. If you want total disclosure, go to our ancestors, go to our ancestral narratives, ask questions of those in whose company we are, and we'll find that so much more is possible than ever we've imagined. So thank you for listening. At this point, I'll hand back to HQ and say thank you so much for having me today.
Amazing. Amazing, Paul. You know, a lot of what you said resonated with me, so much so. And the fact that, you know, we do get caught up in those party lines and those drawing of the binaries of, you know, you're not listening to this, who's not saying what. And I catch myself in it all the time. And I definitely have to do a better job of transcending that dichotomy, because it's solely to negate a frequency build. And
yes,
what you kept saying it like that, and I kept saying it in my own head, like, all right, now is the time to do that. We need to reach out, not pull back. We need to incorporate, not alienate.
Yes. And it's why I love events like this and doing collaborations like this, because when I talk to you, Rob, or when I talk to you, Omar, that's a moment in which we can just check in with ourselves and see how we're doing, because it's so easy doing the work we do to get pulled into a place of real exasperation and frustration and disappointment, and we can get pulled down by what we're looking at. And I think we need to look out for each other and encourage each other whenever we have the opportunity, because we have to look after each other's emotional state as well as our own.
Totally agree. I totally agree. And that's one of the things that I love about this community that we're really building. It's growing and growing. Hence why we have the ability to get 55 people to just come and hang out and just talk. You know, it's been electric from beginning to end, just like the last one. And I love the momentum and where it's shaping. We did this in a way that wasn't so planned. It was planned a little, but We let it fall into place on its own, and it's turning out to just be incredible, incredible. The waves of up and down, the information, the ability to just sit back for a minute and say, that definitely touched a nerve. That touched a nerve. It's essentially, where do we go after this? Is really what's the next step? And hopefully we can all come together and figure that out and achieve it, which we're doing right now.
Indeed. Just the fact that we can look at each other and realize that we're all on this territory from all kinds of different start points, and having followed all kinds of different white rabbits, even that's encouraging to think, oh, there's something real going on here. This is not just a journey in my own imagination or in my own intellect. We are all part of something that's actually quite exciting.
It's the precipice of a new age, and we are there. And that's not to tout anything, but that's sheer excitement, and the fact of what, like, I can only imagine where the next presentations are going to come from and who's going to be giving them. It's exhilarating as well as exciting. It's exhilarating. You're like, all right, and then, after this, we'll get into a huddle and we'll be like, what's next? What's next? Like, just it's wild. It's wild.
I thought your lecture was excellent. It really resonated with a lot of the things that you were saying, Paul, and across the board in every chat room that we have. Got a lot of conversations going on. I think people are shy to talk to you. I tossed a link out into the comments and asked if anybody wants to come on into our studio and ask you questions just directly, and so far no takers, but all good. But they are posting questions, so I will ask a question. This one's coming from the Paul Wallace channel, and it's from Joe Drew. I asked if they wanted to come in, if anyone wants to ask a question, and he replied, then my question is, are we currently experiencing a planetary downgrade now, or are we having a reset?
I think we're having a reset. I think there may be powers, well, there probably are powers who think in terms of downgrades because they're thinking in terms of managing the population. That's always the story, of course, isn't it? Whether you're looking at human governors or ET colonizers, how do we manage this? And so pushing people down, keeping them slightly ill, slightly anxious is very often, sad to say, a cynical part of how we're governed. But no, I actually think there's a reset happening on many, many levels. And it's funny, Ol was saying, would you go to your dear old granddad, in his last few months and say, everything you believed is a lie, your life has been meaningless? Well, no, you wouldn't. But what I'm finding is that there are a lot of old folk out there, even towards the end of their lives, or maybe you've just retired, who are surprising me by saying, do you know what? I just don't believe that thing anymore. Or I'm suddenly very curious about such and such. Or I've worked out that what we were told then was not true. And I find this incredible reframing, waking up, going on in that age demographic. And it's one of the signs for me that we're in a really interesting place in our history culturally. I happen to think that our planet is in a thin space at the moment, to use the old Celtic language. The Celts believed that there were these places on planet Earth, which I believe coincides with the intersection of ley lines or electromagnetic lines on the planet, where it was easier to perceive realities in the other dimension. So whether you're talking about the Seether in Celtic understanding or Dreamtime in original Australian story, you've got the same idea, these thin places where it's easier to connect with the other dimension. I think our whole planet is in one of those places right now, because I've never seen this level of change of thinking, of waking up. It sounds judgmental, that language, but I don't mean it that way. It so describes the phenomenon of what I'm seeing. So I think there's something happening at that level. And I don't know if I mention the name of this historian because there's such a prejudice against him, but there was a great historian at the end of the 19th century, beginning of the 20th century, who mapped out how the history of the world flows. And he said this, that we begin in family groups as primitive society, and then we develop villages, tribes, towns, cities, city-states, nation-states, empires. And then we reach a point in history where it goes beyond international empires, and we have a situation where the corporations are bigger and more powerful than the nations. And then we reach a point where the interests of so few are served by those corporations that so many of the general population are excluded from the benefits of the status quo, that will begin to break down, and we will need to rediscover each other in more local ways once again. And I believe we're in that pivot right now. So I believe we're in an economic reset, whether we want it or not. That's just where we are in history. We're in a political reset. We are in a thin place reset. And all these things are coinciding. And I think they're also coinciding with a period where the policy of non-disclosure from our ET neighbors is a little bit wobblier. That's why I think there have been these steps to sort of ensure against it becoming blindingly obvious that we've got company. I think that's what's going on.
Do you think the ET is in a like a self-induced prime directive?
I think the policy of non-disclosure comes from off-planet.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, I do. And I think that
why do you think it's interesting? Like, why would they give that directive when they're flying around and we can clearly see them? They're creating crop circles on our planet. We can see those and interact with them, but yet they're not giving us that, they're maintaining that, that prime directive. It's quite confusing.
It is. Well, I think we have to see it in terms of some kind of a truce. I think there are far more ET demographics in what Hamer Shed, the Director of Space Security for Israel's program. He was the Brigadier General, held that position for 27 years. Just before Christmas, he said there's an intergalactic federation that's chosen not to self-disclose until we, humanity, have a better understanding of space. I think there are far more demographics on that intergalactic federation now than in the days that were written about by the Sumerians. And I think non-disclosure has to do with them policing each other and maintaining some kind of a balance and status quo among themselves. I don't think it's all to do with us and their relationship with us. And it's clearly not a watertight policy because there is interference, there is contact. I believe there are abductions. I believe there is a hybridization program that our ancestors have revealed for thousands of years. So it's not watertight at all.
Yeah, and you've heard those stories firsthand. I think it was the Modawa, or I forget the name, where that little girl was taken into the bottom of the ocean. They kept her for a few years.
Yes, that's right. The Mamiwata. So yeah. I'm very closely connected with a family that had that experience. It was a young woman who was taken for 3 years. And every element of that story, which sounds absolutely bizarre when you first hear it, non-human presence, look human but not, very beautiful, slightly different skin color, slightly different top lip, and then not forced away but enticed away with promises of higher intelligence, greater health, come back more prosperous, taken to an underwater base, used for hybridization, then returned. You would think, who on earth would tell such a story? And then you realize every culture on the planet tells that story. Mm-hmm. You can go all around the planet as far as Wales and the story of Tylwyth Teg, where every element of that story repeats. There's no reason for it. Again, it glorifies no one. It is there only to tell us we've got company, and our company has an interest in Homo sapiens, and there's some kind of a stability to what's going on. And at the very least, we need to have an open eye to understand the truth of our place on the planet and in the cosmos.
I see your kitty relaxing.
Yeah, nice. He's hanging out back there. I think one of the reasons
Blending
why
right into the couch.
disclosure is a bit, it's something that they're trying to step us away from, is because whether good or bad, the puppet doesn't know he's a puppet if you can see the strings. You know what I mean? Like
Yes.
They want you to know, but they don't want you to know. Like you may have an idea that somebody's kind of tugging at that string, but if you can see the string, then you obviously know you're a puppet, right?
I think that's right. And I think, even at a human level, do we all know who we're working for? If we realize that the money system is kind of an alternative to a brute slavery system, well, who is at the top of the tree? Who's benefiting from the system? Who are we all working for? And there's a benefit for the powers in not being too obvious.
Earlier on, when you were, Rob, were you saying something? Or you muted?
No, I just said absolutely. I totally agree with that. It's the 1% for sure.
I saw your lips moving and no voice coming out.
I was shaking my head. It was a yes moment. Yep.
Paul, earlier on when you were speaking about the the Archon and these energetic beings, I was thinking about the jinn that is mentioned in the Quran. Is that the same entity but just with a different name?
Yes, I haven't made a special study of the jinn, but I do know that there is a significant overlap of concept there, because the jinn are entities that are interdimensional, non-physical entities that are very interested in manipulating societies. So it's not like an individual demon that sits on your shoulder and makes you eat too much sugar. It's at a much more cosmic level. These entities, I believe, are referenced in the New Testament as well, where we're told about elemental spirits. And again, to be on our guard so that we do our best to be a sovereign species. We do our best to live as sovereign people, understanding there are these other entities that want to push us in certain directions that may or may not be helpful to us.
Okay, I got a question here again from your channel. Let me just come up here. Paul, do you think the aliens are fallen angels? That's from Michelle McMillan Santinini.
Well, let me answer that in a couple of ways. I think when we come across texts that talk about fallen angels, my short answer is yes, I believe those are references to paleo contact. We read the word angel and we think we know what we're being told, but in actual fact, we're probably picturing a spiritual being that's part of an army for the Almighty, a holy, transcendent being. We might almost picture Renaissance style, a being with beautiful feathered wings. But the word doesn't necessarily mean that at all. These so-called fallen angels were biological entities that could have sex with human beings. So that's not an angel in that other sense. We're told in texts in the New Testament, angels don't marry, don't have sex. They're something completely different. They're a spiritual kind of being. Well, not these ones. They're hybridizing. So these so-called fallen angels are something else. And the word itself, angel, it doesn't define the genus or biology of the thing you're being told about. If you see the word angel in the text, all that word means is agent or messenger, someone who has an assignment or a message. So the phrase fallen angel doesn't answer any questions at all. You still have to ask, what is this entity? Is it biological? Is it human? Where has it come from? What's it doing? And so I do get a lot of people saying, oh, how does this relate to angelic stories? And I think I have to start saying, please don't use that word with me. Translate it first, use the root meaning, and then we can have a conversation about what these beings are doing. You've got a being that is an agent or a messenger doing something. What's it doing? And let's get into that instead.
So if he's an agent, So if they're an agent, then my question is that when you look at these words like angel, chapel, a Bible, all of them end with L, right? E-L, or Elohim. Is there a connection between the L in the word, like angel, chapel, Bible, eat, elections?
Well, the answer is in some words, yes, and in some words, no. And in the words where it's a yes, we have to remember that L really means powers, or power or powers. So again, that word isn't telling you anything about biology or genus, just that this is one of the powers that you're reading about. So again, it is helpful to go to the root meaning and read it that way. And it's one of the things I argue for in the Scars of Eden, that if we reread these ancient stories and use the most primitive meaning of that word, the root meaning, that's when this whole other story emerges. And it's a coherent story. So there are words where L is just a word part from something else, and it's got nothing to do with the powers. But there are others where that's what it means. So it doesn't equate it with other L or other Elohim or with God in any way. It just says this is one of the powers that was in operation at the time.
I see. Okay.
Wow.
Great answer. I get it. Yeah, I get it. I was under the impression that the L was in there to give the expression of the Elohim, and the Elohim would be the powerful ones. And
well, yes, I mean, that's interesting. If you go to the Book of Enoch, where it unpacks a little bit of the Genesis 6 moment when these other entities come and do their hybridization, we are told they did have a mission and they did have a task within this arrangement, this truce, this Sky Council, this intergalactic federation, and they were suddenly doing something that was not part of their assignment when they came down and hybridized with the humans. So that's kind of informative. But again, it can take a while to reframe the story and really process that you're not looking at a God story or a story where there is a big entity in charge and then others either being good, indifferent, or disobedient. It's a much more plural and interesting picture than that.
is that the Watchers that you're talking about?
Yes, that's right.
50
The
Watchers that descended onto, I forgot which mountain. It's in the Middle East somewhere, but their leader, I think, was called Shemyaza, something like that.
Yes, it's the Watchers in the Book of Enoch, and it's the Bene Elohim in the Book of Genesis.
Oh, okay, that's cool. A little background on the name of our podcast.
It's always good to figure that out, right? I mean,
yeah. I just thought I was watching and learning, and that's how I came up with the name.
You're keeping interesting company, Omar.
From the Paul Wallace channel, Ron H asks, how does the reset take shape?
Oh, crumbs. Well, that's the question we're in, isn't it? That's why I focused on being as sovereign and deliberate as we can be, because we can control that. There's other stuff going on that we're scratching our heads thinking, what in the world is going on? What is happening in the Intergalactic Federation? What are the 1% doing, and are they agreed with each other? What's the Pentagon doing, and are they agreed with each other? So we don't know. It's taking shape. And I think what was said earlier about the Uluru event is quite interesting, because I think it's quite a challenge on us to try and come through all the uncertainty of what's going on and where are we going in a way where we still feel empowered, rather than we're sitting looking anxiously to see how things will unfold. And again, it comes back to we can influence our environment. We can't control everything. We can't control the layers we can't see. But if we can come together, act collectively, have a higher emotional intelligence, be a bit more conscious, then we can be deliberate about what we're bringing to whatever the party is. And that's somewhere I have to keep coming back to, because I have young kids. So I don't have to worry only about what world am I going to be living in 12 months' time. It's what world are my kids going to be living in?
Mm-hmm.
And I have to come back to saying to myself, I need to equip my kids to live in whatever world it is in 20, 30, 40 years' time. I need to give them the imagination, the critical skills, the emotional wherewithal to live in what might be a very challenging world and find a way of charting their way through it. You know, the big picture is humanity is a very resilient species, and we've lived through an awful lot of strange, wonderful, amazing, and horrendous things. And we have to be conscious about what generation we're shaping to meet the challenges of the future, and what we are doing in terms of guarding our own hearts so that we can meet the challenges of 12 months' time, which we don't fully know what they'll be.
I feel you on that, Paul. I've got a grandbaby coming, and when my grandbaby is born, I'm thinking about what the world is going to be like for him or her, 20, 30, 40 years from now, when I'm going to be a frail old man. And you're absolutely right. It could be a very, very challenging time for them. Or, if we do our work properly in this shift that's happening, maybe it won't be so challenging for them, because we can create a blissful reality where we cooperate and have empathy and love for one another. And instead of cutting each other's grass, stepping on each other's toes, and stabbing each other in the back for a little bit of profit, I think we're at that precipice where we can make this reality happen.
I agree. And I think we have to come at it with some kind of a sense of mission, and to say that the world, that we don't know what it's going to be, is going to need the best humans it can find. And our job as parents is to help provide those best humans.
Yeah, indeed.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And one of the things I want to just to piggyback off what you said is, when you take back your sovereignty, that great reset is going to impact everybody differently and show signs to everybody in different ways. So it's kind of our job for self to facilitate and actually figure out what those signs are coming from every direction, and you will get signs in the adverse effect as well, where you'll see what you should be doing or what you feel you should be doing. And it's going to expose itself on both ends of the spectrum,
Yes, indeed.
When we were getting ready for this event 2 weeks ago, and I brought up Uluru today because it had a resounding effect on me when they were talking about it. There was a UFO that they captured in the sky. And it kind of gave them that nod, like, you guys are doing the right thing right now. We see it, And me and my fiance were on the front porch over here smoking a cigarette. And I looked up and I saw a light that was as high as the stars and moving straight across the sky. And I never had any kind of contact ever in my life, but I truly believe that it was some entity telling me, you're doing the right thing with this event. Keep it moving, keep it pushing. That's your mission. And I stuck to that gun ever since. It was the wildest thing.
Yes.
And she's not so much of a believer in it. And she saw it too and says, I have no idea what that is. So it was a shared
thank
event.
you, Rob. Thank you for sharing that. That is absolutely awesome. And I think that I believe what you just said. I think that we have friends that may sometimes speak to us in a channeling way, or friends that we just realize, oh, I'm being watched and it's friendly, that really spur us on in what we're doing. And another note I want to add to this is, when you realize that we're in this reset, it throws up the question of, well, what do I do with my life? What should I be doing in the light of all this information? And sometimes it's not about what you're doing, it's about how you do it. And my wife, for instance, or why you're doing it. So let me give a plug for what my wife does. My wife's work, she has a business called AfroShe, and it exists to provide organic entirely natural creams, treatments for skin and hair. And you might say, well, what on earth does that have to do with a great reset? How does that relate to Uluru or anything else? And what it has to do is this: it's the way my wife Ruth does that. What she's doing and the way she interacts with her customers is all about people feeling good about themselves. And often people come to her because they feel terrible about themselves, because they're embarrassed by their skin, or they're embarrassed because they have afro hair that they can't condition or control. And all the adverts are telling them their hair should look like this. And so she's actually meeting a lot of people who feel bad about themselves because they're being told to, or they're struggling with something and the petrochemical industry isn't helping them. And not only her products, but the way she interacts with all those people. I love watching Ruth in action because they all come away beaming. They send her messages, they send her videos on Insta of the before and after. And the exciting thing is not just, oh, their skin's improved or their hair's improved. Look at the emotion of this person. And you see them jumping up and down with delight, and they've got their mojo back and they're feeling fabulous. And that's what my wife Ruth is doing. She is lifting the emotional energy of people all around the planet so they can then go out and face whatever the challenges of their world are. And I think whether you're doing that or you're a baker or a butcher or a candlestick maker, if you focus on what you're doing in your interactions, then you can be part of us combating all this soup of archonic energy wanting us to pull us into a pit of despair instead.
That's beautiful, Paul. And I bet that makes Ruth feel really good about herself as well. Her self-confidence, her energy, the love just expands even more. So, it's beneficial for everyone, for your household, for her.
This is global. So, on one end of the line, we've got someone in America jumping up and down for joy, and then Bruce doing the same in Australia. And I think every interaction we can have like that lifts our energy makes a difference to our collective experience and what's happening in the field of the planet. And that's part of what we've seen through events like the Uluru event and through meditation events, where there is a measurable difference to what's happening in the resonance of the planet, the electromagnetic field of the planet, because we have suddenly done something collectively that has raised our energy.
Nice. I like that, Paul.
Absolutely.
Let's set up another question. I don't kind of really understand this question, but you might, Paul. It's from Francisco Manero. It says, when you talk about Plato, do you think these are the original human beings? My question is, how many originals are entrapped in this reality?
Oh, that's a very interesting question.
Yeah.
I don't know is the honest answer, but I do know that there are quite a number of ancient traditions that talk about, and this goes back to stories of the jinn, for instance, stories of beings who were here long before human civilization who got stuck here. And that's not gone well for them all the time. And these are stories I've not really probed yet or understood in terms of the present reality, what difference that makes to the present day. So I just have to say, I don't know. It is interesting. There is something there to be looked at. Ask me again in 12 months and I might have an answer.
That's a beautiful answer. And, Paul, it's one of the reasons I have so much respect for you, because that's like actually one of my favorite answers. I don't know. Because, that's really where all footwork begins, right? Once you say to yourself, I don't know the answer, and you're being honest to yourself and to everyone around you, then you can really get down to real research and real digging for the truth and really go and find that truth, because then you're seeking that truth that is there, but you don't know it, right? It's like it's a mystery that you're after, and thank you for giving that answer. It's beautiful.
it's also why we have communities like this, because at times I might say, ask Rob about that. Ask Omar about it, because I think he knows a bit more about that than I do.
Yeah, that's a great one. Let's hit up another one from Paul Wallace's channel. Okay, this one is from Francisco again. According to Paul's statement, the Bible and stories like that are tools used by the manipulators to create a false reality. Can he elaborate? Thanks.
Well, yes, I think if I look at the history of the formation of what we call the Old Testament, the Hebrew canon, there is a broad scholarly consensus as to how it happened, that we began with a collection of scrolls of very early stories that have a Sumerian base. And these are the stories of beginnings in Genesis 1 to 11. And if we take it at face value, they're the stories Abraham and Sarah brought with them from Ur of the Chaldees, the stories of beginnings they'd grown up with. And then at some point, more texts are added to that, and then they're edited to form a whole, a harmonious story, and it forms the Pentateuch. And the agenda of that is to teach the Mosaic law. And then more writings are added and again edited and harmonized. That's called the Deuteronomistic history. And the agenda of that edit is to authenticate the monarchy, the priesthood, and the Yahwistic laws. And then more is added, harmonized, more is added, harmonized. And the latest addition and harmonization was done in the 6th century BCE, where the big agenda was to teach monotheism, to teach the idea there's only one God, the source of the cosmos and everything in it. And their holy name for God then gets pasted over all the stories. And that's unfortunately where I think there's a big distortion. But you've got a number of distortions there already. So stories have had a spin on them to teach the Mosaic law, then a spin on them to endorse the monarchy and the priesthood. So there's a political agenda to how they've rewritten it. And then in the end, there's a monotheistic agenda, but they've pasted the name of Yahweh over a diversity of stories. Some of them are about ET visitors. Some of them look human, some of them look like dragons, some of them are friendly, some of them are awful, but now apparently they're all God stories. So that has distorted the story and produced a very fearful God who can't be questioned. A very useful kind of God, of course, if you're wanting to manage society with a top-down government and with the priesthood as part of that feudal structure.
They're
So
like
that was, say again?
The priests, they're like the cops, right?
Yes, they become like the cops, and so they have that role with the monarchy in Judaism, and then you get into the history of Christianity, and you've got God and the emperor, and then the bishops in that kind of place. So there is an advantage to some of the distortions, and unfortunately, I think that was some of the pressure on Christianity to excise these other views and other interpretations, because the distortion was useful. Just as when the Portuguese and the Spanish turned up in Central and South America and they deleted and replaced the old stories with Catholicism, and when they got to Peru and were listening to the stories of Viracocha, and the locals said, oh, Viracocha was the progenitor of our culture, he genocided our ancestors with a flood, they thought, bingo. Yes, Viracocha, we call Viracocha God, and we are his police. And so they'd fast-track the colonization and the thought control of the Andean peoples in Peru in one hit. So there, again, was a double distortion. The Catholics had read Elohim stories as God stories, and now they're importing the Viracocha stories as well. So there is a political advantage to those distortions, that they can manage society with the King of Spain at the top, and then the army and the priests, and then the people at the bottom. So it can happen for that reason, very, very deliberate. And then it can happen by accident as well, where we just don't know the old stories anymore and run with what the translators are telling us and don't know how to question it.
I see. I was going to ask you earlier when you were talking. I actually wanted to wait till the end.
So I don't know if that wholly answers. I'm sorry, I missed something there.
Yeah, you were freezing up there, Paul. I didn't catch what you were.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that.
Kind of glitched out there. It's okay. You pretty much answered that question. I was going to ask, when we were being genetically tinkered with, do you think it was at that time that they had inserted the idea of God into our minds so that we would live in this fearful way of life where we can be struck down and we're, begging for mercy and, kind of what have you, like you were saying about 50 people serving 5 people because, they're better. Do you think that was genetically engineered into us to be subservient like that? You froze up, Paul.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah,
this may be Australian internet affecting. Yes.
It's a good thing we're on our last question.
Stories. God doesn't really turn up in a lot of the ancient ancestral stories. What we're looking at is stories of stuff that played out on planet Earth. And the rather later, and that's when the confusion occurs. So that's rather intriguing because I would have expected our distant ancestors to have had an instinct for a cosmic God, but I don't find the evidence for that in the stories. They were interested in what was happening in space. They were interested in what was happening on the planet, but it really only is around the time of the 6th century BCE that I start finding people asking the questions of how does this relate to God, the source of the cosmos, and getting confused about how the two things go together.
Okay. I always thought that, well, not always, but just recently I thought that perhaps this idea of God was inserted into our mind for us to be more easily controlled, because someone can come down here and say, I'm powerful and I'm God and you will serve me. And, next thing you know, people are like, ooh, we're not worthy.
Well, it's interesting because obviously if an advanced species turns up on your planet and uses tech that you've never seen before, can terraform your planet before your very eyes, naturally you're going to say, well, these are our superiors, we'll worship these. But the word they used wasn't God. The word the Hebrews used was powerful ones. The word the Sumerians used was sky people. Even if you go to Greek legend, a small g God is still a biological entity that can be killed in a, I think, smarter than we give them credit for. Yes, they got pulled into a world of worship and subjection, but no word God, small g in the text. Again, go to the root meaning and you'll find it means powerful ones or sky people. And they knew what they were looking at and say, oh, I think I know what I'm looking at now as well. Am I glitching?
You were a little bit, but we were waiting to see that you finished the statement before we jumped in, and we didn't want to cut you off in case you came back. But
yeah, the glitch got pretty bad here in the last about 2 minutes, but that's okay, Paul. We're at the we were on the last questions. They're like there's like tons of questions coming in.
So many questions.
Yeah, on the Paul Wallace channel. As soon as we started asking questions, next thing you know, they just all started rolling in. Yeah, we could be sitting here until like 3 o'clock in the morning, just going through one after this. Not that I don't mind. I don't mind at all. But I'm sure you have things to do. And we are at almost 11 hours for our stream today. Thank you very much, Paul. This was wonderful. Please stay on the screen with us. And we will close out with you. Where's Clarence? Maybe Clarence would like to.
Always epic, Paul.
Yeah.
Always a pleasure. I love hearing your
Thanks, guys.
presentations.
It's
so good.
So let's do
it's been a pleasure being with you.
Let's do a shameful plug here. So, guys, thank you very much for watching us today. This Total Disclosure, 55 speakers over 5 days, was sponsored by the Eden series, Paul Anthony Wallace, The Scars of Eden, and Escaping from Eden. 2 wonderful books. I've got them sitting right here. I'm actually really like these books. Fantastic, fantastic reads. Great gateway books for anyone that is interested in our true history to read these books, and it'll just expand your mind, and then it'll get you into other things and get you asking questions, and that's the most important thing here. And of course, this was also brought to you by OurAlienAncestry.net. These guys are holding monthly webinars and talking about the Atlantean rings and all things alien, and as well as Forgotten Origin, the Out of Australia theory with Stephen and Evan Strong. And least but not last, Portal to Ascension. Thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to stream to your channel. And of course, Alan Steinfeld, Making Contact, is available at Amazon. And a huge thank you to Alan for really having the faith in us to pull this off and to stream on his channel. As we know that there's a lot of things going on, so if we slip up once or twice, then they could potentially just delete our channels. So we've been very careful, and so thank you very much for really having that trust and faith in us to do this properly. Really, really appreciate it. So that is it, guys, for today. Paul Anthony Wallace just rocked it out. As always, just love listening to Paul. Just so much wisdom, so much knowledge, and the way the delivery is just it's like candy. You can sit back and just listen and watch for hours and hours and hours. I know I do. I almost stalk Paul.
Oh, geez.
It's almost borderline stalking. I think I watched almost all the videos on the Paul Anthony Wallace channel, and the Fifth Kind just has like so much. I watched so much from there. Yeah. And I'm a member of Paul's channel, so I stalk him there as well. And then I stalk him on Messenger. And just kidding.
Wow. All right.
It's wonderful. Developed a wonderful relationship with Paul, and look to him as more like a big brother than anything else. It's it's wonderful. Love you, Paul, very much. Have huge respect for you. And let's quickly go through the schedule tomorrow, guys. It's going to be a really good one. Tomorrow is Sunday, so we're going to start streaming at 8 o'clock Pacific Standard Time, and we're going to start off with Michael Feely, and then after that we're going to have Dr. Reverend Joan of Angels is going to interview Mara Calvi and Sona Tandon, and right after that Dr. Joan is going to give us a download as well. And at 11 o'clock, we have Dr. Smear Osmanovic coming on, and then at 12 o'clock we have Brad Olson. And then at 1 o'clock, we're going to be treated by some sound bowls and some meditation and a little bit of insight into ayahuasca. And then after that, we have Dr. Sasha Lesson and Janet Lesson coming on. Those two are beautiful. I love them. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from them. And as well, at 3 o'clock, we have Drs. J.J. Hertog and Dr. Desiree Hertog, the authors of The Keys of Enoch. So they're going to be here speaking with Alan Steinfeld at 3 o'clock. And then at 4 o'clock, it's going to be Alan Steinfeld who's going to give us a download, and he's going to give us a presentation. And then after that, we're going to close the day off with Valerie Burrow. So, that sounds like a fantastic day. It's just going to be one power hit after another one, and then after another, and then another, and then another. So bring your papers and bring your pads and your pens, because tomorrow is lesson time. The last couple of days, we've just we've been taking baby steps and getting ready for what's to come for tomorrow, because tomorrow is really the big day. And you know, I tried to you know, organize this a little bit differently, but you know, as Rob was saying, the way the universe worked it out is just how this worked out. And I was actually kind of surprised that all the doctors ended up on one day. I was like, hoo-ah.
Yeah.
So when that happened, I tried to get Dr. Luis on tomorrow, and then I tried to get Dr. Manu on tomorrow, but you know, they had other obligations, so they couldn't come. But you know, it's going to be a power-packed you know, event tomorrow. So we'll be streaming again to the Paul Walls channel, Portal to Ascension, New Realities, Forgotten Origins. I don't even know how to say Lyanne's YouTube channel, so I won't even say it. Frequency, something or other. And then, of course, least but not last, Full Spectrum Universe. We will be streaming to all of them, and we will be watching the chats as we have been for the last couple of days. And we will try to get all of your questions to the speakers so that they can be addressed, because you know, this is total disclosure for the people, by the people. And with that being said, Paul, do you have any final words before we close out for the night?
No, I'm just looking forward to what's coming.
Rob, do you have any final words before we close out for the evening? I think Clarence might be gone to bed, so
that's okay. You know what? Sometimes it's tough to go through 11-hour days, especially
yeah.
days in a row. It gets to be.
Yesterday
you know
was
what?
a 15-hour day.
That's right. We ride the lightning. So that's just what we do, but we love it. And I just want to say thank you to everybody out there for listening to my 2-hour presentation, which I didn't expect it to go 2 hours today, but I appreciate everybody, you know, running through it and bearing with me and letting me explore the Iroquois Confederacy and the, you know, creation myths and things like that. It was great. It was a lot of fun. And I just appreciate that. And you know, I love everybody out there, and I hope that, you know, we all get to see everybody again, and we get to do this more and more and more. I'm just appreciative for it and have complete gratitude.
Yeah.
Right on.
Amen. What Rob just said.
Second, what Rob said. You know, what more can we say after 11 hours, right? I think everything's been said, and you know, we will see you guys tomorrow. My name is Omar, and I'm a host here at Watchers Talk with my partner Rob Yachts from Full Spectrum Universe, and with our friend Paul Anthony Wallace from the Eden series. Good night, and we will see you tomorrow.
Good night.
Oof.